where Tua's at. He'll be able to spend a good amount of time being evaluated, and then we'll have conversations and progress as appropriate. But
hey, man, that's getting pretty scary now, isn't it? The amount of times that Tua has gone down with some sort of head issue, and, that's one of those, I feel bad in this sense. Tua, who has a history of head problems and a history of concussions, gets paid a giant contract. His team's down in a game. And what does a quarterback want to do when that happens? The quarterback wants to go out and be like, you know what? Let me try and make a play for my team to provide a spark. And you watch that. You see him near the goal line, jump forward, trying to make a play, get a first down, make it 1st and goal. And, Nelly, let me ask you this. I'll just tell you how I felt about it. Didn't look like a crazy hit, right? That looked like just a normal, I got hit by a football player hit. And next thing you know, that arm locks up again, and it's like, it's freaky to watch. And if you're a Dolphins fan, you got to be holding your breath almost every time that Tua takes off and runs or takes a hit or whatever. And he's, 26? How old is Tua now? Something like that. But that wasn't like some huge hit. That was just a football player making a football play.
Yeah, he's 26. And I just can't believe how ironic it is that the player he ran into was Damar Hamlin.
Right.
His head ran into Damar Hamlin's chest, the most famous chest in the NFL. That's crazy.
I just I sit here and I go, you know what? I don't know what you do with Tua. Do you tell him just to not run? Well, you can't do that because it needs to be an aspect of his game. There needs to be a threat of that somewhere. But if you're like his family, what do you say? And I know this is sounding like extreme here, but I don't know how you couldn't be. When you watch somebody take that many sort of concussions and they're playing one of the most violent sports that exists in the world right now, knowing that somewhere down the line, hey, odds are you're probably getting another one of these. If you have a long career, you're getting multiple more. It just sucks. Like you heard it in the tone of Mike McDaniel. That's not somebody who's like, how many times do we hear the coach saying, yeah, he's evaluated for a head issue. We're going to follow the protocol, and once he passes, he'll get back on the field. It's not like some somber tone. He had a somber tone. Can you give me McDaniel one more time, please? I want to hear this again. Mike McDaniel after the game talking about his quarterback.
For me to go ahead and forecast things that I don't know in my non-field of expertise, I don't think that's appropriate. I think we'll find out some more information tomorrow in terms of where Tua's at. He'll be able to spend a good amount of time being evaluated, and then we'll have conversations and progress as appropriate. But I'm like the rest of his teammates who he went around the locker room and connected with, trying to keep, as a leader, he was trying to keep the guys' heads up, and he'll be in the office tomorrow to have the appropriate care.
Doesn't sound like the way that they talk about guys being evaluated for concussions. That's all I'm saying.
And the thing it's the worst part of concussions. Well, maybe that's not a fair thing to say, but one of the complications with it is when somebody re-injures a wrist or a knee or something, at a certain point you can say, okay, your knee is too messed up. You probably
Right.
should retire. You can't walk. Like, if Gabe Landeskog's knee does not return to function, we will know that it's time to retire. But with the brain, I don't know. After one concussion, maybe you're done. Maybe you can withstand 5. Every brain's different. Every situation is different. There isn't a clear recovery timetable for the brain. It's just such a it's one of those rare injuries that has no consistent way to evaluate it.
And on top of that, with him, I think my issue and the issue that guys like Mike McDaniel and people within that Miami front office are having is the ease in which they occur. Like, if you just get absolutely Lawrence Taylor truck sticked and he hits you helmet to helmet, you get it. That looked like a normal tackle. So to me, it's the ease in which that happens is the problem. But the Bills win 31-10 as they dominate Miami on the road. So I've been doubting the Bills. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't see a lot of superstar talent on that team outside of obviously their quarterback. James Cook, good running back, but as far as wide receiver stuff, they lost a lot of defensive talent. I thought they would take a step back. I guess not. Just don't doubt the Bills. Always believe in them because Josh Allen's good, I guess is the way to look at it. 303-504-0925. So, couple things. Number one, with two pretty big games this weekend. You got the home opener for the Broncos. You got CU and CSU happening in Fort Collins. One question I want to start with the Broncos. How big of a deal is it if the Broncos don't win on Sunday? Because you have some expectations. The game's at home. You expect things to look better than they did in week one. You could be out Garrett Bowles. You don't really know yet. You could be out a couple of different guys. But it's the home opener against a team that I think is certainly beatable. And you don't have the total added benefit of the rust factor, but you still want to win for emotional purposes. There's a level to this game in which if they look the same as they did in Seattle, especially in offense, then you're going to start getting a little bit antsy. And you got to kind of remind yourself, okay, this is a brand new rookie quarterback and a brand new system and all that different stuff. But you want to see at least a couple of moments of good. That's what you want. And so, with that being said, if they go out and they play the same way that they did in Seattle and they start to have some issues on offense and everything looks like a struggle, I think there's going to be a little anxious energy as you move forward. This is a tough stretch, these first 4 games. I think this is the most gettable. I think Seattle on the road in week 1 is a very difficult game. I think next week in Tampa, in that weather, surrounded by the amount of elite talent that Tampa Bay possesses on their roster, is going to be incredibly difficult. And then week 4 in New York, you're talking about 3 games under the belt of Aaron Rodgers as he sort of gets settled a little bit more with the Jets. I think that game's incredibly difficult. This is the one in the first 4 weeks that if you're going to win, I think it's now. I think it's this one. And so if you kind of mess up and stumble through this opportunity, there's a real chance I think you could start the season 0-4. But it would just be nice to get a little bit of confidence rolling for this early portion of the season and have something positive to look back on when things might get a little bit more stale in the next couple of weeks.
Going back to your initial question, though, can I answer your question with a question?
Sure.
In this scenario, is Russell Wilson playing quarterback or not?
No.
Okay, because if he's not playing and you lose, whatever. It's growing pains. It's a young team. It's fine. But if Russ is playing and you lose to Russ at home, blow it up, sell the team, Move the stadium to DIA. Sean Payton's going to go cry in his car in front of another sushi joint. I mean, that is catastrophic.
Well, that it would certainly hurt more. I don't see any indication of anything that tells me he's going to play this weekend. Like, they haven't had any sort of update about, oh no, the calf is a lot better today than it was yesterday, and he was fully a full participant in practice. Like, you didn't see any of that.
I want it to be like WWE style, where Justin Fields looks like he's going to start the game, and then you hear, "By God, that's Russell Wilson's music."
Yeah, and he
starts jogging out of the tunnel.
Well, I heard this clip from Russell. In fact, I think it was played on, God, was it Kreckman and Lindahl? There was audio from Russell Wilson yesterday where he was talking about the emotions of going back to Denver. And it was the most perfectly Russell Wilson answer that you're going to get.
Are you talking about the one where he named every single player on the roster?
It's
I got to find that.
You got to find it, because I was howling in my car when I heard it. Because if I had, you could easily, like if this was SNL, I couldn't get the look nor the voice tone down, but I could tell you exactly how Russell Wilson's going to answer a question. But all it was the emotions coming back to Denver, and he starts saying, oh, God, well, the chance to come back and see my friends, Garrett Bowles, Quinn Miners, Greg Dulcich, Javonte Williams. He does the Mad Lib style of rattling off 15 names again to answer the question. It's so perfectly Russ.
All right, I found it. And I'm gonna throw it to Dempsey and Company style and hit him with the music that I used to hit him with.
You know, I think about guys like Cortland Sutton, Jaleel McLaughlin. I think about guys like, obviously Garrett Bowles, a guy like Ray Jackson, guys like Javonte Williams, different people that I've played with that I really respect. There's so many guys, Dulcich, and just so many other guys along the way, Quinn Miners, and DJ Jones, I just, there's a lot more, but I just think that for me, it's always about relationships. I think I've been able to build some cool relationships with those guys and people. But most importantly, we gotta strap on the black and gold and go win. And I think that's our mentality. And we'll be ready to go. I know they'll be ready to go too. And it'll be a great atmosphere. It's a tremendous atmosphere. And I'm looking forward to just going there and just playing a good game.
I think he only answers those questions. Like when he says, so many people along the way, that's just his buying time to try and think of more people he can name there. Notice he didn't say Sean Payton. Not a surprise. But
you want to count them? I'm going to start that over if you could survive. Let's count them.
All right, go ahead.
I have a lot of amazing friends from there. I think about guys like Cortland Sutton.
There's one.
Jaleel McLaughlin.
Two.
I think about guys like, obviously Garrett Bowles.
Three.
A guy like Ray Jackson.
Four.
Guys like Javonte Williams, different people that I've played with that I really respect. There's so many guys, Dulcich, and just so many other guys along the way, Quinn Miners, DJ Jones,
I think it's eight. I think DJ's the last one.
We got eight.
Eight names.
I also, not going to lie, I like the way you said Dulcich.
Dulcich?
That would be that's what he would be if he played for the Serbian national team, Dulcich.
So there is no doubt about this that if Russell was playing, like there's an added factor to this and an added sense of urgency of can't lose this game. I think that kind of exists though, because the last thing you want when you got a rookie quarterback, man, is you want to start the season 0-4. That's brutal. And I think this is the most gettable game that you got on the schedule. It does get easier after this. And so just try and get one. If you can start the year 1-1 with Bo Nix, I'm like, you know what? That's like best case scenario for what expectations could have been to start this thing off. So make that happen. Try and steal one in the next couple of weeks and then see what happens afterwards. But if they lose this one, I think there's a very, very likely chance that they start the season 0-4, and that wouldn't be good for anybody. So with all that in mind, 303-504-0925. I want to talk about the CU and CSU game and something I didn't expect. We just played audio from Russell Wilson where you're like, aha, that's exactly what I thought. This I didn't expect between CU and CSU. We'll get to it next. There's a stark contrast from last year to this year about the way that people are discussing this football game between CU and CSU. Last year's a war of words. It was every day there was multiple clips of, Jay Norvell said this. When I talk to an adult, I take my hat and sunglasses off. And then that spurred a response from Deion, which spurred a response from Norvell or somebody in the Norvell family or somebody in the Deion family. Like, it just was back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's obvious bad blood heading into the game. I think there's the same thing this year. It's just a lot quieter. Because I saw a response from Deion recently. And Nelly, let me know when you have the CSU audio with Romy Bean, where this was, I believe, in August. Torrey Horton and Fowler Nicolosi are talking to Romy Bean about the CU game, and here's what they said.
We owed them one, and that's just something that's been sitting on everybody's, mind since we came back from break. We owe them, and we walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys. And, they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world. And this ain't no Cinderella story, so
got humbled
for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more, and we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
We all came here to play football, so at the end of the day, the millions of followers and fans that they then produced and got, and celebrities that then jumped on their side because of who Dion Sanders is. At the end of the day, Dion Sanders ain't playing. It's those players playing. So those players better back up on what they speak about.
Okay.
It's ironic that CSU wears green because green isn't a good color on those dudes. Whew.
The comments that were made, and first of all, can I just say I love this. I really do. I like when players go out and they embrace a rivalry and start talking some trash. I do. But what I think in the middle of that was Fowler Nicolosi talking. He was discussing that almost as if they won the game. It was a great game. I think they took it a little bit too far in that sense. Hey, Instagram followers.
We'll see how far Instagram followers get.
Yeah, like it's if you won the game, then maybe you can do that. But you ended up losing. It was double overtime. It was a good game, but you ended up losing. But second of all, I'll remind people that interview with Romy Bean with Torrey Horton and Fowler Nicolosi that was back, I believe, in August. So it's not like this was 2 days ago. But still, they said it. I didn't really see it until now. Deion did not see that until now, and he had his coach's show with Mark Johnson where he was asked about this.
That's too easy.
Did you play that for your team? So they say?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. They wanted to. They asked me at breakfast. Coach, you saw what they said?
Right.
Yeah, dog. I did.
They should be.
Right, I plan on winning.
They should be using that as fuel. Like, so all of that I think is totally cool. But the funny thing is, this year, this is not like, there's no clips after that came out of Deion in a huddle with his team after practice where they said, they done made it personal. Like, there's none of that. It might be internal, but it's not external. And I think for Deion, I give him credit. This is incredibly smart. Say whatever you want behind the scenes, but you don't need the war words heading into this game, especially with the way that you guys have played to start this season. Like, let the football do the talking.
Let the boy watch.
That's the place in which I think CU is at. Part of their start to the season last year as we've said a million times lately with them, was okay. They were loud. They were boisterous. You know, they had that sort of late 90s, early 2000s Miami Hurricane feel to them, where it's like they were not just going to beat you, they were going to let you know that they beat you as they were doing it. They had some of that feel to them. But when you weren't getting the results, it's probably better to keep all of that in-house and just show them on Saturdays. And hey, if you rattle off 6 to 7 wins in a row, then maybe you can go out there and start doing that again. But all I'm saying is, I think this is the smart route to take. Now, on the other side, we talk about how big this game is for CU. It's a massive game for CSU. They have not played at Canvas against CU ever. Give me the first time. This is going to be as high profile as that stadium has gotten.
Brett, what were you doing in September 96, the last time that the Rocky Mountain Showdown was in Fort Collins?
September of 1996, I was 6 years old. Probably in a kindergarten. No, probably in a first grade class at that time. Mrs. Gates was her name. I still remember this. Shout out, Mrs. Gates. Shout out.
Yeah.
But this is as high profile as Canvas Stadium is ever going to be. It's CBS. It's primetime television on national TV. It's under the lights. It's against a rival. And it's a game, by the way, that did like 10 million viewers last year. Like, this is big time. If you can, on this national stage, beat CU, you're going to get, despite it not being like a top 25 opponent, it's going to be a super duper high profile win. And just for the record, this is exactly what I thought from last week. So last week, CU plays Nebraska. And I said the only game that's going to be more watched than that one ratings-wise is going to be Texas and Michigan, which was 10 o'clock in the morning. Texas-Michigan got 9.3 million viewers. The number 2 most viewed game was Colorado and Nebraska, 6.3 million. The next game below that was the upset of NIU against Notre Dame, which was 3.9. A pretty massive jump between 2 and 3. People are tuning in to the CU games, no matter who the opponent is, because they want to see one of two things. They want to see Shedeur light it up for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, or they want to see CU lose, crash and burn, and make fun of them the next day.
And by the way, speaking of somebody who wants to see CU crash and burn, at 8:20 a.m., we're going to have the legendary legend Bradley Van Pelt on the show. BVP is going to get in on the action and give us the CSU side of things. I mean, no one can speak to the importance of this rivalry probably better than BVP, at least from the CSU perspective. So we're excited to hear what he has to say.
Bradley Van Pelt will join us today at 8:20. Who's the Pittsburgh guy that we're talking to again? What's his name?
It's Mike Day. Oh, he just texted me the proper pronunciation, so I'm going to stall till I get it. Mike Defabo of the Athletic Pittsburgh is going to talk about Russ and his culinary abilities at 9 a.m.
So at 9 o'clock, we'll get a preview of the Pittsburgh game with Mike Defabo, and at 8:20, Bradley Van Pelt will give us a CSU perspective on the game this weekend, as it is going to be huge. I heard D-Mac say something a couple of days ago where, for the record, I totally 1,000% disagree with this, but he's right in one sense. He said if CU's offensive line cannot protect him, he should consider just sitting out the rest of this season and keeping his draft stock in place. I think that would massively hurt his draft stock. I don't know this for a fact, but I think some things that Shedeur has done has turned off some NFL scouts from a I guess, personality perspective. I don't know how many of these scouts enjoy sort of the arrogance that comes with him. Now, it's not like it's crazy and you have concerns that he's not going to work hard or anything like that. You know, his talent is going to supersede all that stuff. But I just think there's some comments that have been made, you know, the stuff about the offensive line, sort of the watch thing. A lot of that stuff I think could be a turnoff to some scouts. But it's also a matter of you need to put up results. No, I said this before the year started. Go back to last year. There were 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks of the NFL draft. Each of those 6 QBs had 8 wins or more on the season. I think with the exception of Caleb Williams, ironically, who had 7. But they all had winning records. And you can argue that CU is not as talented as a USC or an Oregon or a Washington or whatever, and you'd be right. But the winning part matters in evaluating the quarterback position. And if you wanted to bypass some of that, you know, the reason why it didn't hurt Caleb Williams all that much is very simple. Their team was still putting up 40 points a game. You know, they weren't losing 28-10. They were losing 45-42. And you can ignore the defensive part of that or the losses because you gave up 40 points as long as the guy that you're drafting was putting up 40 himself. The last thing for Shedeur's professional prospects, the last thing that can happen is that CU loses and the offense struggles. And you can make excuses and you can say, well, the offensive line isn't good and they can't establish a rushing game and all that different stuff. Bottom line is, I think that guys, professional scouts, need to see it. Like, this doesn't affect Travis Hunter. You don't put wins and losses on a cornerback wide receiver. You put them on the QB. Like, it's fair or unfair. A lot of guys get totally a big-time boost in profile because they play for really good teams, even though them as a quarterback isn't great. Now, let's say the offensive line struggles to protect. You can't sit down for the rest of the year, but it's not going to help your case, right? It's not going to sit there and boost a profile just by the thought of potential. That's why I still think no matter what, he's a first-round draft pick. But I think that how the rest of this season plays out between wins and losses and how the offense looks could wildly vacillate between where he's drafted in the first round. Like, it could be literally anywhere from top 5 pick to like number 27 in the first round. I think that's the variance that you could get depending on how the season goes for them offensively.
Don't you think a good NFL scout would be able to tell the difference between a quarterback's lack of talent and maybe an O-line that didn't give them the chance to cook, as you might say? Because what's going to look worse? If the O-line doesn't improve and Shedeur Sanders keeps being a human crash test dummy, that's scenario A. Or scenario B is you check your notes and you go, oh, this guy said his O-line was trash, so he just decided to sit down for 10 consecutive games. Which is more draftable? What's the lesser of two evils?
Well, I'll give you an example. I know people are having questions about this now, but it wasn't a question at the time of the draft. Is Joe Burrow a good quarterback? He's a good quarterback, right? Joe Burrow started 2 years at LSU. Year 1 at LSU, he played in all 13 games. He had a 58% completion percentage. He threw 16 touchdowns and 5 picks. Do you know what he did the following year? He threw 60 touchdowns. Joe Burrow, if he left the 16 touchdown, 5 interception season, is not the number 1 overall pick. The talent's still the same. He's still the same guy, but he's not getting drafted there. He was drafted first overall because he threw 60 touchdowns and won a national title. Like, that stuff matters. So, yeah, they can parse through and they can say, well, he didn't have this and this and this, but We still see the talent. Bottom line is the results are going to be the booster. That's going to take you from the 15th overall pick to the 2nd overall pick. It's just what happens. You know, Michael Penix Jr. was a good quarterback. Do you think he went 8th overall? Something that had to do with that was the fact that Michael Penix Jr. took his team to a national title last year? Probably. Still good, but it's a big factor in it. And I think if you don't get the wins or you don't get the results, like part of what's going to happen is they're going to start to question, well, why couldn't he elevate some people? Why couldn't he find a way around it? And when you start getting to the, I think this guy's good, but O-line is bad, running game bad, coaching bad, like you start rattling off all the excuses, you're like, am I just making excuses now? Why couldn't he just overcome it? Those are going to start becoming questions. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Got Brady and his bets coming up at the end of the segment here, where I give you a lock and a long shot of the weekend. So we'll do that in a few minutes. Texture says this, 92.5, quote, "We are not biased towards CU. CSU coverage, 3 minutes. CU Shedeur coverage, 30 minutes. I hate to be the one to break this to you. I really do. Like, I do not even have a rooting interest in this game. I think it would be wildly cool, though, if CSU gets this upset. I think it would be massive for that program. I'm a huge Norvell guy. I think he's a great college coach, and he's going to do good things at CSU. But I need you to hear me here. And if you don't understand this, then there's no getting this through your head. Let's all sit here and ask ourselves, why would CU get more coverage than CSU, despite the fact that most people who are alumni of schools in this state come from CSU? Why would that be? I'll give you 6.3 million reasons why last week. I'll give you 5.2 million reasons why in week 1. They are one of, still, the biggest national sports stories that exist. That's why. This isn't a bias towards CU. It's a bias towards what people care about. And that's kind of my job. Like, you know what's not being discussed on ESPN? CSU. Not even saying it's fair, but the Deion story is huge. That's why they get more coverage. And I think you know that. I'm sorry that makes you upset, but I have a bias towards what people are talking and caring about. And if I went to a bar right now and just tried to overhear a conversation in a sports bar between two dudes who are bellied up, my guess is they aren't talking about CSU all that much. They're talking a lot about Deion. So that's the reason why. I don't like CU more than I like CSU. It's not it. But there is no doubt that they're just more interesting. Because they're doing something, and this is why I'm rooting for this Deion experiment to work so badly. Do you know how badly I want to see somebody kind of flip college football on its head, do something their own way, and succeed at it? I think it would be one of the coolest things ever. Very rarely do you see that in sports. It's one of the reasons why I love Nikola Jokic so much. Jokic is dominating a sport that we thought couldn't be dominated with the style of play that he has, where it's nothing about athleticism, and it's all about brains and smart. It's why I think it's fascinating to watch. But come on, man. This is easy. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's just easy as hell.
Well, we got this text that really encapsulates it from Lance. If they don't like it, just tell them to get off the sports radio. It doesn't matter to their family. It's a loser situation.
But I'm just trying to say the bias in, I guess, coverage is what he's talking about here, is just very simply they're more interesting. You know, like, we talk a lot of Broncos on this show. We don't talk a lot of Mammoth. It's because most people here are caring about the Broncos. And look, I love the Mammoth. I love what the Rapids are doing this year. God, do I love what the Rapids are doing. They're an amazing team. But this applies to like any sports city in the country. You know, the Seattle Sounders are huge in Seattle. You know what's bigger? The Seahawks. Tune into Seattle Sports Radio right now. Let me know what they're talking about. It's the same concept. So I'm sorry. I'm not even saying that it's fair. But truth of the matter is Deion's huge. And whether it succeeds or fails, it's going to be huge. That's obvious. I mean, see who got their butts kicked last weekend. And national television shows are talking about them again. That's all. Just quickly. Couple things here. Jamar Chase reportedly turned down $35 million a year, and I don't know what he's doing. This is becoming like Brandon Ayuk territory of the difference is Jamar Chase very easily could argue he's the best wide receiver in the league. Like, He's up there. It's him, it's Jefferson, it's, take your pick of any one of those top dudes. Well, I don't know what he wants. If $35 million a year isn't enough, then I don't know what is. No, he actually refuted the report that he said he wants to make 1 penny more than Justin Jefferson. He goes, I don't want to make more than 1 penny. I can't remember the exact quote, but I'll try and paraphrase. He goes, I want to blow it out of the water. It's like, okay, you play for a notoriously cheap franchise in the Cincinnati Bengals that don't like to pay a whole bunch of money in signing bonuses out, guaranteed cash, and they already did that for Joe Burrow. They offered you what I think is a pretty substantial amount of money. What exactly is the end goal here? So that's one. Here's the other, and this has to do with the Broncos this weekend. I need, we've discussed over and over again, the running game being a massive concern. Offensive line needs to protect better. Okay, great. Here's what I need to happen. And I'm only asking of one of two, okay? 2 names that I'm going to throw out there that I must see have a good game, or at least be involved in the offense. You got to give me a Dulcich, or you got to give me a Marvin Mims. Don't care which one. It doesn't matter if one guy gets 10 catches, the other guy gets 0. I need to see one of them. Because I feel like those are the only 2 guys in this roster that are capable of having ceilings high enough to be playmaking, game-changing type players.
So many guys, Dolchich.
And you don't have any of that on offense. Right now, there isn't a single offensive player from a skill position standpoint that you would talk about being total game changers. Dulcich might have physically the ability to do so. Don't know. We keep kind of holding out hope. We have seen literally 0 results. But you have that feeling in the back of your head that maybe he could be that guy. And then with Marvin Mims, he's one of the only guys on offense that possesses just incredibly game-changing type speed that they never have put into practice. And I need to see one of those 2 things, one of the 2 names that I mentioned, happen this weekend. At least give it a shot. And I want to remind people that Marvin Mims in speed, people get this really confused. When a guy is fast in the NFL, they say, yeah, why aren't we airing it out for 50-yard bombs? It's not what I'm talking about. You know what I'd love to see with Marvin Mims? A slant route. 5 yards past the line of scrimmage in open space, and then let the speed take over. You know what I'd love to see from Marvin Mims? A reverse. Get him in the open field with blockers in front of him, see what he can do. When you watch Tyreek Hill, does Tyreek Hill catch the long bomb? Yeah, he does. How many touchdowns, though, can you think top of your head is Tyreek Hill dragging just past the line of scrimmage, catching the ball in open space, and then the speed takes over where nobody can catch him afterwards? That's what I mean. And I think people get it confused where it's like, yeah, why aren't we throwing bombs to Marvin Mims? Well, you don't even have to do that. Just get the ball in his hands. He's an athlete. Make it happen. So one of those 2 things I want to see on Sunday for the Broncos. 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the back of the Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Let's get to our 2 picks. Brady and his bets. Start singing, Nelly. Sing! Brady and his bets. Brady and his bets. Yeah! Give me another one, Nelly. Give it to me. Oh, every single Friday as we exit the 6 o'clock hour, I give you 2 picks. It's a lock of the week, and it's a long shot of the week. Both of these coming in the NFL this weekend. My lock, I don't care about West Coast to East Coast. I care about the Panthers being a suckhole. And that's why I'm taking the Chargers minus 4.5 as my lock of the weekend. The Chargers ran the football effectively with J.K. Dobbins last week. They had Justin Herbert not making mistakes. They were very methodical on offense, and that's all it's going to take because the Panthers are going to implode at some point during that game. 4.5 feels like a steal. Long shot of the week. I take an underdog to win. This might surprise people. Cincinnati is 5.5-point dogs on the road at Kansas City. I know they look terrible in week 1. They're notorious slow starters. And there's something about Joe Burrow against the Chiefs where he raises his level of play. Now that Jamar Chase has a week of practice under his belt and he's just not walking on the field trying to play a football game, I think a lot of things start to gel and come together. Cincy is plus 205 on the money line at Kansas City. Give me the Bengals to win. Give me the Bengals to win. So there you go. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Got a lot to get to this morning. Broncos, Buffs, Rammies. Huge weekend of football. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
You're down by 21 points, 4th and 4. Pressure. Tua steps up. He's going to run for the first down and takes a shot at the 6-yard line. Hamlin hit him, and Tua down. Picked up the first, split the seam, but pays the price.
For me to go ahead and forecast things that I don't know in my non-field of expertise, I don't think that's appropriate. I think we'll find out some more information tomorrow in terms of where Tua's at. He'll be able to spend a good amount of time being evaluated, and then we'll have conversations and progress as appropriate. But
a ton to get to this morning. Broncos with their home opener this weekend. We got CU and CSU rivalry week. We got a bunch that needs to be discussed. Bradley Van Pelt's going to join us at 8:20 this morning.
I cannot wait for that.
So a lot to get to. But
Nelly, what time's Mike coming on today?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
And just so we have this clear, Defabo?
That's Mike Defabo.
Defabo.
Is he like an authentic native Pittsburghian? Is that what they call themselves?
Yinzer?
He's been around there for a long time.
Right, good. By the way, Nelly, you can sing, dude. I like your voice. It is quite arousing. It is
okay.
What?
Okay.
It's a what?
It's a nice voice. When he was singing your Brady and the Bets thing, I was like, wow.
You know what's funny is that Marty was so bad at it. I'm like, dude, if you make your own cut, you can't sing this good. That's not the point. And he said he tried to make it bad, and he still has music brain where it didn't allow him.
Nelly was trying to be bad?
He was.
Well, no, I would say there were times where I'd intensely try to sing off the beat or something, and then my spidey sense would go, get back there, get back there.
Yeah.
See, I don't know what any of that is. Mosier and I try to sing along with certain songs, and we think we're in harmony. We're not even close.
No.
You were automatic.
Now, can I say...
Hold on. Just stop right there. Do not lump me in with your lack of musical ability.
But you're not in harmony. When we do, who did we sing that time that was, I thought, really good?
You're talking about when you did Big Timers Still Fly, and you thought it was Gilligan's Island, that one?
No,
it was... It wasn't REO
Once,
Speedway.
twice, three times a lady.
It might have been.
No, it's George Michael.
Yeah, it was George Michael.
Yeah,
You're right.
It was George Michael.
Yeah.
I think once,
Okay.
twice, three times a lady was good too.
Hang on a second. There's a lot that we need to
But
discuss.
he said he was aroused by
got it.
Nelly's
Yes,
singing.
I heard it. I'm going to try and move past it.
Jeez.
I mean that in a flippant
I'm going
sort
to
of
try
way.
and move past it, I said. I'm
Do
going
you
to
guys not
try and
understand
move past
flippancy?
it.
Do you
I'm gonna
you know how
try.
this show works?
We're going to try and move past it.
This is going to be an arousing Friday.
Vic,
I like it. All right,
Vic,
let's do it.
I'll sing for you, and you can go live on Instagram. Just chuck your phone to the side.
Live on OnlyFans. Jeez Louise. Okay, sorry.
A lot that we need to discuss today, but can I start with something here? And I'm not trying to be too crazy about this. I'm really worried about Tua. I'm really worried.
I cannot agree more.
He's 26 years old. I don't know how many concussions he's got now. It's at least 4, at least. And when he gets concussed, here's the deal. You guys heard Mike McDaniel, almost said Michael McDonald, Mike McDaniel in that show open. When coaches talk about guys being concussed, this is how it sounds. Let's say Cortland Sutton got hit in the head last year and he's being evaluated for concussion. Here's what Sean Payton does. Yep, he took a hit to the head. He's being evaluated by our doctors. He'll go through concussion protocol. We'll let you know when he's back. Here's how Mike McDaniel sounds. Yeah, it's like somber the way he talks about it.
Yeah,
because I think he knows.
He says a lot more. Did you hear the in-game interview last night? He almost gave away his entire game plan. I'm like, ooh.
But I'm just like,
Brett, here's the problem.
Just one last thing, your emotion, then go off. That wasn't a big hit. That was a tackle.
It wasn't even helmet to helmet. He hit him in the armpit.
He got tackled.
Yeah.
And he didn't just get concussed, guys. He did that lockup thing again.
It was scary.
This is really weird and freaky for him.
Yeah.
Yes. When Tua gets concussed, it looks like everyone is a incredibly bad one.
Yes.
Because of the way his body reacts, and even when he tries to get up, the way his body reacts. It wasn't last year. He played all of last year and made it through the season, but it was the year before where it was so bad. And remember the one where his head just hit the turf so hard?
Yeah.
And to me, and I'm not Tua, I'm not the Dolphins, I'm not a doctor, obviously. I don't know that I could send him back out there.
Yeah, what do you do?
I don't know that I would go back out there.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I if you're talking about long-term, your life, and we know this is a violent game, Vic, but what's interesting, again, they say, because in the National Hockey League, they've dealt with this for a long time, that once you have a concussion, you're way more susceptible, even on plays that don't look like anything. I remember Mark Savard against the Avalanche in the corner, just got shouldered up, left, and that was the end of his career. That was it. And I'm like, that didn't really look like anything, but all of the adding up over time, finally, that was it.
Well, that's why we're nervous about Byram forever.
Absolutely.
The cruel irony is that it was Damar Hamlin he ran into.
Yeah.
Of all people. The guy who was near death on a football field just a couple years ago. He ran into Damar Hamlin. It wasn't helmet to helmet. He ran into his armpit. I watched the slow-mo. It wasn't a collision.
No,
it was
a tackle.
Yeah.
It was just a tackle.
First of all, Miami looks all out of sorts.
They do.
Okay? They look all out of sorts. You turn it over that many times, you're going to look out of sorts.
I mean, Tua had 2 picks thrown in the first quarter.
But I'm just I'm trying to think, like, if this was Denver, if the Dolphins just copy and paste were the Denver Broncos, and you feel like you had a good team that's going to be competing for a Super Bowl and competing for a division title, and you got this explosive, high-octane offense with a quarterback who seems to get the ball where it needs to go on most weeks, and this keeps happening, are you thinking to yourself, we need to go find a new quarterback right now because I can't keep doing this.
They've got one
for his own sake and for ours. Like, I can't keep doing it.
They've got one here doing nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
They've got one right here who's doing absolutely nothing as the third quarterback on this team. Also, Von Miller last night.
God, that sack. He's still got that bend.
He's got that bend. His ability, Vic, to this day to get around a tackle, to turn the corner on a tackle,
still can do it.
He looks healthy this year.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. He looks shades of vintage Vaughn. He looked really good. Either way, that Tua thing was scary. Thanks for saying that, Brett, because I just felt so bad for the kid.
How scary a former NFL player doing some analysis, we'll play it for you later, talking about the incident, started crying on live television.
Ugh.
Because
they know. They absolutely know.
Yeah, you just and there's look, man. I think Nelly said this in the appetizer. With Landeskog's knee, right? You just kind of get the sense like if he doesn't play this year, then his career is going to be over, but he can live a normal life and that sort of thing. You don't know what the toll is for concussions like that. You don't know what's the right number. Some guys, it's like 2 is too many. Some guys they can take 10 and be fine. Like, you just don't know.
Brett, there was a player here for the Avs named Jesse Winchester years ago.
I remember that name.
And he was only an Av for a short amount of time. And these things are really funky and really weird. And in fact, I saw him in Ottawa. He was a scout. I saw him in Ottawa last year, and I hadn't seen him in a long, long time. And he's doing great, which is great to know, right? Mm-hmm. I'm like, dude, it's so great to see you. And he's like, I'm totally fine. I'm great. But he went down against the Calgary Flames in a preseason game in Calgary, and it didn't seem that bad. And he hit the boards in front of me. I couldn't see, he was down, and I could just see like a skate because he was against the boards. And he tried to come back. And here's what was so weird. He would practice over at the practice facility, and he was great. I mean, he looked like himself. Everything was totally normal. Everything was fine. But when he got into a big arena, when he went to practice at Ball Arena, everything freaked out in his head.
Really?
Everything was completely different with his brain and with his eyes and with his perception. It's a scary, Vic, it's a very, how do you even say it? Unpredictable thing.
This is why coaches preach to these quarterbacks, and Bo Nix we know can run, right? This is why they preach, slide. Don't even think about taking that shot. Slide.
And I know what he was doing. I know exactly what he was doing. His team was playing like crap.
He wanted to
make
him.
a play.
Yeah.
He just got a giant contract.
Yeah.
He goes, I'll be the guy who provides a spark.
Yeah.
And then that happens.
Yeah, you can't listen. Instincts are instincts. If football players are going to make football plays for the benefit of themselves and their team. So you can't just take that out of a human being. But you understand why the slide has become so important.
Sure.
The one thing Patrick Mahomes is very adept at, he doesn't take a big hit.
I was thinking about that.
He doesn't take big hits at all.
Do you guys even have in your head a highlight in which Mahomes gets rocked? Like, it almost never happens.
Well, I mean, I remember the game where his knee was backwards, his kneecap here in Denver, but that wasn't a hit. That was just the result of being in a pile.
Right. Anyway, I'm freaked out for Tua because I like him. I think he's a great dude. He's a good quarterback, and I don't know what the Dolphins do. I don't know where he goes from here. It's just weird.
Well, it ain't. What's his name?
Skylar Thompson.
Skylar Thompson.
Reminds me of Breaking Bad. I just can't get that out of my head.
And I don't want to.
Skylar?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be offensive here.
He's not good.
Okay. But I can't have a quarterback named Skylar.
Well, T. Willie and Mama Kane came in. They flew in last night. We were watching the game. They're both Kansas State alums. He's former Kansas State quarterback. That. And I was like, your boy's not that good.
Yeah. And his name is Skylar.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened at Folsom Field last night?
Yeah. I did.
So what's the backstory on this?
Some dude was out on what was the name of he was out on Foothills, Vic.
Foothills Parkway and Arapahoe Avenue.
Yeah, so which is like a mile and a half. Yeah, he's in a pickup truck, right? And so he's banging in some trees, banging into a car, almost ran somebody over, then he takes off. I've been to Folsom Field a billion times. I don't know how you get onto the field from there.
Vic, I'm trying to think, where does he go? Oh, I know where he went.
Up by the Dow Ward, on the backside?
Did you ever run the boulder? Why am I asking you that? How about you, Brett? You ever run the boulder? Oh, why am I asking you that? The boulder, when you run it, you come through the gates at the top and you come down that hill into the stadium. That's the only access point, really. Or the other side of it, by Dow Ward.
Well, no, the side where the ambulance comes in by...
Yeah, by Dow Ward.
Yeah, by Dow Ward.
Those are the only access points.
So he must have come flying down the hill. He must have, because you got to go up the ramp past Del Ward and then, or actually by the oh crap.
So reading this story on ESPN.com, the driver of the truck struck several trees and a car as he fled and nearly struck a witness at the scene. Both Boulder police and University police tried to stop the driver before he rammed into the gate at Folsom Field, stopping the truck near the 40-yard line.
I don't even know how that's possible.
I don't know what
the
gate is, though.
I don't know which gate they're talking about. It's got to be the one by Del Ward. It's got to be.
Anyway, yeah, that's weird.
Hold on a second. Boulder police identified the suspect as Carl E. Hagland, 48, from
Arvada,
Massachusetts.
Oh, typical.
Mother masshole. We've got a mother masshole.
I don't.
Driving his
I know
pickup
that's
truck
okay to
all
say.
over.
I don't like when you guys say that. I don't think it.
I didn't say it.
I think it's okay to say, but I don't think we should say it.
I agree with you. I didn't say it. He did.
Don't say that word.
It's too close to the real word.
Yes.
Now, I know this isn't a funny situation, but did you see what Nate Kreckman tweeted out last night? He quoted the article and he said, "What song did they play after he drove onto the field?"
Oh, come on. That's pretty funny. Okay,
Nate
I won't.
is such a sarcastic
that would be
D.
funny.
I won't say it anymore.
Like if that just started blaring.
I won't say it anymore. But this guy, I mean, he's from Massachusetts. What's he doing in Boulder, number one? And how does he know?
He's trying to get out.
I guess. How does he know how to get onto the field? I mean, did he just take a wrong turn, Clyde?
No, that's what I'm thinking.
There's no way.
The amount of luck you would need to ram a gate, and it just happens to be the perfect one to end up on the 50.
It's hard to get into Folsom that way.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Again, Bradley Van Pelt at 8:20 this morning. Something happened, by the way, throughout the course of this week that I'm genuinely surprised by, because it's a pretty stark contrast from last year. We'll get to it next. Bradley Van Pelt in an hour will join this program talking about the game this weekend. You can go
BVP, baby.
Go and check out PhD. They're going to be out at Joe Willie's.
Well, I haven't been to Joe Willie's on Broadway. It's right south. It's right south of I-25 and Broadway, on Broadway.
It's literally a driving iron from I-25.
I hear that place is flipping awesome.
I do too.
So I think maybe Moj today, after my haircut, heads on over for some PhD.
From noon to 3?
Give me a little lunch. Give me a little brewski.
The guy is drunk.
I might meet you
maybe
there.
give me a little brewskage on a Friday. You never know.
I might meet you there.
Okay.
So Joe Willie's noon to 3. PhD is going to be there. Now, here's what surprised me. We played this clip towards the end of yesterday's show. Now, this was back, I believe, in August, this interview with Romy Bean, Torrey Horton, and Fowler Nicolosi, where they said this about CU. Sorry, Nelly. Put you on the spot. Give you a second. But it's not like this was 2 days ago. This was, from August, before the season started.
By the way, Nelly, I think the last 2 bites are the most inflammatory and the best ones. The first one by Horton is no big deal. It's the second one by Nicolosi and the third by Horton. Those are the ones we need to keep hearing because those are the ones that set the table for this game. And you need this. Listen to me, sports fans, CU, CSU fans. For those of you on the CU side that are unhappy, you need this. You need it.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
We all came here to play football. So at the end of the day, the millions of followers and fans that they then produced and got and celebrities that then jumped on their side because of who Deion Sanders is, at the end of the day, Deion Sanders ain't playing. It's those players playing. So those players better back up on what they speak about.
So what's unique about this, if there was any talk before the game, let's be honest, I think we assumed the talk would come from the CU side.
Yeah.
But it's coming from the CSU side.
Yep.
How do you interpret that? How do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, I like it. I think this is how it should be.
But no, hold on. But if CU players said this, would you like it? Or would you be like, oh, quit talking? Be honest.
I will. And I'll tell you why I think it's a little bit different for CSU. Because they're the underdog.
So it's okay for underdogs to talk.
Well, look. Do you think they've been called little brother about 1,000 times
Yes.
leading up to this game?
Yeah.
This is their way of like, oh, yeah, well, then we'll talk some trash too.
Well, even Coach Jay Norvell.
But
talking
does
to
it
Jim
do you
Rome,
any good?
He called himself, he even said, we're little stepbrother never gets a home game. We finally do, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if it does any good, but it provides the excitement. Brett, there was a time around here, again, when the Rams, when Sonny had it going, the Rams were a pretty damn good football team, and they thumped the Buffaloes 3 out of 4 years. Didn't thump them. They won 3 out of 4 years. One was a thumping. But BVP coming on at 820 today, dude, when he spiked that ball into Roderick Sneed's head, and Sneed chased him into the end zone and tried to put him down. He's like, we're not having. It was a real angry type of deal. It was really good, really good. And so I have no problem with some of this happening now, right before this thing gets ready to stop for 5 years.
I will say this. When I heard, I think it was more Fowler Nicolosi, but he was speaking as if they won the football game when they didn't. I understand they made it close and they made it a game, but he was talking like, see, we really surprised them. And it's like, well, you still lost. It's close. But here's what is really surprising to me, Vic. And again, I think it's different if this was 2 days ago as opposed to a couple of months ago or a month ago, whatever it was. But Deion was doing his coach's show with Mark Johnson and asked if he saw this clip. Here's what Deion said.
That's too easy.
Did you play that for your team? So they say?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. They wanted to. They asked me at breakfast. Coach, you saw what they said?
Right.
Yeah, dog. I did.
I remember last year when something was said like that. So Norvell had the quote, my mother told me when I speak to adults, I take my hat and sunglasses off,
Yes.
is what he said, right?
Yes.
And then About a day later, there was a video from CU's practice that emerged of Dion in the middle of a huddle after practice saying they done made it personal.
All right.
Dion's not taking that bait this year. He's not doing that.
Let me tell you how the process works. Who is in charge of those practice videos?
Dion is.
Who shoots them?
Dion Jr.
His son does.
So do you think things are being said during those practice sessions?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So what do you think is happening? They're saying, listen, let's not do that.
Don't put
year.
it out.
Don't put it out.
Well, they're just keeping it in-house.
Exactly right.
Like, there's no doubt in my mind. They're saying the same things.
They'll use it in the Amazon show.
Yeah, right.
They'll use it in the Amazon show, but they're not going to use it to rile up the opponent week of.
So, by the way, Dion Jr., remember that audio clip that we played yesterday of Shiloh at the coin toss where he said, we're about to roll your asses to the Nebraska players?
Mm-hmm.
Dion Jr. quoted that on Twitter yesterday. He said, I have hours of footage of actual coaches and players talking crazy to us before every single game, but I don't ever use it because that's how you're supposed to feel. And I won't post something that'll have somebody lose their job that's weak as hell.
You know, something just hit me as you said that. Have we ever had, in the history of college sports, think about this for a second. In the history of college sports, have we ever had 4 people in the same family intertwined, involved in a program like this? It's not just Dion and Shedeur. There's Shiloh. And then there's the other son who shoots everything, who brings it to life.
Yeah.
So all that stuff doesn't matter unless somebody's out there providing life on video.
Right.
There are 4 people intricately involved in this program from the same family.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it in any sport.
Trying to think. LeBron?
Well, now he is.
Does he consider Rich Paul a brother of his? You know what I mean? They're that close.
You're right. That's the closest thing we got. I mean, LeBron, let's look at it this way. LeBron is the Lakers now.
Mm-hmm.
He runs the show. He's the coach. He's the GM. I don't care if J.J. Redick's the coach. We know who runs the team. It's LeBron.
Yeah.
We know who runs everything at CU. It's Prime.
Yep. Did Belichick have his son was the DC?
His son was the DC.
Did he have another kid who was part of like the front office at the time?
Did he have a nephew? Did he have a nephew somewhere in the building?
His best friend was his analyst. Very similar.
Somebody said the Ball family in the NBA. They were never on the same team.
They're never the same squad.
They were just loud. Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is the only one.
Someone
Never
says
lost.
Sanders has 2 sons. Who is the 4th? His other son. His 3rd son.
Yeah. Dion Jr. is the one who's in
first.
charge of all the social media.
In charge of marketing, essentially,
correct.
for CU.
That is correct.
You don't do the video thing without his 3rd son involved.
Right. And his daughter plays basketball there.
No, she left.
Well, she did.
Yeah. But good on them, right? I would love to have a full family involved in one collegiate environment like that. But that's where things get a little muddied, is all I'm saying.
So, yeah, the other thing is, like, I think I'm going to give Dion credit here. I think it's really smart that they haven't taken the bait
100%.
and gotten into a war of words before
100%.
this game. They're in a place right now where I think they just need to let the football do the talking, right? Well, if they were rattling off 6 straight wins, then I think it's totally okay to do whatever you want. But you had a 5-point win against an FCS school to start the season. You got your butt kicked last week in Lincoln. This is not the time to be throwing out some hype videos about what you're about to do this weekend. Go and have a 24-point victory first, and then let that good graces start coming back in. I give them full credit. Because it would be very easy for them to do the same thing they did last year. And you know what? I think CSU kind of wants it.
Well, maybe, because they think they got a real shot to win. I mean, they went up against the Buffaloes last year. It was a very close game.
There's one distinct advantage, though.
They probably look across the way and say, they're not any better than they were last year, and we almost got them. Let's get them.
Advantage for CU this time around, and that is they're not going to take them lightly like they did a year ago. The mindset going into the game.
That's true.
Huge advantage CU for that alone. Last year, let's be honest, they were 27-point favorites in that game. Do we remember this? Huge.
Yep.
They did not take CSU seriously. Then they got smacked in the mouth.
We all thought heading into that game that was going to be over at halftime, didn't we?
Yes.
And CSU was not to be taken lightly. And they made that obvious from the very jump.
I love it. I mean,
But Vic's so right about this, Moj. There is not going to be a, hey, if we just roll it out there, we can breeze past these guys this year. Like, CU is going to bring it from the very start.
I truly don't know what Jay Norvell has. I know that he's been upgrading the roster year after year. This is year number 3 now. I don't truly know what the Rams have. Perhaps that game in Texas, I'm sure it was overwhelming for them. The Longhorns are incredibly good. So in regards to this game, I don't really know what they've got overall talent-wise and so on, but I think it's going to be a good game. And I bet that building is going to be insane.
I was right about something last week, by the way. I said the CU-Nebraska game would be the second highest rated game of the weekend, with the first being Texas and Michigan. Texas and Michigan got 9.3 million viewers.
A lot.
CU-Nebraska, 6.3.
That's plenty.
Third in college football last week was Notre Dame's upset that got 3.9.
Shut up.
But CU might average 5 to 6 million viewers a game. Like this one, I think is going to be probably upwards of maybe 8.
Well, don't you think some of that
prime time national TV?
I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching it. It's national TV. There's not a whole lot going on opposite it that is as intriguing. But they've got to win games. I think that as the season goes on, you seem to think there's going to be this drive-by wreck type of viewership for the Buffaloes should it all continue to crash down or whatever the case. I don't know. I just think that people will lose interest and go, you know what, they're not going to be that good, and they just tune out.
CU Sports Girl on Twitch writes in, and I want to get your thoughts on this. CU Sports Girl, I continue to find it highly amusing that CSU honks always pound the table. They are classier, while their coach talks smack. Their players talk smack. Their coach's wife talks smack. Their player puts Hunter in the hospital on a cheap shot, etc. Pretty classy program.
I don't know if maybe I just haven't been seeing it, that CSU people claim that they're classier. I don't know. Have you seen that?
I don't know. Is there a class meter? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the case.
CU Sports School, that sounds a little bit like projection to me.
No,
a little bit.
But she is right. And this goes back to what Brett said to start the show. This is how we're wired as human beings. When you're the underdog, you can tolerate more trash talk from the underdog for some reason.
Yeah.
I mean, humanly, you just do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that just me? Like, give me another example. Oh, Nuggets, Lakers. For years, the Nuggets were the heavy underdogs. So in my mind, it's like, it's okay to throw some arrows their way.
Yeah.
Screw them. Talk a little trash their way. I did.
You know, there's
after the fact.
But you know what I'm saying?
After the fact.
You know, that's the feeling. That's the if you're the heavy favorite and you talk trash, it's sort of like petty.
Well, here's the difference I'd make, and I'll make an analogy here. In a MMA fight or a boxing match or whatever, both sides talk trash before the fight.
Absolutely. Generally speaking, yes.
Generally speaking, both sides talk trash. But when McGregor does it and he loses, it's a lot funnier than the guy that he would knock out in the first round who did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Because you can't be fat and a bee, Moj. You got to pick one.
Right.
You can't be the ultimate trash talker with expectations and then lose because it makes you look terrible.
And like we say with the Denver Broncos, you can't be bad and boring.
Yes.
Pick one or the other. But you can't be both, and I don't want them to be both this weekend against the Steelers.
Oh, we got a nice CU-CSU brawl going on the Twitch comment section right now. I
baby.
love it. Day before the game. You know what? CU and CSU fans, CU and CSU alum today, you should hate each other. Today's the day to hate. All the way through game time tomorrow night. It's sports hate, mind you. So I'm not pushing, I'm not campaigning for hate, like real hate, but sports hate, it's okay.
What happens when a buff marries a ram?
When a buff marries a ram?
Oh, I'm sure it's happened.
Are you asking for the biological ramifications?
No. I'm not asking like Kyle Keefe.
You know what you get?
How do you make a snake with a lizard?
You know what you get? You get a bam!
I mean, if you know one of the marriage participants went to CU And one of the marriage participants went to school in Fort Collins.
What about it? What are you asking? Then they watch the game and they talk trash together.
It's a house divided. That's what it is.
That's what it is. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying that a lot of husbands and wives have sleeping on the couch at stake riding on Saturday. These split households. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I bet.
These inter-house bets?
100%. Like it. Your wife went to Austin, right? Where'd she go?
She went to the team that played Arizona State last night. She went to both those schools. Oh, that's ironic.
She went to
she transferred to Arizona State after starting at Texas State.
Really?
Yeah.
So she was it a Bobcat?
I think so.
What is Texas State's mascot?
Yeah, it's Bobcat. It is.
There was a kids movie that I watched when I was a child where the main character was a football player for Texas State, and I thought they made up the school.
It used to be Southwest Texas.
Yeah, it was something else.
So they did make up the school.
Well, they changed the
at
name.
that time.
Well, because do you really want two different directions in the name of your school? How dumb is Southwest Texas, Southwest Louisiana? Can we just change the names to something a little more standard?
Are there colleges that have two directions?
Yeah.
Well, there's a college called
Northeastern,
Northeast.
Northwestern.
Yeah. Northwestern, that's right.
Yeah, can we just chill out on all the directions?
What they've done.
What's next?
Do you remember the TV show?
South,
what if they
Northwest, Eastern?
What if they said up and over University? Up and over.
Do you remember the TV show Coach?
I never watched it. I've heard of it.
Starring my uncle Craig Nelson.
That's exactly Craig T. Nelson. Great dude, by the way. Super guy. Anyway, they were Minnesota State, which was supposed to be a fictional school, Minnesota State. Well, Minnesota State Mankato, known as Mankato forever. You know what they're doing now? What is Minnesota State?
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
And I'm like, no. You don't just change yourself to Minnesota State and you're all cool. You're Mankato.
Yeah.
You'll always be Mankato.
What about the
Don't give me this
states?
State crap.
What about the states that are their cities before this, like San Diego State? I never understood that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
You're a
totally
city
agree.
and you're dropping a state afterwards.
Yeah, don't do it. Metro State, let's get rid of the state. Hey, by the way, you talk about whose brains are in a pretzel.
Sacramento State.
Whose brains are in a pretzel this week? Our boy Derek West, former CU buff. His wife is from Nebraska, so he had that going on last week. His daughter plays volleyball.
Utah.
No, at CSU. Or softball at CSU.
Yeah, and another one plays volleyball at Utah.
He's got 3 pretzels going on.
Oh, D-Dub. Oh, that poor son of a gun.
That's rough.
Oh, that's right. You're correct. His wife is from the Corn. One daughter's a Ram and one daughter's a Ute.
He's all pretzeled out.
Damn it.
303-504-0925. Simple question here as we come back with some Broncos. How much does this game matter tomorrow? As far as, is this a big deal if the Broncos win or lose, or is this just another shoulder shrug?
Sunday.
Sunday. Sunday. Is this a big deal, or is this a shoulder shrug no matter what the result is? We'll get to it next. All right, get to the Broncos in a second, but a couple of texts here real quick, Vic. Go ahead.
Anytime you mention CUCSU, a family squabble is sure to follow because there's some inbreeding in our state. Not like my family's inbreeding. This is
just gonna say
collegiate inbreeding.
You can't throw stones, brother.
I understand. It's not as personal as our inbreeding. My actual inbreeding. This is collegial. CSU alum here, writes this texter. Fiance is a CU alum. We both graduated recently. Last year, she stormed the field with her friends, and I walked to the car alone. Damn near broke up with her. So it should happen. More coming across. Good morning. My husband is a Buff, and I am a Ram. We've been married 38 years. Good for you. Been surviving that. How about the ones that go to games wearing the opposite jerseys? You see that all the time, right?
Yeah, my wife was like a Packers fan when we first met. And I was like, well, this isn't going to work. She's fully converted now. And I'm just like, I don't think I could take it.
So she wasn't a diehard real.
It's just kind of her family was, so she was that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah. But I couldn't take it. No way.
What do you mean you couldn't take it?
The team that I hate the most in the world, if she was rocking their gear,
Yeah.
it would just like I would think she's ugly.
Oh, would you tell her that?
Be like, you look gross today.
Evan writes in,
Yuck.
My wife is a Ram. I'm a Buff. We fight over the kids' allegiances and then trash talk a lot. It sucks to be a CSU Ram. He got in the last word. Yeah, what do you do with the kids? How do you influence your kids if you're from each side? What do you do there?
I don't know what you do. I don't know. I would say, Brett, to you.
You say, honey, this is your life.
Mm-hmm.
You pick whatever you want to do.
But I don't want to make mommy mad.
But if you choose the wrong side,
I'm divorcing
Daddy's
your
gonna
mother.
go get a pack of smokes. Okay?
Hey, I got the cure. Say, honey, when you wear that Packers uniform, it makes you look like you put on about
Just gonna say
15.
Green and yellow, not your color.
That they really
not
they don't
color.
They don't flatter you.
So when we went
You
to the
look
Super
so
Bowl,
good in blue. That's so good.
so when we had a little shirt that was made up. My cousin Dominic and Daniela made these shirts. Super Bowl 32 when the Broncos played the Packers. That was the Super Bowl where I got 7 of my family members into the game, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
So we all went to that game together, and they all wear shirts that say, it's the Packers now, this Lombardi is a Broncos fan. Because if you're named Lombardi, people think, oh, okay, Packers.
I get it. Yep.
So this Lombardi is a Packers fan, or a Broncos fan. That's how you got by.
I kind of like it.
Yeah,
I like that.
But nobody would know
if you're a Lombardi.
your
I
name
mean,
is.
Dominic and what's
But you're telling them. I mean, let me ask you this. Why does anybody wear jerseys at games? Because you're telling people who you are. You're projecting. You want them to know where you stand, who you are. This is who I am. Look at me.
I don't know, man. Like you wear a Von Miller jersey, you're saying, I'm Von Miller.
No, you're telling people what side of the fence you're on.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is correct.
Can we get back to the question here for Sunday?
What's the question?
Here's what the question is. I feel like if the Broncos don't win this weekend, they could start the season 0-4. Pretty easy. And I think this is big. I think they need to get a win here. It's at home, and it's against what's probably going to be the easiest opponent of the first 4 games. Like, it's between them and Seattle.
This is not an easy opponent.
I said easiest of the first 4.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Tampa Bay. We'll see what Baker does in week 2, but he was throwing dimes in week number 1.
But
the
here's
problem
the
is
difference.
you've got to go on the road to their joint east.
Tampa on each side of the football has a Vita Vea or Levante David or a Mike Evans or a Chris Godwin, or you know what I mean? Like they got big-time superstar talent everywhere. Pittsburgh's offense is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, their defense is good, but their offense is bad. You're going to stay in this game.
Yeah.
Find a way to kick 6 field goals like they did
Denver's
last week.
offense is bad, too.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, you're having a matchup of at least kind of equal footing. Yeah.
Wando writes in, my wife's a bug eater, and I hate her guts. Okay.
As you should. But again, if they lose this weekend, is that a big deal to you? Or is this just the growing pains thing?
Well, maybe not if they lose, but maybe how they lose. Here's what I don't want. I don't want a collapsed season. I don't want one of these 3-14 type of deals. I don't want that. I thought they would be, above the over-under at 5.5. And winning in Seattle, I thought was going to be difficult. There are gettable games along the way. I mean, well, the Browns game is gettable. The Panthers game is gettable.
What week are you looking at?
Man, this is going to be tough.
What week are you looking at when you name those games?
Well, I'm looking at the Panthers game.
When's that?
Not till week 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. You don't want with
the Raiders. Is the Raiders game gettable? Week 5 is
you haven't beat them in forever. I mean, all I'm saying, Moj, is like you want to keep the sense of optimism with a rookie QB.
Agreed.
You want to keep that. If you start the season 0-4, that's not a very good start.
Correct.
And it's going to be tough to try and keep that together.
After a bad start last year.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you expect? We're going back to expectations. Well, are you saying this is a must-win game? Is that what you're calling this?
No, but I do think it's – look, here's what I'm telling you. The Seattle game, I shrug it off. Like, whatever, dude. It's the rookie's first start on the road. It's going to be tough. This game, compared to what they're facing the next 2 weeks, like, I don't want to have another season where it's like, we all know they aren't making the playoffs. It's not about that, but it's about keeping a sense of hope throughout the course of the year and striving to get better and all that. It's going to be difficult if you start in an 0-4 hole.
This game is entirely gettable. Even though you're a dog, Vic, even though you're a dog on the home field, this game is entirely gettable. Brett, you're completely correct. The Steelers' offense is going to do what it does. It's going to try to run the football. It's going to try to matriculate down the field. Hopefully you keep them to field goals like the Falcons did last week. It's just going to be two very similar teams on each side of the ball. But what I'm saying is I think Bo Nix can outplay the Steelers' offense this week.
I hate this projection radio because we did this last year. Did we expect the Denver Broncos to go to Miami and give up 70? Yes or no?
No.
Did we expect the Denver Broncos weeks later to go to Buffalo and win a game?
No.
It's an NFL season. Things happen. They're going to have wins this year that we never expected. And they're going to lose to teams we didn't expect.
Okay, so
and they're going to have plays where you're like, what is going on? That's the NFL.
So you're saying no matter what happens,
you'll
just kind of shrug it off.
Yeah, calm down. It's not. See, I'm going into this Broncos season the way I think you should. Anybody should. Just chill. They're not threatening to do anything this year. Chill. Develop the young quarterback. Make sure he gets better. And don't. You're overdosing on. Oh my God! If they don't win this week,
no. No. Can I give something to you? And I'll explain further why I think this is more important. If you lose this game, how does it look? Who cares? Answer my question. Answer my question. If they lose this game, how does it look?
They're 0-2.
No. Okay, I'll explain to you. If they lose this game, they're going to lose 16-13. Okay, they aren't going to lose 34-31.
Okay,
that's the Steelers
correct.
stink.
Yeah.
I want to see the offense play well.
So if they lose 34-31,
I'm cooler with it. Yes, yeah. I'm cooler with that. But that's not what the Steelers are going to do.
That's what I'm trying to get at here. Let's focus on the real expectations and the real show. Watch your young quarterback develop.
But
that's
why
the game this year.
That's
what you're looking for.
But at the same time,
but that's why I think this game is important because this is going to be a game in which there's probably not a lot of points being scored. Bo Nix gave you virtually nothing to really get excited about last week. I just want to see some of those things.
I'm reading this. Flax is right. This is one of those games where I might be asleep at half.
Maybe.
Remember, there were a couple games the last 2 years where I'm like, I couldn't stay awake.
That was more the middle of this season. That was not. You weren't doing that at the beginning of the season.
Give me. You know what? This should be the campaign for the Broncos all season. Put this on a T-shirt. Don't make me go to sleep. Keep me awake.
Yep.
Hey, Brett.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's fair.
Keep me awake.
Listen, this losing thing, I'm not overly concerned about the record, but losing becomes habitual and losing becomes expected. And if you trod through a 3-14 season while trying to develop your young quarterback, are you really doing him any favors? I know it's going to get better. I know they're going to be able to shed some of that Russ salary coming up, and you're going to get more players and maybe skill guys and get a high draft pick and all that. But losing you never want to get into the habit of losing, and losing is acceptable. Now, the reality says they're not that great of a football team, but man, I don't want to start 0-4 and get into this, man.
Oh boy!
We're going to have a crap year. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to.
You know what, though, Vic? You know what? No, this is what's so weird about what you're doing. You can't say it literally doesn't matter what happens every single week. They need to show that they're improving, and they need to win some football games this year.
Matters. The development of the young quarterback matters. Nothing else matters to me.
If the quarterback is developing, then you win football games.
Not necessarily. No, Peyton Manning developed. They lost.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter. Let me read.
Let me go back to something I said 2 days ago. Don't give me John Elway or Peyton Manning when discussing what you want to see from Bo Nix.
Okay.
It's not fair.
0648 writes in, I'm a 60-year-old man, and I've been a Bronco fan my whole life. But I'm also a realist. I don't expect the Broncos to win one game until they win one game. Let's get real, guys.
I agree with you. What does that mean?
It means you're projecting. You're doing what every talk radio host does. Well, if they don't win this week, then they're projected to start 0-6. That's not the way the NFL works. Again, every week is a different week. Nobody expected them to win at Buffalo. Nobody expected this or that. Just chill. You don't project the season based on 1 week.
This isn't projecting, okay? This is a gettable game at home that could matter.
You just told me to start this. Well, if the Broncos don't win this week, they could start 0-6.
They said 0-4.
Okay, come on. That's what I'm saying. Calm down on that. That's not what happens. Okay, you know that doesn't happen.
That's fine. But when you're playing at home, you got a rookie quarterback. It's a team in which is beatable. That is for sure.
Every team is beatable. They beat Kansas City last year.
All right. Can I not just play this game? Can I not do this?
You just said it. You're playing a game.
Yeah, because
it's a game. You're playing talk radio game.
Okay, so
here's what's going to happen. We're going to go to break, and we're going to beat you up.
Vic, when you say, CU loses to Nebraska, oh, God, now they might not make a bowl game.
This is different. This is different.
Why is it
this
different?
Is different.
That's the exact same thing you did. Really? You're playing the projection game.
Let me bring this up. Because of expectations. Expectations change everything. I'll ask our radio audience, dear radio audience, listening in Metro Denver and parts unknown via the app and on Twitch and on Altitude TV. And if you're driving around town today, stop your car and answer this question. And we prefer you answer it via text. Which game is more important this week? Which game is more important for each team?
That wasn't the question I asked.
You just said.
Hang on. You can ask that. We'll get to the answers next. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and that Broncos line has dropped from 3 to 2.5 against the Steelers this weekend for the home opener. The over-under sitting steady at 36.5. They have all the player props and game props that you could hope for as well in that game in Fort Collins tomorrow. 7.5 point spread on the Circus Sportsbook, and if you join the Circus Sportsbook right now, you'll find tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. There is no better app in the game. You want to throw some bucks on some games for some football this season. So jump on it right now. Download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Bradley Van Pelt going to join us in 20 minutes, so stay tuned for that.
Also today, noon to 3, at Joe Willie's on Broadway. PhD, broadcasting live. Think he may show up there, get me a sandwich and a coldie and hang. Hey, Vic, you raised a question before we went to the top of the hour there.
Mm-hmm.
Which game is more important?
Okay, can you say that in English?
Here's what you're completely.
I'm not trying to divide.
You know what they say? Which game? When they say this other game's.
No, what bothers me is that Powder over here, Brett, is trying to manufacture some intense reasons to. The Bronco game is such an intense week. If you don't,
nobody is saying that.
Oh my God!
No,
if you don't win
mixing
this,
it up.
All right, just stop for a second.
If we don't win this week, you could be looking at a major.
Stop for a second.
Calm down.
Do not say the word manufacture. I do not make anything up. This is how I feel. Okay, you can think it's stupid. This is truly how I feel. I don't make anything up.
You do say some stupid things.
That's totally fine. I don't make things up. Here's what I'm getting at. Like, I refuse to be in the camp that. Look, there is tempered expectations for sure. I don't think the Broncos are going to be good, and I don't think that you should be losing your mind if they aren't. But I have some expectation, and it's what you mentioned, Vic. The expectation is I want to see the young quarterback play well, and all of that factors into the conversation of what's your game plan look like? Can you run the football effectively?
Yep.
Can you protect him?
Uh-huh.
All that stuff matters.
Yep.
And in a game against Pittsburgh, which is gettable, and I don't think the point total needs to be all that much to win this football game, I have some expectation for this weekend. I think they should play way better than they did last week. That's all I'm saying. And that should result in a victory.
And if the Broncos lose?
If they lose?
Yeah, if the Broncos lose.
And the offense looks the same as it did last? Yeah, I think you can be upset about that.
Okay, so your upset meter. How will that change if I told you CU loses? In terms of just...
Well, I'd be happy for CSU.
I understand. I mean, I'm not talking happy, upset. I'm talking about the...
But you're asking a different question, Vic. You're asking which game is more important. Yeah, but no doubt it's CSU. That's not what I'm getting at here.
The intensity of the game Saturday night, all right, and I'm not trying to talk down to NFL and Bronco fans. I'm the biggest Bronco honk around, all right? But the intensity of the game Saturday night is about 100 times more intense than what's going to happen Sunday.
That wasn't what I asked.
At Mile High. So the game this weekend that you're going to watch with intense interest is the game Saturday night. Sunday is a game where you're still, let's see what we got. It's a let's see what we got game. That's all it is. It's not, oh my God, if we don't beat the Steelers, what are we going to do?
I don't feel like I was reacting that way, Moshe.
You weren't. Vic, here's the point. Is that you're not incorrect. Look, if the Broncos lose, I'd rather see them like Brett lose a high-scoring game and watch the kid do some good things. That being said, what I don't want to do, and I'm looking, they're going to be dogs in Tampa. They're going to be dogs in New York City. They're going to be dogs, probably not at home against the Raiders, but who knows? Maybe it's going to be a pick 'em. Yeah. What I don't want to do is get in the habit of losing and looking not good while you're doing it. The best part the Broncos have going for them, the best thing that they have going for them, and you should be happy about this, and it may be boring, but they don't have to get to 20 points to win this week.
So what you're saying
they don't have to, Vic.
All right, what you're saying out of the Bronco game, because I think the way Pittsburgh plays, you're right. If your expectation Sunday at Mile High is to see some high-flying 35, 32, let Bo Nix out of his cage, don't expect that.
Yeah.
If the Broncos are going to win this game, it's going to be 16-14.
Or 20-14 or something like that. And that's all I'm getting at.
What if I told you it is high scoring?
Awesome.
Great.
That'd be awesome.
Great.
Well, that's the thing about the NFL. You just never know what it's going to be.
But I'm just like, I think even after a week, I got a pretty good feel for what these two teams are and what they're capable of. Yeah. The Broncos don't seem capable of a 35-point game right now. And so if they're going to win this game, they're going to have to put up 20 to 24 points, which I think is totally doable.
They're not able to do it against this defense. The Pittsburgh Steelers defense will not allow them to get a high-scoring game. I promise you that.
Okay, I guess what
that's
I'm
how
saying
good
is,
it is.
Here's what I'm trying to say, and I've done a poor job trying to get my point across.
I agree.
This game, win or lose in the Bronco game, doesn't matter to me. What matters is how does Bo Nix play. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Now, let me talk about the game Saturday night. Win or lose matters everything. I don't care about quarterback development, safety development. I don't care about the other storylines because we're not talking about a rookie quarterback trying to learn on the job. The only thing that matters for the Broncos this season is developing that rookie QB. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's it.
Just to dovetail off that for a second, did you guys hear, I think there were promos running on this from PhD. Did you guys hear what D-Mac said about Shedeur a couple days ago? That he said if the offensive line can't protect him, he should think about just shutting it down this year.
I did hear that.
Yeah, I told him that was ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
You know why it's ridiculous? Because why bother playing football then?
Yeah.
What if guys? He said Travis Hunter last night. We did that After Dark program on digital social media. If you watch us every Sunday and Thursday,
I watched a lot of that. I thought it was pretty good,
I didn't watch it,
especially once Coach Sanford was able to get his stuff working.
You're okay. Anyway, as he said last night, if the Buffs lose Saturday, should Travis Hunter shut it down? And I looked incredulously at him. What is an incredulous look? How would you give? I can't understand that mindset. But there are those who probably believe him and think like him. Why bother playing football? Why bother suiting up? Why bother?
Not to mention, if the point to shutting it down was to protect your draft status, right? To keep where you're projected locked in.
Why bother playing the season?
I'll say, maybe this is hot takey.
Why bother going outside?
This is hot takey from me. I'll say this about Shedeur, because I don't think this applies to Travis Hunter at all. I think the the Buffs could lose every game for the rest of the year, and Travis Hunter will be a top 3 pick. I do. I don't think it matters at all for him. Shedeur does. And I'll say this. Agree or disagree with this, might sound hot takey. I think that some scouts probably look at some of the things that Shedeur does and says, and it turns them off a bit.
100%. You don't think NFL GMs look at a quarterback a little more deeply than they look at other positions?
Of course they do. And winning does matter for college quarterbacks. It does. I'll give you a perfect example. Joe Burrow started 2 years at LSU. His last year, we know what happened. He threw 60 touchdowns and won the national title. You know what he did the year before? 16 touchdowns and 5 picks. Do you think he's number 1 overall after that first year? Or when the winning came, and of course the numbers and stuff too, but he's the same quarterback. He didn't get that much better over the course of a year. Same type of guy. Like, that stuff matters. And I pointed this out multiple times, but 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first 12 picks, all of them had winning records and pretty damn good winning records. That stuff matters to them. And they will get very nitpicky for a quarterback who's not winning football games, whether it's his fault or not. They will. And I think for Shedeur, the last thing he should be doing is, oh, my offensive line's not good enough, I'm going to shut this down. They would, oh my God, he would sink so far in draft projections if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, how you handle certain situations matters. Now, they thought that Caleb Williams might lose some draft status by some of the things he said or did, and that didn't happen. He was drafted number 1 overall. Never changed. Never changed.
Teams will always look at the talent first and say, that's awesome. Do
you know what Caleb
Williams... You can mold the head thing.
Yeah, but do you know what he had on his resume, too?
They might not
trophy. They might not have won a lot of games relatively to number 1 draft picks, because I think he finished 7-5 that year. They put up 40 points a game, though. If Shedeur and the Buffs go 5-7, but they put up 40 a game, then you can overlook some of that stuff.
Not everybody's Peyton Manning, all right? And I think coaches, GMs, they all want the Peyton Manning type. Not everybody's going to be that way. Hell, Johnny Manziel did a lot of crap in college.
Yeah.
A lot of crap.
But he won.
Yeah, but he did a lot of crap winning.
Yes, he did.
And they took a shot and drafted him. Where was he number 1 overall?
No, he
Where
was
top 5?
9 or something like that.
I mean, his size probably impacted more than anything else, right? His size.
He was 22.
Was he really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, he was drafted later than I thought. And I wonder how much that impacted him.
Well, he had failed drug tests and stuff like
That's
that
what
during
I'm
the
saying.
combine process. But I don't think that's a concern with Shedeur. but in the sense of, how about this? An arrogant guy who still went number 1 overall, Baker. Baker was incredibly arrogant when he was in college. But again, he won a lot. They won a lot of football games, and he put up a lot of numbers.
Are you saying that NFL types don't like arrogance? I would blow back on that, because there's nothing wrong with being arrogant and confident. That's part of the job, especially that position. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is as arrogant as they get.
He is.
I mean, are you
I
kidding
think
me?
Aaron Rodgers' arrogance has gone next level since being in the league. I don't know if he was always like that when he was at Cal or community college or wherever he went before that. No, he did. He went to a community college.
I understand that. And then he went to Cal, where you really can't be arrogant at Cal because Cal's really never that good. They've had some good players come out of there. Obviously, Beast Mode came out of there. Aaron is out of there. They've had other guys that have played good professional. Joe Cap. Nobody knows that name.
Remember that fight Joe Cap had with that other older quarterback that was on stage? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. That was who was that?
The other longtime Hall of Fame quarterback, I believe.
Yeah, they got in a fight.
He was in a wheelchair, and he fought him.
I think he was in a walker.
Angelo Mosca?
Is that what it was? They were on stage and they got in a fight.
Old man fight.
Like super old guys.
It's tough.
They fought over the 1963 Grey Cup.
I knew Joe Cap back in my Bay Area days. Nice guy. Very nice guy. But that's beside the point. Nobody else would know him.
Exactly.
Right.
When you have to end it with that. Guys, I met Joe Cap. Huh. Hey, I met everybody. Hey, guys, I met Rob Lytle in 82.
That's great. He got cord back there. Vic, back to
who'd you meet?
Yeah.
I also met Joe Cap when I was. Actually, it was a big Angelo Mosca guy. We went out and got beers. Yeah.
All right. So for the rest of the show, just tell us who you met. Nelly, did you ever meet anybody of significance? Football player? And met him?
I'll tell you who I met.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
Anyway, this is why I said this earlier this week, Vic, and maybe not for the team overall, but for Shedeur specifically, I do think style points matter for them in this game. I don't think just a W will do it. You know what I mean? I think it's got.
I disagree. I think just win the game, survive the game. I don't care. I mean, if you're a CU fan and you win,
ultimately, yeah,
you win in double overtime like they did last year, or 9-3. Right? If you win 9-3, you know what it shows me? Your defense is looking good. Your defense is much improved. That's all. You win the game. If CSU wins Saturday night, this state's going to be on fire. Do you understand that? Does everybody? I don't think people understand what's going to happen if CSU wins this game.
Oh, well, it's going to be twofold. It's going to be a whole bunch of barking from the CSU side, which would be well-deserved and earned. And it would be, I'm telling you, the car crash effect for CU would be so intense. Like, Deion would be, it was, dude, if they lose this weekend, it's going to kind of feel like Russell last year, right?
Like
2 years ago. 2
near.
years ago.
Like, where the end is near. Just unplug it.
303.
Do you agree? I mean, are we jumping to conclusions? Are we?
No,
being
let me lay it out. Let me lay it out for you.
If CU loses, you might as well just unplug it.
Let me lay it out for you. If they lose, Coach Prime, and last year was just year one, he will be in a position that he's likely never been in his entire life.
Yeah.
Facing what he has to face, he's never, ever done this before.
He's
like
always
this.
been successful.
Absolutely.
Always.
And he was in control of his own career, obviously, as a football player and a baseball player. Chose to coach, but he will never have been in this spot ever.
Well, let's get another update on that. Bradley Van Pelt joins the show next. All right, going to be joined by Bradley Van Pelt here shortly, as he is going to break down this game, this huge game happening at Canvas. And guess what? He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
You know, every year about this time, our good buddy Bradley Van Pelt's phone is probably riddled with text messages. Oh, can we talk to you? Can we talk to you? Once a year, he is highly demanded, and this is that time of year. We welcome to the show.
Come on, man.
Bradley, how you doing, buddy?
Vic, is that all I got now?
I don't know what else to say.
I know it's the truth, though. You know, I'm gonna roll with the truth and say you're correct. This time of year, I am in demand, and for some unique reason, I got people that want to listen to me.
Hey, BVP, why do we talk? We talk about you every time this game goes on. I mean, the spike on Snead's head is etched upon everybody's mind. How much do you hear about that, even on a yearly basis or a weekly basis, monthly? How does that work?
Well, I'll tell you, if I didn't have children, I probably wouldn't hear about it. But because I have kids and because it's on YouTube, you know, my children know how to find it. So when they try to introduce their father to somebody, they bring up YouTube and they show this clip, right? So the clip is like lives in infamy, I think, because of the children and of my children. But yeah, it's very interesting. I'm still talked about up here in Fort Collins for some reason. They like to turn back the clock, talk about the good old days. I remind them that who's going to do the next play, right? That's going to live on for the next 20 years. So I'm trying to move on from the past, but the past still has me.
Are you going to the game tomorrow night?
Sure am. I've been up in Fort Collins since last night, and so we're getting the troops rallied and just trying to hunker down, get our minds right.
Are you doing anything special pregame, hype the team up? Are you involved at all?
Yeah, I am involved. Last year I was involved quite a bit, and this year I'm back. I wouldn't say we're, hyping up the team as much as we're trying to remind, kids. And I say kids because I was, one of these kids, right? Yeah. My early 20s and teens is, right now it's a mental game. It's how you prepare for the game. It's how you handle adversity, persistence. So, a lot of things are set, but what's not set is how you're going to approach it and what you're going to do when, the game starts.
Bradley, I saw you on the sidelines last year at Folsom because I was there as well. And we remember because CU was supposed to walk all over CSU. It was supposed to be a blowout. How intense was it on the sidelines? Was there a lot of talk? What was it like on the CSU side during the game?
I like to think it was kind of a quiet focus. I mentioned, just a few moments ago, I got to spend time with the team and what I reminded the kids, and which I think the kids kind of took to heart with Coach Norvell's words as well, and is that, look, guys, it's 4 quarters. There's a lot of excitement, and there's ups and downs, but you got to be quiet and just get to work. There's times to be excited, but you got to get back to work and play 4 quarters. So there was a lot of excitement. I think I could see it last year and remember it. There was a lot of quietness, but we didn't finish it, right? We got to the last minute. We just didn't close it out.
Bradley, with roster turnover and stuff like that year over year, is there things that they can look to in that game last year and take away from and try and implement this season, or is everything too new?
That's a can of worms. I think I can only imagine what they're going through with a bunch of new kids coming to Fort Collins for their first time, and some of the kids have only been on campus a few weeks. I think what you point to last year was the fact that you entered hostile territory. You managed to control the game. You managed to stay focused and quiet and just get the job done. So there's a lot that you can point to last year's game, and I think they did extremely well. But the glaring thing is you got to finish the game. You just can't play 3.5 quarters. You can't play 3.9. You got to play 4. So hopefully the young kids understand what happened last year, and for the players that were there, they have to understand that it's 4 quarters. You got to close things out, and you got to show a little grit.
We love this football game, and again, it's been such a part of our existence on Sports Worlds. But it's going to go away. And by the time it comes back in 2029, the Rams will be part of what we hope is the Pac-12, right? I mean, this is a pretty cool thing. We haven't had a chance to really talk to anybody. What's the vibe up there about going to the Pac-6 now and then eventually, hopefully, the Pac-12, and it's all revived and the Rams elevate themselves?
I think there's a long and great discussion about this. We were talking about it at dinner last night up here in Fort. We got a chat with our AD, John Weber. Coming from the Pac-12 region, growing up primarily in California, it's to me, the concept of Colorado State being a Pac-12 is just it's hard to believe. But I do know with a lot of these, the switches in conferences, and I think modern day college football, this is a move that not only did we need to make, but it's going to benefit us tremendously in the years to come. We were, as former players up here, we were quite frank with one another is that we missed multiple realignments to these major conferences. I think our era, the Sonny Lubick era, we weren't in the right position to capitalize on the success we had over, close to 2 decades. And that hurt us. This is the opportunity to kind of revitalize CSU's positioning in college football. It should be embraced. It should be welcomed, congratulated. I think it's tremendous. And it's kind of neat now to think that Colorado State's in the Pac-12, and I feel more connected to my university being in California than ever.
We are visiting with Bradley Van Pelt, CSU legend who wears out his phone every year about this time. Bradley, I remember coming up, I did a story when you were there. You'd skateboard around campus, and sports hate is one thing. Like, it's fun, but you used to party with the CU players. You used to go to Boulder. Yeah. You had a good time. Does your hate change from when you're a player to an alum? Like, do you hate CU more now or when you played for CSU?
Wow, hate's a strong word, right,
I know,
Vic?
but it's sports hate. It's sports hate. It's all in fun.
No, it is. No, and amen to that. I hear you loud and clear. For me, rivalry runs deep. Allegiances run deep. I'm still very tied to my high school and our local rivalries. I am extremely tied to CSU and the rivalries. That it hasn't left me. I walk around campus. I feel it in my bones. I'm ready to go. I want to play. To me, it's special. I think there's something unique about rivalries and college football. Even more so. And when you think about CU, this should be a yearly game. I think it's preposterous that we have somehow gotten away from the Rocky Mountain Showdown. Because, Vic, you remember the days where we were selling out, right? Yeah. Mile High in Invesco. And I mean, people are stamping their feet, 77,000 strong. That was bigger than any Sunday in Colorado, those Saturdays. So there's great history. I think somewhere along the line, it got lost for what I think is that modern college football about money and chasing the new shiny object. But this is an important game for the state of Colorado. It's important for the communities. I think it's wonderful, and I sure hope that they figure out how to get this on the schedule every year.
All right, strategically, Bradley, if you were to offer any opinion, how does CSU win this game? What do you need to see for the Rams to move ahead tomorrow night?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of this concept of persistence and grit. There's no way that the Colorado State Rams are going to persevere if they don't just stick to it and manage the emotions. They know they're going to be against a team that has extreme talent. There might be more talented, arguably in several position categories, but there's a difference when you play as a team for 4 quarters and you show persistence and grit. You can be a role model or you can be a role player. And I say that because, as I mentioned, you got to go make that block. You got to put your head somewhere. It might not look significant. You might not make the play, but you help the big play happen. And that's really important when you play sometimes superior talented teams, is you got to do your job. You got to do it every down. And if you get knocked down, you get back up and you get to it, right? You don't quiver and break down. So, key points for me, be persistent, manage your emotions, play 4 quarters. You got to show some kind of grit and resolve. It's, you're not going to win every down, but if you win more than you lose, you got a fighting chance coming into the 4th quarter.
BVP, one thing I've always wondered, this is a 2-part question. Number one, did Nick Saban recruit you as a quarterback?
Well, let's just say I wouldn't go on the limb that he recruited me as a quarterback. I think the staff was aware of my talents as a athlete and as a football player. Nick Saban was also on the staff of the 85-86 Browns, which my father was a part of when John Elway did the drive against the Browns. So I think there was some connection, but from a quarterback, no. Michigan State didn't want me as a quarterback, nor did really CSU. I know we've talked about it in several decades. But when I came here, they tried to, switch me. It was very simple. Let's talk about playing, Van Pelt. And do you want to be a backup or you want to be a starter? And I reminded them that I left Michigan State for the same reason, and just let me play. Just let me play football. And I give credit to Sonny Lubick and staff, because they went against their own intuition, and they went with my intuition. It might be raw, you look awkward, but I will win. I will give you everything I got. And that's what I gave them. I gave them everything I got. I think the results were good enough. And I guess some memorable moments were created.
Yeah, absolutely. Their loss was our gain here in the great state of Colorado. That being said, you've got a fine quarterback in Fort Collins who turned down an offer from K-State and all kinds of money to stay and play for Jay, which is very admirable. When you look at him and you look at the guy on the other side, we know what Shedeur's all about, but what do you see out of both these quarterbacks?
Well, I see, and I don't want to name names. I'm going to just go high level. What I see is there's a lot to prove on our side. We had a good season. Our quarterback, I think, had signs of brilliance, but there's a lot to still prove on our side. I think on the other side, now they have to not prove, they have to manage expectations, and sometimes those expectations on their side might not be warranted. I'm a firm believer that the other side has at times been overrated. And I think it's clouded their ability to focus and play. I don't want to give any ammunition for the other side, but we have things to prove. Again, the other side has expectations to manage.
He's not even called them by their names. He's not even saying CU. He's called them the other side.
Can I say one thing, though, BVP?
Like,
when you say overrated, in what aspect? And I know you said you don't want to go too far into the fodder realm for CU, but what is overrated?
Well, yeah, great question. I think the term probably is pretty general. I think overrated in the sense that when you are comparing, the other side to, some of the great teams right now, and some of the top schools, I just don't think it makes sense or justified. I think there's a lot of excitement, there's talent, but when you look at what makes a great team, it's not flash in the pan, right? And I think that's kind of what we've seen here is a mishmash, a big exodus last year, bringing a lot of new kids and just thinking that you can just recreate it with a snap of the fingers or, some magic. I think it does happen, but I don't think it's happening in this case. So when I say overrated, it's with respect. I spoke to our kids last year and I said, I have no disrespect for the other side. A matter of fact, I think a lot of the kids on our team might have wished that they were playing for the other side. And I said, that's okay. Because when I was coming through college, I wanted to play for the Buffs at one time when I was transferring schools, but I'm not. And I'm playing for the Rams and I'm on this team. And so don't disrespect and hate. We're not haters here. Let's go work hard. Let's go play. So, I don't want to say that they're overrated in a bad sense. I think that they have more building to do to become that top caliber team. Again, they're trying to manage expectations. Very different than Colorado State that's trying to go out and prove that they belong.
Love you, BVP. One of my favorites of all time. Have a great time tomorrow night at the game, and may we see each other on the other side someday soon.
I can't wait. Okay, thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for giving me my 5 minutes of fame here.
Absolutely. And someday I've got to find out from you what it was like playing football in Italy. I bet that was awesome.
Look, there's another episode there in conversation. It changed my life. I got cultured.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, brothers.
All right, see you, brother.
Bradley Van Pelt, former CSU quarterback, joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
Do you remember when Josh McDaniels referred to Jay Cutler as the player and never said his name?
Yes.
Like in extensive interviews, would never say his name. Well, the player, we think the player, this. It's hilarious. He wouldn't say CU.
Yeah, the other side is what he said. He actually,
I love this game.
He said, the other team.
I love this game. How can you not love this?
Here's what I love about the text line.
I thought, by the way, when I asked about the overrated thing, I thought he was talking about Shedeur. He was just talking about the team.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. That is correct. No, fellow Nicolosi, he thinks he's got a lot of proving it to do. And he's right about that. We know what Shedeur is. But I want to just get his thoughts on both those guys. But it's funny, all the Rams fans are like, man, this is my hero. I miss BVP, blah, blah, blah. And you see the Buff fans chiming in.
This guy's a punk.
They still hate his guts. Vic, it's
awesome.
It's been 20 years since BVP, 21 years since he was a Ram. Okay?
Do you understand that Mile High Stadium was sold out for those games?
Dude, sold the hell
No,
out.
you don't understand.
I mean, I wasn't here, but I know what sold out means, and I've seen the highlights
Are
of
you
it.
sure you understand this?
I think I know what that means. Yes, I think so.
It's the whole stadium.
Yeah.
When all the seats are
that's
all
what I
the
thought it
seats
was.
are
That's what I
sold.
thought it was. Yeah.
And
you
you-
guys are confirming what I thought.
And you can't get tickets.
Yes.
Are you
Can't
aware
get
of
in.
this?
Couldn't get in.
Couldn't get in the building.
Yeah.
Couldn't get
because
in.
I just
every
want to make
seat
you.
was taken.
I want to make you aware of this.
It's
Explain
just
it one
funny.
more time.
To this day, the Buff fans hate his guts. As you said, call him a punk. The spike. But it was really fun, and the Ram fans all love him. I mean, that's what this is all about. It's great.
I'll tell you this though, on the quarterback discussion, I really think last year CSU wins that game. I don't want to say easily, but not nail biter fashion. If Nicolosi doesn't throw 3 picks, if he takes care of the football, I think that game is very much
the
in
other
hand
thing
for
that
them.
we forget about is I thought strategically in overtime, because remember, CU opted to take the ball first in overtime.
Yeah.
Which is rare. Very rare. Usually you want to see what you need to do rather than what you're doing first. You give the opposing team the ball first, and that way you have the future of the game in your hands. I thought CSU should have gone for 2 and won the game.
Yeah.
End it. Don't take it to a second overtime.
What the Ravens were going to do to the Chiefs on
End it.
the opener?
End it right there. How cool would it be if game time tomorrow night, the CBS music plays, and the CBS whoever's broadcasting the game, the announcers. Welcome to Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins. Tonight, an in-state rivalry. This side against the other side.
These guys versus the other guys.
One thing I am curious about, and I think this is a must if CSU wants to win. Got to dominate the trenches, man. Like they're available for the taking. You got to make it. Maybe you can't make it look like what Nebraska did to them last weekend, but it's got to be something like that for you to have a chance, because you have to find a way to make Shedeur as uncomfortable as humanly possible.
Brett, we had a lot of very, very good quarterbacks come through Colorado in the last 32 years. I mean, a lot, right? And I can probably name all of them in succession, to be honest with you. When you look at the Rams, it's been a different story. There's guys who stand out. Moses Moreno was a great quarterback up there.
My brother played with him.
Did he really? Oh, my buddy Kev. Sorry about that.
Watch out, your Instagram live may turn on. You just dropped your phone.
My buddy Kevin just typed, BVP is blank and legendary, right? He's a big Ram. I think that Bradley Van Pelt may be, at least in the last 40 years, the most legendary quarterback in Rams history.
There's no doubt about it. It's not even a. This is not a.
And again, he went to the National Football League, and other guys have played in the league and been drafted. But he obviously played for the Broncos.
He single-handedly woke up a rivalry.
He did.
Do you understand? When you can do that, and I'm not going to call him Claude Lemieux because he was the quarterback. But what Claude Lemieux did to Avs Red Wings is what Bradley Van Pelt did to CUCSU.
Yeah, but before he got there, the Rams had won a couple in a row.
Understood. But he sparked a fire.
No, he did.
You know what fire is?
Brett, it was so friggin' fun. I don't even know how to tell you how fun it was. But he's got to be one of those guys for sure.
By the way, just quickly, a texter says, "I came in late, but did you ask BVP what that thing do?" Vic, you missed your opportunity.
Nailed it.
303-504-0925. Back up to this.
Saturday night, Fort Collins. First game of this rivalry at the Fort since 1996. How old were you in 96 there, Brett?
6.
I love it.
Yep.
How old were you in 96, Nelly?
2.
You remember that rivalry well, that game.
Oh, yeah. Who could forget?
Aren't you going to ask me?
I know you were 52 in
I was
96.
40. Kidding.
From the
It's
text
in my
line.
early 20s, you big dork.
Jason writes in, listening to all of you hype up 2 less than mediocre college football teams really tells the story of how slow sports week this is. Shut up, Jason.
Oh, I'll fight Jason
This
right
is
now.
all we got, baby.
Where is he?
And it's a big game.
Where is he?
And by the way,
It's not all we got.
This less than mediocre college football teams you're speaking of, I guarantee the ratings from this game, okay, less than mediocre, the ratings from this game Saturday night will eclipse all but maybe 2 other games on the college football menu. You want to make that bet with me, Jason? Let's bet titles, car titles right now. Bring your car title.
Wait, you're betting pink slips?
Yes. I'll pink slip you, Jason. I bet you these 2 less than mediocre colleges, as you call them, Saturday night, will outrate every other game in college football but 2. That's my bet.
It might be the highest rating.
Hold on.
That's my bet. If your definition, put it on the table. Pink slips right now.
Vic, are you putting your hog on the table?
My hog is on the table, my Vespa. Actually, no, I can't pink slip my Vespa. Are you crazy? Here's another one.
Should I text Jason right now on my phone?
Yeah, go ahead. This text comes in. Vic, you remember when BVP was with the Broncos? Yes, I do remember. He was a backup with that 2005 team and barely played because Jake Plummer took every snap that season. Remember when he was with the Broncos and we were producing Super Sports Sunday? He came in as a guest and you wanted to test his accuracy. So you had me wear a Broncos helmet, then put on a CU mini helmet on my head and had him chuck the ball as hard as he could at me. He knocked the mini helmet off clean. He did. May have loaded my pants, but it was a little fun. It worked. That was from Ron DePote, our old Channel 4 producer. I do remember that, Ron.
You know
I
what?
thought you said Rhonda. Ron DePote.
I really thought you said
DePote.
Ron DePote. Say Ronald DePote.
Sorry.
I was like, Rhonda? Anywho, the game, like, it's 7.5 point spread. Last year was 27. As this week has gone on, I'm giving CSU a better and better shot as this week has gone on.
I think it's dead even.
I completely agree.
If I were setting the odds to this game, it'd be even.
If they can win the line of scrimmage and not turn the ball over,
Mm-hmm.
I think they win. If they don't get both of those, like they need both. If they don't even get one of them, let's say they dominate line of scrimmage but lose turnover battle. Let's say that they win the turnover battle but lose the line of scrimmage, that they can't win. There's too much, like the difference here is if CSU just plays sound football, I think that can be enough to overcome what the giant advantage that CU has in this sense. CU can score like that, right? They can put up 14 points in 3 plays. They can score that quickly. So they're going to have to, like, not shoot themselves in the foot, because if they do, CU's going to take advantage of that like they did late in the game last year. But if they can play pretty clean, I think they got a really good shot to win.
I've got to figure out how this matchup predictor works.
Yeah,
because I truly don't know how it works. It's still at 81 to 19 in favor of the Buffaloes. It was 82 to 18, but it's 81 to 19. I don't know how it works, but it's only a 7-point spread, and I think this game is going to be tight game.
Can I ask you guys a general football question? Yeah. The sport of football is under siege in our country at many levels because of all the injuries, the safety concerns, and I understand that. You saw it last night on Amazon Prime. By the way, the Amazon Prime picture, is it just me, or was it really nice?
Pretty clean, yeah. Like,
They
shiny.
cleaned it up.
Looked good.
It looked good. Watching that game, if you are the parent, if you are Tua's dad, What advice would you give Tua today?
Don't
after
ever
he
play
left?
another game of
Is that-
football
is that
again.
what you do?
Yeah, dude, because his concussions aren't just, they don't look like your run-of-the-mill guy got banged. They look like he's having some sort of seizure.
Well,
they look really.
He had the hand seizure.
He had the arm seizure,
Yeah.
and then but he was twitching too. When he got up, he was twitching.
That's happened too many times.
It's happened too many times. It's exactly right, Brett, because the optics of it are incredibly scary because the body is convulsing. He has no control over his body. I would recommend don't play any more football. That's what I would do.
I heard Ryan Clark talk about this. So Ryan Clark played safety for the Steelers for a long time, and he couldn't play in Denver. Was that sickle cell or what was
Sickle
it?
cell.
Sickle
Yeah.
cell? And he said it was before a playoff game. And he was having a meeting with 3 different doctors and Mike Tomlin. And he goes, the meeting went on for a little bit, and Mike Tomlin just looked at him, and he goes, what the F are we doing?
Mhm.
If you're my kid, I'm telling you not to play.
Yeah.
If we have to jump through this many hoops, don't do
not
it.
worth
It's
it.
stupid. And he said it was just kind of an eye-opener where he's like, he's right. What am I
not
doing?
worth
What
it.
am I doing?
Yeah.
I think I'd say the same thing to Tua right now. Like,
Yeah, I mean, if
you
you-
made some money, dude, but this is getting pretty bad.
If he were my kid, I'd do the same thing. Listen,
And again, just last thing on this. The difference to me, Vic, is if he's standing in the pocket, I mean, it's not all that different. But what emphasizes it for me?
if you
he's
see
standing-
helmet to helmet, then it's like, okay.
If it's helmet to helmet, it's like, okay, I kind of get it. He got tackled. That's all that happened. He got tackled.
It was just an awkward situation.
I mean,
And-
his head did snap against the body and the arm. His
Yeah,
head did
but
snap
it didn't
sideways.
It didn't look like it would lead to a concussion.
No, I
is
mean,
what you're
it-
saying.
it-
Most
you
that
wouldn't
tackle
think that it
happens-
would,
That
yeah.
tackle looks like it happens 15 times a game.
Hey,
You're right about that.
The reason why this is a big deal today is how the rest of the league reacted. Not just viewers, but players, coaches, former players. Manti Te'o, who doesn't he do a gig with NFL
On
Network?
Good Morning Football now.
He's on Good Morning Football. He saw it real time. This was his reaction on the show this morning.
When you watch a young man that you've known since you was a little boy go out there, you know, yeah, is it hard for me? Yeah, but I can't imagine how it is for Uncle Nalu and Auntie Diane to watch their son again go down. And, you know, Calais mentioned it was so good to watch him stand up. For somebody that's been in that situation who have had a concussion, I don't even know if Tua's there as he's walking off the field. Like, there's been clips of me after concussions getting off the ground and walking off the stadium, walking into the locker room. I don't remember those walks. Nope. It's like I wake up. I remember when it was a playoff game against the Broncos, I got knocked out the second quarter of that game. I got up. The camera footage shows me walking to the locker room. Kyle, I didn't wake up. I didn't come to until the fourth quarter. It was 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and I was sitting in the locker room trying to figure out why am I in Denver. And so to see my brother Tua go down like that, it really just makes me, I want the best for Tua, the man, the father. He's a father of 2 now. I want him to be able, not today, but 10, 15, 20 years down the line, to be able to raise his children, to be able to walk his daughter down the aisle. That's what I want for Tua. That's true joy. And I know the competitor in Tua, everybody, like how Jamie talked about, slide Tua. Like, I was saying the same thing, bro, just slide. But knowing the competitor in him, he wants to win.
Manti Te'o on NFL Network. And listen, every player who's played in the league has either suffered a concussion or unknowingly suffered a concussion.
Yeah.
Because that's football. Now, I'm getting a lot of texts saying he should have wore a Guardian cap. I'm not sure if the Guardian cap would have prevented it.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, it wasn't.
Who knows?
It wasn't a helmet-to-helmet collision. It's the way his neck was jostled.
By the way, guys, the Guardian cap doesn't prevent all concussions. They think it minimizes it by like 25% or something like that. Is
more
what they
than
said.
that. I think more than that. but who
40%.
knows?
But they aren't like it's not that they don't happen if you wear one. And especially for somebody like him, where they seem to come pretty easy.
I've given you anecdotal things from the NHL for concussions, where things seemed very innocuous, and they turned out to be career enders. There's a guy. Hey, Vic, remember this quarterback, Kerwin Bell?
Oh yeah.
Well, when he played in the
Sure
CFL
do.
for the team I was doing games for, he got knocked pretty good late in the second quarter. He played the entire second half of football. And when I tell you later on that week, he had no recollection of playing the second half of football. He had no, but this is the way that brains get injured, man. He had no idea he played an entire half of football. No clue.
Who's the quarterback that we talked to a couple of months ago that got smoked in an NFL game, and he was talking about that he couldn't call the play correctly or something like that later in the game?
Yeah,
who the hell was that?
Yeah, who was that where he was saying the wrong things?
We spoke to a quarterback on this show.
Yeah, former quarterback a couple months ago.
Steve Berline.
Steve Berline.
It was
That's
Steve
who
Berline.
it was.
Yep. Where he was calling he's calling plays from high school.
Yes, he said I was calling high school plays in the
and the guys are going like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would tell him, Vic, don't ever play football again. That's what I would say. Get your insurance settlement and ride off into the sunset.
Last thought on this. I think it's fair to say that some people, just like knee injuries, are more susceptible to these kind of things.
For sure.
Right?
Yep.
Genetically speaking, maybe you have a harder head. I don't know. You're more susceptible to it.
You ready to hear what Pittsburgh has to say?
Yes, Mike Defabo, Steelers beat writer for The Athletic, joins us next.
Hey, you want to serve awesome meals and save money doing it? We already know that right now you could really use that. How about 20% off at Centennial Cuts right now? You go to centennialcuts.com, put in the promo code Mosier, that's Moser, and you've got it right at this very, very moment. I'm talking about the best beef you've ever tasted in your entire life. It's even served in high-end restaurants like Velvet Cellar and A5 Steakhouse downtown. They know the quality, and it's a Colorado business, been in the cattle business for generations here in the great Centennial State. They've got unbelievable individual cuts. I talk about it all the time. I'm going to be grilling all through the fall, all through the winter, but they've got the multi-size bundles, premium. Now you can get small little bundles. You can get big bundles. They've got the flavors of beef jerky that'll blow your mind, the sausage, even pet treats. And I always tell you the best part, it's delivered right to your front door. You don't even have to go and get it.
I want some of them meats.
Well, I'm going to get you some of those meats. You bring those jackets on. Go to centennialcuts.com. Get yourself some of the best beef you've ever had in your entire life. You'll be proud to serve it to your family and friends. 20% off right now with promo code Mosier, Moser, at centennialcuts.com.
I have a lot of amazing friends from there. You know, I think about guys like Cortland Sutton, Jaleel McLaughlin. I think about guys like, you know, obviously Garrett Bowles, you know, a guy like Ray Jackson, you know, guys like Javonte Williams, different people that I've played with that I really respect. You know, there's so many guys, Dolchich, and just so many other guys along the way, Quinn Miners, you know, and DJ Jones, you know, I just, you know, there's a lot more, but I just think that for me, it's always about relationships. I think I've been able to build some cool relationships with those guys and people. But most importantly, you know, we gotta strap on the black and gold and go win. And I think that's our mentality. And we'll be ready to go. I know they'll be ready to go too. And it'll be a great atmosphere. You know, it's a tremendous atmosphere. And I'm looking forward to just, you know, going there and just playing a good game.
Well, that is Russell Wilson
naming the entire offense.
Yeah. Well, hang on. As we go to the Ramos Law hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Mike Defabo, Steelers beat writer for The Athletic. Mike, thank you for joining the show, first of all. Second of all, he's only been there a short time, but has he continued to list every player that he loves on his team in every answer?
Well, first of all, guys, if you would have kept that clip rolling, he would have mentioned your names as well. You cut that part out of it. But yeah, absolutely. We were thinking of keeping a running tally here in Pittsburgh of which guys he named the most, because every time you ask him a question, it is the same thing. Well, I came here because of TJ Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick and Cam Hayward. And, you know, we've got some great guys on offense, George. And so, yes, very much so. You ask him a question, you get him reading the roster off to you.
Is there any chance he plays? I mean, we don't expect him to play, but could they surprise us by Sunday?
I would very much doubt it for a couple of reasons. You know, first of all, when he initially injured his calf, this was before actually preseason even started. It was the team's conditioning test. It took him 3.5 weeks to then appear in the second preseason game. And when he appeared in that preseason game, he admitted that he was less than 100%. And Arthur Smith also said that they called plays specifically to kind of protect him, knowing that he was less than 100%. So, you know, I would very much doubt it. I think that all this talk of like, oh, we're leaving the door open for him and we're going to see how much he can do, that to me is gamesmanship. I would very much expect Justin Fields is going to be the starter. Kyle Allen, I think, is going to be the backup. And I would expect Russell Wilson to be the emergency third quarterback.
In his gear with eye black on and hyping up the sideline. That's really cool.
He's technically active.
Okay,
though.
Enough of Russ, though. Mike, when you look at what the Steelers did in week one, I watched that entire game. Obviously, the 6 field goals probably a concern for them. But we were talking about Fields with his wheels, his legs, actually might be the scarier quarterback to face with a Pittsburgh offense that's not really up to speed yet. Take us through what you saw in week number 1 and what do they do well, what do they not do well on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, the Steelers have a very clear identity. You know, in hiring a guy like Arthur Smith, they're going to be a team that wants to run the football. And basically, it's going to be run the football, add in just a little bit of play action to add that different element, which is what you saw. And what I felt with Arthur Smith is he was working around some of Justin Fields' limitations. Justin Fields, with the ball in his hand, is an electric athlete. You know, he might be the best player on the field when he has the football and he has some open space. But when you ask him to operate from the pocket and, you know, play with precision and with anticipation, you know, that's where he struggles. So that's where you saw a lot of quick sideline type of throws, you know, trying to set things up, make it easy for Justin Fields, and then adding in, you know, some of these running elements. And we saw some very unique runs. Like in a very critical moment, the Steelers called a quarterback counter where it was a designed run that Justin Fields was going to get it, and he ended up picking up 5 or 6 yards to pick up the first down. So, you know, I think the Steelers, they can benefit from even leaning into Justin Fields' mobility even more, I think, and kind of doubling down on their commitment that they're going to run the football.
You know what's ironic, Mike, is by far Justin Fields' best game last year came against the Broncos. Now, granted, it was as a member of the Bears, but he threw for over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns in that game. Do you think that they look back at what worked in that game, albeit in Chicago, and try and implement that this week?
I mean, I think that they could definitely do that, but these are different teams and different challenges. You know, one thing that I think is going to be big for the Steelers is they only really have one wide receiver in George Pickens. And he had a very good game. They hit him on a number of deep balls, and that was basically the explosive element that the offense was missing. But with Pat Surtain, I would imagine he's going to shadow George Pickens, and if he could take him out of the game, I think that it's going to be very difficult for Fields to throw the football like he did in the game that you're mentioning. And I think that they, instead are going to have to rely on the ground. And I know a big central focus for the Steelers is against a pretty good Denver defensive front. We have to get ourselves into third and manageable because, Denver Broncos blitzed on 50% of their of opponents' pass rush or passing situations last week. And if Justin Fields is back there getting harassed, being blitzed, showing all these different looks, I think he could be in for a long game. So getting into those third and manageable. So, I think the Steelers are going to be a team that runs the ball on first down, probably runs the ball on second down, tries to get in those third and manageable, and that's going to be their game here.
Does Mike Tomlin intimidate you at all at those press conferences?
Well, he just doesn't answer our questions. It's kind of like you ask him a question, you get a riddle in response.
Yeah.
And,
I love it, man. Mike, I absolutely love it.
I mean, here's what I'll say about Mike Tomlin is players play for him. All of the Tomlin cliches that get old in Pittsburgh, don't seek comfort and, we're going to cut our eyelids off. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off, those kinds of things. You could tell the players are listening to him because they'll repeat his same cliches to you. These new guys who haven't heard him for 17 seasons. So, he has a knack for getting guys in their 20s to believe and feel like, even when they have the inevitable tailspin that seems to happen every year, that everyone's against them and that they're still a good team. And so he has the pulse of his team. He's a great psychologist. And I think that more than anything, that's what makes him a good coach.
Just to get a pulse of the people in Pittsburgh, do they view this as an easy game? Do they think they'll waltz in here and get an easy win?
There's going to be a lot of fans here, by the way, Mike.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of terrible towels here at Mile High Stadium, which embarrasses the hell out of me.
But do they think this is like an easy, we're going to walk in there, grab a W, and go home?
Well, I think Steelers fans who are knowledgeable should understand that there are no easy wins with this team. I mean, for the last couple of years, the offense has really been broken, even dating back to Ben Roethlisberger's last season. And their formula really has just been like, we're going to get you in a low-scoring rock fight. We're going to hope that TJ Watt wrecks the game with some type of game-changing type of turnover, and we'll do just enough offensively to squeak by with the win. And to me, it's like regardless of opponent, that's always been their formula. And so to me, I feel like the Steelers, I don't expect them to really contend against like the Chiefs, but I think they could stay close with a lot of teams. But I also don't think that they're good enough to think that any team is an easy cakewalk on their schedule, no matter what that team might have done or what kind of transition phase they might be in.
And everybody talks about Watt, and rightfully so. I saw him last week. He was an absolute beast. But when I watched that game and I watched that entire Steelers defense, the defensive line, the front seven were terrific. The secondary was good. I mean, what kind of defense are the Broncos facing on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this could easily be one of the best defenses in the league. You look at what they did last season. They were sixth best in scoring, and they did that even though Minkah Fitzpatrick, their ball hawking all-pro safety, missed half the season with an injury. And even when he was healthy, because of injuries, he was forced to play in the box more, didn't have a single turnover in any form or fashion. And that's been his calling card. Then you look at their other star player on defense, Cam Hayward. He had a training camp injury, so he was less than 100% when he was out there. And then he missed half the year with an injury. Yet, like I mentioned, this defense was sixth best because they have a guy like TJ Watt. And so, their whole team in defense is predicated upon pressure. The whole philosophy is that the coverage and the rush have to work together. And by the time you have an opening in coverage, there's TJ Watt bearing down on you. So, I think that you look at what they've done this offseason. They made a number of upgrades to the secondary, adding a guy like Deshaun Elliott at safety, Dante Jackson at cornerback. And then they have a lot of rangy inside linebackers. And that was a position group that was one of their biggest weaknesses for years upon years, ever since Ryan Shazier suffered that unfortunate career-ending injury. Now they have two guys in Patrick Queen and then a rookie, Peyton Wilson, who should get a ton of snaps, that are both that matchup coverage linebacker that you could play in sub packages. So they'll be in nickel a lot. They'll be in sub packages, but This is a pretty fierce defense without a lot of holes on it.
Good stuff from Mike Defabo, who covers the Steelers for The Athletic. Mike, are you from Western Pennsylvania?
Well, I hope you could tell from the accent that I am actually from. So if you want to know, there's a lot of Pittsburgh words, yins and worsh and red up, all kinds.
But here's the only way to tell, though. Here's the only way to tell. Here's how I vet whether people are from Pittsburgh. Name for me the greatest motion picture ever made that was based in Pittsburgh, PA. Name for me that movie, the title of that movie.
Sudden Death. Is that what you're referring to?
You're obviously not a Pittsburgh man.
He would be looking for the classic Flashdance.
Flashdance, Mike.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There's actually there was also The Dark Knight, filmed in Pittsburgh.
There was,
Not exactly Flashdance.
Mike, we have.
Well, let me at least, since we're doing Sports Talk Radio, I at least have to get to argue my side of this. Sudden Death is a great movie, and in the movie, the dude dresses up like Iceberg, the mascot, and I mean, I feel like if your leading character is dressing up as a mascot, that already vaults you near the top.
At the igloo.
It's a good argument.
It's
a good argument.
Mike, she's a welder. She's a dancer, and she wants to win.
Mike, one last thing before we let you go, because you're sitting right now in the Pitt practice facility, I'm assuming. Is that what it is? The Panthers?
Steelers and Pitt, the Steelers and Pitt both share.
Oh, they share.
So this is the indoor facility right now. The Steelers are outside practicing as we speak.
So maybe you don't follow these guys closely or whatever, but just out of curiosity, Pitt is in the ACC. The ACC is one of those conferences that very well could have a shakeup sometime soon. Is Pitt nervous about this, about where they would fit if you see Clemson or Miami or Florida State bolt for another conference?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not close enough around it to speak knowledgeably about it. But, Pitt's in a very interesting place. This week, they actually fired their athletic director, Heather Lyke. And so they're in an interesting spot right now. There's always that jockeying for position within college sports, changing conferences and stuff. I feel like here, I guess the narrative is like Pitt was known as a basketball school, I always thought. And in the old school Big East, and then it was the quest for trying to get football money that caused them to go to the ACC. And so I think they're one of the numerous teams that's kind of trying to figure out where they fit, because a lot of their rivals, aren't ACC rivals. They're playing the backyard brawl this week against West Virginia. That's their rival, but they're not in the same division or same conference as them. So it will be interesting to see where Pitt ultimately lands in this whole, moving picture that is college sports.
Oh, my daughter goes to Cincinnati, and she was crying her heart out after last weekend. So you got that going for you.
Neat.
I couldn't believe I got on my flight to head out to cover the game, and it was 28-0 or 27-3 or something like that. And then I land, and they say, no, Pitt came back and won. I couldn't believe it.
Wow. That's wild. Mike Defabo, Steelers beat writer for The Athletic. Appreciate the time, Mike. Thank you, buddy.
Mike.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
It's Mike Defabo, Steelers beat writer for The Athletic, and he is brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline.
You know who he looks like a little bit? And I'm not sure if he can still hear us. He looks like Carmine Barzotto from The Bear, the series The Bear.
A little bit.
Doesn't
yeah. I don't watch the show, but I know you're talking about
looking
a little
at
bit.
I want him to make me some rigatoni or something, or
That's actually
a beef sandwich.
That'd be a huge compliment to him. I guess he's found as super attractive. I wouldn't know.
Who is?
That guy that you're talking about, the guy from the show. I
chef?
guess he's some hunk to people now.
Thank you, Chef. You refer to me as Chef.
Yes, Chef.
Thank you, Chef.
By the way, just so you guys are aware, this is what's happening this weekend, including at 5:30 today. Boulder.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Shut up, Chef.
Boulder at Fairview High School. We got Raj and Sanford going to be on the call. That's going to be at 5:30. And then tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning, pregame coverage starts for Bama in Wisconsin. 5:30, it's Wyoming versus BYU on 9:50. And then the Rapids take on Portland. Those damn Timbers at 7 o'clock tomorrow as well.
That's a heck of a start to the weekend.
And then Sunday, Bucks Lions, 10:30 in the morning.
We are your radio station for football, literally at every level.
Every level. All day, every day.
Way to go, Chef.
Day?
Yes, Chef. Thank you, Chef. 303.
What is the Bear? What are you talking about?
It's a show on FX.
Never
Why
heard
is
of
this
it.
so hard? It won like Emmys.
It's like all over
How
the
do
place.
you have time to watch all this crap? I'm watching sports.
Because-
I'm doing my
no,
job.
because-
You guys are just flitting around. You have no lives. Obviously, you're not.
Hold on a second.
You know why- you know
shut
why I can
Turn
do
his
this?
mic off. Turn both their mics off. I have no life, is what Mosher said as he goes, I watched your whole podcast yesterday.
Exactly.
Vic. What a loser
He's
you
spending
are.
time
What a
watching
loser.
me and
You
D-Mac.
talk to him every day.
Why would
and
you watch me
the
and
entire
D-Mac?
thing?
What kind of loser watches
You're
me and
a
D-Mac?
loser, bro.
What
a loser.
I watched it for Coach Sanford, and he had technical problems.
God.
Wow.
My
Great
wife doesn't even
excuse.
watch.
Watch the bear cook. Woo-hoo-hoo. Back after this. Obviously, a huge weekend of football, and we kind of laid out the weekend that will be here on this station, starting with tonight, 5:30, Boulder at Fairview High School with Sanford and Raj on the call. So
I'm going to be doing a high school game coming up in October, and I can't wait. I love doing high school football.
So do I. I'm doing RV Valor on the 27th.
That's going to be awesome.
I should have done Cherry Creek and Millard North.
You should have. Should have flown back to Omaha so Creek can bury him.
So something I want to say, though, about the Broncos game coming up. We just talked to Mike Defabo, Steelers beat writer. But can I make one specific request? This is all I ask for. Well, not all I ask for, but one of the main things I ask for from the Broncos. Is this fair? I don't need both. I just need one. Can we make a concerted effort to get either Greg Dulcich or Marvin Mims the damn football this weekend? Can we just try? Just try.
Especially Mims, if you're going to try to establish the run, okay, and you're going to bang it inside with Javonte, you're going to bang it inside with
basically
Watson's
you're going to bang it inside. That's what you're going to do. A lot of banging.
All right,
Yeah,
that's fine. And I know Jaleel McLaughlin is going to be their third down back on a lot of occasions. Give me a reverse to Mims. An end around.
This is what I wanted to make clear to
End
people.
around.
When you look at some of the fastest guys in football, when you look at now Xavier Worthy, who's on the Chiefs, how did they get him involved? They gave him a reverse and he took off for a
fly
touchdown.
sweep.
Jamison Williams in Detroit, one of the fastest guys in football. They don't throw the ball 60 yards downfield to the guy. Do you know what you do when you have somebody fast? When you watch Tyreek Hill, like Tyreek Hill has the deep balls, but what else does he do?
He catches the short patterns and takes off, right?
To get momentum in an open space, and then you let the speed take over. Like, Mims doesn't have to go out there and run a fly route every single time. Get him the ball on a slant and see what he does in open space. Or like Vic said, get him a ball on a reverse with a couple of blockers in front and see what happens. Like, I don't think that's that hard. He's the only guy on this team with real raw speed. Make it work.
We talked to Leggy yesterday about it.
He had one target last week.
I know,
Raj.
and he said basically... There's the only explanation that I can think of is that he's not trusted by the coach and the staff. We're not there at practice every single day. We don't see behind-the-scenes stuff. There's something that he's not doing that warrants him not being on the field that much and certainly not getting targets, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Now, I guess we can ask Sean about it on any given day, but maybe the kid just has to play his way into the lineup more. I mean, I don't know. He's got something you can't teach in that speed. I don't know why he's not even a decoy, but maybe the coach says, you know what, even if he's out there, they know we're not throwing the football at him, so it's not going to work anyway.
At the end of the day, we would just like to see Marvin Mims do that thing.
Do that thing. I want to see what that thing do.
I want to see what that thing do.
By the way, speaking of wide receivers who are pretty fast, the Chiefs thought that they had, along with Xavier Worthy, another guy that could bolster their receiving core this offseason in Marquise Hollywood Brown. Well, he is going on IR, and he's having surgery. So he's had at least another 4 games and potentially more, according to Ari Merov on Twitter.
It's not going to make a difference.
It's not according to Ari Merov. That's according to a reporter who Ari Merov aggregated.
Sorry. That is from Jordan Schultz.
Thank you.
Is it going to make a difference with the Kansas City Chiefs?
No.
They'll just replace him with somebody, and you'll go, who is that guy? And you go, oh, wow, that guy's good.
You saw, we were all talking about Stephon Diggs. Oh, man, Stephon Diggs is not in Buffalo anymore. What the hell is Josh Allen going to do?
Well, Josh Allen had a good time last night.
Oh, you think so?
Josh Allen?
Hey, what's he going to do without Stephon Diggs? That offense is going to look like crap. Oh, wait, hold on a second. James Cook is going insane, not only on the ground, but catching the football and running 17 yards for a touch. I mean, he just turns these guys into guys. That's what they do, right?
Yeah, almost every time.
And then Josh Allen, and it wasn't a crazy game, but he didn't have to be crazy. I mean, they had a big lead, and they just sort of just chilled. That's the way to do it.
By the way, speaking of the Chiefs, I think the game of the weekend, despite how bad they looked in week 1, it's Cincy, Kansas City, right?
It's got to be, because Cincy sort of has Kansas City's number. They are the kryptonite.
And they're notorious slow starters to the season. They always struggle out of the gates. Give Jamar Chase another week where he actually practices instead of holds out for a contract, and I think that's going to look a lot better. And it's in Arrowhead, so it's going to be tough. But that game's at 2:25 on Sunday.
Cincinnati, for some reason, is easy for me to. I root for Cincinnati because they've always been sort of they've not been a threat.
Yeah.
They've never threatened anyone. I mean, outside of the days of Boomer Esiason, Ken Anderson.
Well, they were in the Super Bowl.
I understand, but like historically, what kind of a threat is Cincinnati? They're not.
Are you guys buying into
Icky Woods, right? Was it Icky? Icky Woods.
Are you guys buying into there's a new hot take going around NFL circles now where a lot of people on TV and on Twitter are selling Joe Burrow stock. They say he's overrated. He's not as good as we make him out to be.
I disagree. I just think he's a slow starter.
Yep.
That's all. He'll get going. He'll be fine.
He's got to stop getting hurt. He's got to stop doing that. But
end it.
But when he plays, he's healthy. He's really good.
What was his last year? Was his leg?
Yeah.
And then his wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing wrist.
Yeah, his wrist, I guess, is still acting up right now.
That's too bad.
Go ahead.
I couldn't care less.
So the weekend for you guys, viewing wise, I'm going to the Broncos game on Sunday. I'll be there, and I'm hoping for obviously a Broncos win, but I'm paying more attention to the quarterback development.
I'll be in New York.
You'll be in New York. Now, why are you going so early?
Because I wanted to.
Oh.
I didn't want to fly in late at night and then have to go to the meetings early in the morning on Monday.
You'll be doing your red zone dance, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, your red zone dance. How about tomorrow night? How are you watching that
I can't go to the game because I have an appointment in the day that's going to be a long appointment, and therefore I am not going to be able to get to Fort Collins in time. But guess who? I made a phone call to brother-in-law Bob. I said, hey, Rams and Buffs. He's like, I'm all over it. I said, you're kidding me. I said, what, do you want to watch with me? He said, absolutely. So I've got a date to watch the – what are you going to do?
I'm going to be at a wedding trying to find the nearest television to watch the game of the weekend.
Hold on a second.
Because my selfish cousin from computers decided to schedule a wedding the night of CUCS.
But hold on a second. We've got a way around this. It's at a house, correct?
Yes.
Does this house have a bedroom?
It's got a lot of rooms with television.
Okay, so then why can't you just sneak
Wait, the wedding's at a house?
Well, yeah, somebody with a nice yard. Haven't you ever heard of that before? You got married on a beach. What's the difference?
It wasn't somebody's house?
It's a nice house.
Okay.
You weren't but you weren't like in a church. It wasn't like you were at a cathedral. You got married next to a lizard. I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
I got to get some answers. Can we call Mike from computers, please, and find out why we're doing this? Why are we doing
Lombardi
this?
family. Hold on, do you have the number?
Yeah, he's got it. If you need your computer or phone fixed, you can call him too.
We need to make clear if we're just making this call on the air live. Please be clear to him that we are on the air so he doesn't curse.
We don't curse in my family.
Well, right. Oh, yeah.
Your wife has cursed more.
Your wife has shouted curse words at me on many occasions.
Hello? Is this Mike?
Yes.
It's your cousin Victor.
Oh, hey, Vic.
What?
Hey, Mike. This is his co-host Mark and Brett as well.
Yeah, you're on the radio.
You're on the radio live. Hey, dude. Don't take this the wrong way. Why are you getting married during CUCSU? Why would you do this to your family, especially your cousin Vic?
Well, a lot of the planning was kind of out of my control. I wasn't a part of the planning committee.
Well, then control it. I mean, I don't. Obviously, this marriage is starting off the wrong way. I mean, clearly,
I got to pick the gelato cart. That was exciting. Also, I got a cappuccino guy. He's serving coffee, so that's pretty cool.
I mean,
but
that is the most Lombardi thing I've ever heard.
Control over.
Yeah, who chose the cold cuts? I mean, hang on though. Like, out of respect, if Vic was I guess he's doing a reading at this wedding, right? If he were to do that with
a phone nearby,
with in hand, a phone that had the game on, is that offensive?
Oh, not at all. I find zero offense.
Yeah, we will have a television.
Would your wife?
Or soon-to-be wife, would she be offended by that?
She might.
I don't care.
Possibility.
Will we have a
But,
television? Honestly, seriously, did you set that up? I've already told you there should be a television set up somewhere. Will you have a television with the game on?
Yes, actually, there's a theater room.
Okay.
You know, we can watch in the theater room after
Good.
the ceremony. Everybody's going to be there. So,
See, you're
you know,
after the ceremony.
How many people are at this wedding?
I'd say, 250, 300, something like that.
You know what's funny?
Kind of a smaller Italian wedding, I'd say.
Yeah, very small. I got a text
size.
that asked me to go to the rehearsal today because I'm a reader, and I laughed. Mike, do you think I'm going to take off of golf today to go read a rehearsal reading at some? I mean, seriously, that is an offensive, insulting text sent my way. Apologize.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I have two.
I do apologize.
I got 2 questions before we let you go. Number one, how's the computer business?
Well, it's doing great. You know, Vic finally changed my number so he doesn't call me the analyst guy.
Yep.
Gets me confused all the time. So
That's
he
good.
actually adjusted that in his phone.
Okay, and then the last question I have for you: what that thing do?
Yeah, what that thing?
What that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, what that thing do?
It is what it is. You know what I mean?
All right, bye, Mike. See you, bud.
Let's
Get back to work.
See you, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Always good to hear from Mike from Computers.
Listen, I mean, I'm
Oh,
not.
hang on. I'm sorry. Let me do this professionally.
Yeah.
Mike from Computers just joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
It's bad enough that you're having marital vows shared on the night of this game, but then to ask me to physically be there for a rehearsal. What am I rehearsing exactly?
Well, why are we doing it at night? Why don't you get married in the day even? You can pick, it can be on the day of the game, but just not at the same time as the football game. I don't listen. And he says, well, I didn't have
people in all walks of life, whatever it is, I ain't do rehearsals. I ain't do it.
Well, dude says, and I didn't have a whole lot going into the planning of this thing. Well, you should, bro.
I picked the gelato cart, so that was cool.
If I was you, dude, I would absolutely hammer that gelato cart. Hammer it.
You a gelato guy?
No, I don't do gelato.
I think I've had gelato like once.
I do cappuccinos. I do that. I don't do gelatos. I don't watch cartoons. I do cartoons. Dude. That's
So
for kids.
this is essentially ice cream, right?
Yes.
What's the difference?
I don't know.
It's the makeup of it's Italian ice cream. It's the same damn thing.
Ice cream.
Frozen yogurt ice cream. It's all basically the same.
Do you guys rehearse? Some guy says, "Do you rehearse before nuggets?" No.
Gelato uses more milk and less cream.
Like, what do you rehearse?
We go through.
You guys go through these extravagant meetings.
We sort of, we do. We sort of go through the open, what we're going to talk about. We rehearse it a little bit so everybody knows their part.
I think when you rehearse, you make it worse. Rehearse rhymes with worse.
You know what? I'm going to use that. I'm actually going to use that. Lee Blair, are you listening? Rehearse makes it worse.
I'm dead serious because you start
It's the
thinking.
stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Do we rehearse this show? Let me ask you something. Like, if we rehearse this segment and said, "Oh, here's what we're going to do," would it make it worse or better?
You know what, Vic? I'm just going to start using life lessons by what rhymes together. I think that's perfect. Rehearse rhymes with worse.
Hold on a second. They've got video of the blue
sweet.
Toyota on its way to Boulder to crash the gate doing 98 saying, "Let them truckers roll 10-4." That's crazy.
So did you see all the charges for this guy? If you missed it yesterday, a guy crashed into Folsom Field and rode around. He was taking out trees. They arrested him. He's been
Charges rhymes with
identified.
barges. And he barged through the gate.
He's been identified as Carl E. Hagland, 48, of Massachusetts. Here are the charges at Boulder County Jail: criminal attempt vehicular assault, reckless endangerment, vehicular eluding, leaving the scene of a crash after damage, 3 counts, failure to obey traffic control, driving without insurance, criminal mischief, obstruction of peace officer, and trespassing. And he's pictured here with the shirt off after he parks the car at about the 40-yard line at Folsom Field.
I hope it's not a metaphor for Buffalo's football this year. Parking some broken down pickup truck at the 40.
You know, truck rhymes with
Cluck. Hey, it looked like a nice Tundra, too. It looked like a nice Tundra. Man, how about that Tundra? That should be a commercial. Dude's driving down the road after hitting a bunch of trees in a car, and he lost a wheel, and he's dragging the suspension on the road, and he was still able to get to Folsom Field and crash the gate.
Well, you know what? At least that truck ran a little faster than Ralphie.
Hey. She's a baby still.
There is nothing that could be more on brand than a story about a guy barreling through a gate and driving his truck onto Folsom Field. And Mosier's takeaway was, it's a good-looking truck. There's nothing more on brand than that.
On brand.
And you said it should be a commercial. Is that how you want to advertise it?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're a Toyota guy, like, that truck will do anything. And you forgot to mention that the guy's from Massachusetts. Now, I'm not going to say it, but he's from Massachusetts, apparently. How did he get to Boulder? With all this, how do you have a $70,000 truck with no insurance? What are we doing in this world? How does that happen?
Well, our friend didn't even know he had car insurance or the name of it. You're talking to a man who has no knowledge.
No, he knew
of his
that he
car
had insurance. He just didn't know what it was or who it was through. Or his wife takes care of everything.
I've still forgotten.
Do you have the?
I had to take my car. Literally had to take my car in a couple of weeks ago. Moshe, I had the loaner car that they gave me, right?
Yep, saw it.
They were fixing my transmission.
Yes.
I didn't have my car for like a week.
Do you know how
and
much?
they said, "What's your insurance?" And I go, "I'll be right back."
Do you know how much? Can I ask you this? Do you know how much you pay for insurance every 6 months?
Not a clue.
You have no idea what
Not
your
a
insurance
clue.
payments are.
Nope.
How do you live like that in total darkness?
Don't ask me wife questions. That's my wife. Okay,
Yeah,
don't ask me my
but
wife's
don't you have
questions.
a stake in payments and bills and like this is the expenditure. This is you have no.
My wife could be running up $100,000 credit card right now. I have no
clue.
idea. No idea.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
When it comes to finances, that's my relationship with our finances thing. It's like, yeah, you gotta pick I got a TV like 5 years ago.
Oh man, we're the exact opposite. Like I do all our numbers. I'm in charge of numbers.
You want to know what it is? My wife is she's actually very like penny pinching. Like she's very on top of, no, we need this much in the savings account at all times. Cannot go below this number, that sort of thing. And I'm like, we'll figure it out later.
God, you and my wife are the exact. I mean, I'm like your wife.
No,
that's crazy.
She's way hotter than you. All right, drunk takes next.
I got to pick the gelato cart. That was exciting. Also, I got a cappuccino guy. He's serving coffee, so that's pretty cool.
All right.
You want to know how the Broncos win?
Hang on a second. Want to remind people, noon to 3 today, PhD at Joe Willie's. So go check them out, Joe Willie's on Broadway. Again, noon to 3. Tonight at 5:30, we have Boulder at Fairview High School with Raj in Sanford on the call. Saturday, it's Bama, Wisconsin at 10 a.m. It is Rapids in Portland at 7 p.m. And then on 9:50, Wyoming and BYU at 5:30. And then Sunday, for a little NFL flavor, Bucks, Lions, 11 a.m.
All the football. I just walked by them.
That's what they're doing. I was wondering, why are they here? They're prepping for tonight's high school
I just
game.
walked by them, and Raj goes,
"Don't you guys know rehearse rhymes with worse? Knock it off."
They're not rehearsing. They're prepping. Big difference.
Oh.
I just walked by them, and Raj was saying to Coach, he goes, all right, the backup left guard is number 77, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nobody cares about the backup left guard. We do. And I slammed the door and walked away.
Well, you're going to have to do what they're doing soon. And
I ain't talking about backup left guard.
I understand,
it's
but
just
you're going
some
to have
dude.
What if he goes in the game?
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. Because we have to do this. Moj and I are both doing it. There's nothing harder than midseason hyping up and getting ready for a high school game, learning all the roster names and numbers.
It's hard.
I don't know, but I can only imagine.
Because they're large and there's just a ton of dudes.
There's
And some dudes
there's
share a
players
number.
galore.
Yeah. You want to know how the
So
Broncos
don't
win?
belittle them.
Why are you looking at me?
You're laughing.
He just said, who cares about the backup guard? Bleep you. Maybe they do. Maybe the listeners
Dude,
do.
you're doing a broadcast. The best thing to do is to name as many players as possible. Their kids, their parents are listening. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The relatives are
Get the
listening. They
name
want to
out
hear
there.
their name on the
Yeah.
air. That's
Well,
all
here's
you
a
need to
kid
do.
over here on the end of the bench who's never going to get in,
You
but
know
his
what,
name
Moj?
is Jimmy Jones.
You're a jerk.
Well, I'm just
You're
saying.
a real jerk.
Well, I'm just saying, man. I want to do the relevant stuff.
You don't even get to pick the gelato cart.
Yeah, no gelato cart for you.
So how are the Broncos going to win
Jerk
Sunday?
rhymes with twerk. That's what you are.
When you look at these teams are remarkably similar on the offensive side, and you heard Mike Defabo say it. Hey, for Justin Fields, they keep everything on the outside, quick throws, quick hitters, just to try to move the ball down the field. What do you think we're going to see out of the Broncos
Same
again?
thing.
Absolutely, because that Steelers defense is really good. They're currently top 5 after week number 1, and that's a pretty dang good defense. As far as the Broncos are concerned, their defense is 14 after week number 1. Not bad at all, right? I mean, they played pretty damn good football, I thought, for the most part, until they got gashed in the running game in the second half. That being said, it's going to look remarkably similar on both sides. No turnovers by Bo Nix. That was a problem in week 1. The Steelers are +3 already this season because Kirk Cousins was crazy with the football. Broncos are already -1 because Bo Nix at times is crazy with the football.
Well, if you're a Bronco fan.
Hang on to the football and listen. If you got to kick field goals, kick field goals. But this is going to be a low-scoring affair anyway. You're going to be in the game.
If you're a Bronco fan, how can you not be worried? Your team, all right, granted, you were in the game. You had a chance, if you get the ball back, to at least win the game in Seattle. You lost. How can you not be worried about a team coming to town who went to Atlanta and shut down what was supposed to be a pretty vibrant offense, right, with Kirk Cousins? Shut them down.
Yeah.
Thoroughly. So you should be worried about this game. How you win doesn't matter. A win would be great. For me, none of that matters. I want to see Bo Nix develop. If he can do it against this defense, I will be so thoroughly impressed. So thoroughly impressed.
Run the ball and keep running the ball.
That's what the Steelers want to do. It's going to look remarkably similar.
Fine, but here's the thing. Lakewald, I think, made such a great point when he was on with us yesterday. You remember what he said about the running game and the Broncos?
They panicked and stopped doing it.
What he doesn't understand is they have one bad run, and then they're like, well, this isn't working, we're done. Meanwhile, 12 incompletions and a pick later, they're like, no, we can keep throwing the football. Makes no sense. Like, stick with it. Eventually, you'll break through, or at the very minimum, you'll keep the defense honest. And that's what matters when you have a rookie quarterback. So that's one. Now to CU and CSU. CSU play a sound game. Don't turn the ball over. Win the line of scrimmage. I think you win. Like, honestly, I think that's the recipe. If they don't, like, here's what's funny. CU, I think, Moj, has the ability to steamroll CSU if everything goes right offensively for them. Like, they just have such elite level players on offense.
They can't run the football.
I know. But all I'm saying is they have the ability to do that, where I don't think CSU can win this game in a blowout. But if CU can protect. I'm not even going to say run the football because I don't think they're going to. I don't think that's part of what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
If they can protect Shedeur, they'll be fine. Like, that's like the easiest way I can put it.
I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I can't predict this game. I don't know what's going to happen. It's just too unpredictable for me. I know this. For the sake of the future, this season and next, CU can't lose this game.
Yeah. Yep.
And CSU will be dancing in the streets of Fort Collins deep into Sunday if they win. Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. But CU cannot lose this game. We had Bradley Van Pelt, former CSU quarterback, on our show about an hour ago. Here's what he said about this rivalry matchup.
I'm a firm believer that the other side has at times been overrated, and I think it's clouded their ability to focus and play. I don't want to give any ammunition for the other side, but we have things to prove. Again, the other side has expectations to manage.
He's not even referring to them by name.
Yep.
Love it.
Hey,
there's a guy.
I love this game. See, I mean, I wish this game was every weekend.
Absolutely. There's a guy up in Fort Collins named Downtown Michael Brown, and he plays the saxophone for Brad on the street. And he's got a regular job, too. But he plays the saxophone, right? I love that guy. Everybody who's ever walked Fort Collins knows him.
Neat.
Well, this guy will be playing tunes, like you said, Vic, until maybe Sunday Broncos kickoff if the Rams pull this off. It's going to be insane in Fort Collins.
And not because, you didn't beat a top-ranked team. It's not that kind of win. It's like any rivalry win. You celebrate because you beat your rivals. You beat your in-state rivals. You beat them at your place. You have every right to celebrate that.
Yeah. I said it earlier in the week. Nobody is mistaking CU for like a top 25 powerhouse type of team. They aren't that. But it's going to feel like that if CSU wins. It's going to feel like they beat a top 15 team in the country. Just emotionally, it's going to have that appeal. And I think they can. Like, remember, this game last year was what'd you say, Vic? 27-point spread last season?
Yeah.
And it's 7.5? Like, they have a real shot at it. And how cool would it be to do that at Canvas Field on national TV in a primetime slot where you beat them, you rush the field, and you better damn well rush the field if CSU wins. You better.
They haven't played this game there in 28 years.
And it's going to be
obviously that was at Hughes.
Again.
So, yeah, this is a big deal, dude. Big deal.
All right, 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. A whole bunch of breakdowns today from all the other shows. Dempsey & Company, PhD, and Kreckman Lindahl. Reminder, PhD is going to be out at Joe Willie's from noon to 3 today. So stop by. Get your weekend started a little bit early. Say, hey, boss, I got to cut out. I got a meeting. I got a lunch meeting, and that lunch meeting is you with a coldie and a burger.
I got a lunch meeting with a Miller Lite about noon.
Better yet, get there before D-Mac, Tyler, and Scott eat the whole place.
100%.
Yep. Pardon the reference to an old TV show. 2.5 Men going to be able to eat a lot of food out there today. All right, let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Go see our friends at Lariat Lodge in Evergreen or Littleton.
I met the fellow who runs Lariat Lodge the other night at our KSC kickoff.
Yeah.
Listens to the show.
Great guy.
Loves the show.
Me and Moj met him at the
charity
golf
tournament.
tournament.
Great.
Yep.
Had a
great
great time.
people over there. Go stop by. Great brews, too. Great food. Stop by Lariat
Delicious.
Lodge. Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, gazed at an activity. Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, sounds like you were having sex.
Was that conversation taking place like during or this is a lot after the activity?
After the activity.
I mean, he didn't sound all that distracted, Vic, so I think it was afterwards. What's next?
If that 3-month off thing applied, like if I were young and an aspiring baby maker, as I was back then. Is that the way to put it? Yes.
You meet a gal. I'm an aspiring baby maker. Oh my God.
What was that in reference to?
Getting 3 months off for
this company owes me 9 months.
Yep. What's next?
I jumped jumped on that hog and I gave it all it had, and it's like it sounded like a sewing machine. I was riding a Singer sewing machine.
I got nothing.
Next. Caller, hello.
The Vic Lombardi, Mark Mosher, and Brett Kane show?
Yes, this is.
To Vic Lombardi, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're speaking to Vic.
I just have one question for you. How does it taste, buddy? How does losing your season in week 2 taste?
Hey, Marty, say hi to Mom for me.
Oh, hey.
That was coming. That wasn't even a good one. It doesn't even count. Your school
it's a good
is a joke. So unserious. I can't even take it.
You know it's a good one when they come at you with that wasn't even a good one. He fumbled there.
You guys catch that Broncos game yesterday? What's next?
Hey, Gabe, what that thing do? Come on, man.
If I could go,
I will pay you.
if you're gonna get, hey Gabe, what that thing do? Yo, Gabe, what that thing do?
People want to know what the thing does.
Vic, it's an A. It's thang.
Oh, sorry.
Try it again.
Hey, what that thing do?
I do love it.
Unbelievable.
We got time for one more. We out? We done? All right.
Ugh.
You can always find the show on the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane. Quick round table here. Broncos win, yes or no, boys?
Yeah, I think they do.
Vic?
I think they can win this game.
I'm calling a W. I think they win this weekend at home.
Yep.
CU or CSU?
Buffs.
I think CSU pulls off the upset.
Buffs. A lot to watch this weekend. A lot to talk about on Monday.
I think
you
the
guys
Rams,
have
it's about 55-45. Favor
have
the Buffs.
a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you all on Monday. We love you very much. Goodbye.
Hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. You made it. Chris Dempsey, Mike Sanford, KJ, Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's let it breathe. It's a football Friday. It's a rivalry Friday. What a week it's been already in the Mile High City. So much to talk about, so much to go over. I think of nobody better to talk about all of this football stuff and any stuff in general than Coach Mike Sanford. What's up, Coach?
It's a vibey Friday, Demps.
Oh, I came with energy today. I'm ready. Ready.
But the vibes are a little different.
Yeah, why?
The vibes are different this weekend in the Mile High City.
The
state of Colorado. The vibes are all based off of deep hatred. Look at the CU-CSU game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, CU is a fairly quiet week. And then all of a sudden, my girl Romy Bean got to pull out the archives from August.
That's right.
And brings out some sound bites, some sounders from
so
Torrey Horton and Braden Fowler Nicolosi talking all that mess.
Okay.
You know what they did, though, Dims?
What'd they do?
They went out and they done made this personal.
They did.
They made this
personal.
personal.
They did. Even more than last year. It's funny. I just had this conversation not too long ago, which is last year when you had Jay Norvell talk about the hat and the sunglasses and all that kind of stuff and who's respecting who, and my mama taught me better than that. Then you had Deion, the clips that we saw because they posted them of Dion Sanders basically saying they made this personal, let's go out and do this. This, to me, as a competitor, is way more personal than that. You're going to tell me that you murdered me? You should have murdered me? You're going to tell, like I don't know if this is how much CU is using this behind the scenes as bulletin board material, but it feels like
It's everywhere.
They should. Yeah,
it's on the literal bulletin board. It's hung up on every single locker. It's played in team meetings, special teams meetings, offense, defense unit meetings, and then Braden Fowler Nicolosi dropping the ultimate bar of saying it doesn't matter how many Instagram followers you have. That's not going to help you. What's going to matter is what you do on the field.
Facts.
Yeah, so it's there's a lot of hatred there, man. The vibes are very hatey.
Yep.
Not the country. Made a word there, but the vibes are such that you also have Russell Wilson, who's going to be paid $52.5 million to show up and wear eye black on the sideline for the Broncos.
And he did it he did it indoors. He'll do it outdoors too. He'll do it.
And I'm sure, I mean, the 10 to noon slot here at Altitude Sports Radio, we have loyal listeners in the Broncos front office, clearly. So my recommendation to the Penner family in this ownership group is show all the sideline Jumbotron shots of Russell Wilson throughout the course of this game. Just show them all.
Just do it.
Just keep doing it. And do the back and forth. Russell Wilson, and then go over to Sean Payton. Then Russell Wilson, Sean Payton. Now, depending on what the game looks like,
right,
there could be boos on both sides. There might be boos everywhere.
Yeah, right. It might last no more than one quarter.
Yeah, maybe Russell Wilson PS2. That might be a safer bet. To show Russell Wilson, boo, PS2. Ah!
How much boo? I mean, obviously he's not going to play in this game, but like, how much booing do you think he would get, or would just the fans just be indifferent?
Oh, they're going to boo.
Yeah,
they're going to boo.
Yeah,
and the funniest thing about booing Russell Wilson is he might be corny, he might be cheesy. We may have even made fun of him here on this on this program.
Yeah,
but he never once said anything but amazingly positive things about everybody in the Broncos organization, about the city of Denver, about the state of Colorado. But it's a bottom line industry, man, and NFL fan bases, heck, all fan bases are just cutthroat. And if you don't deliver on the promise of the contract, which he didn't,
right?
And frankly, he's not even in Pittsburgh based off of what he's making from the Broncos piggy banks to not play in Pittsburgh. It's just it makes for such an interesting storyline. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Most importantly, we got to strap on the black and gold and go in.
It's funny. The Russell Wilson experience, man. There's just so many branches to that tree. We'll get to those branches. I want to start here, though, because we're going to talk to the athletics Broncos beat writer Nick Kosmider coming up here in just a few minutes. So we're going to dive into a lot of Bronco stuff, all the football today. I haven't had a chance to talk so many things with you, and I'm so very curious to get your thoughts on everything. Let's just start with Colorado State being in the Pac-12 in 2026, along with Boise State. You got the Boise State gear on here today. Boise State, San Diego State, Fresno State, Colorado State, all the states in the Pac-12. Which
the thing, Deps, that I'm really excited about is that now on my resume, which clearly I need to brush up, right? My resume now can say Pac-12 graduate.
No, it can't.
I mean, when I went to school there in 99, 2000, that school, Boise State, was just a decade or two removed from essentially being a junior college. And I'm not joking. Like it was BJC. It was Boise Junior College. And then it kind of transitioned into a tech school. And now we're peers with all the elites of the Pac-12 brand, we'll say.
You know what? Let me ask you this question, because you've had that long-standing relationship. I remember covering, when I covered colleges a lot, and Boise had their rise to power, right? There was a lot of talk at that, hey, these dudes should jump to a different conference, and they never did. And why did Boise never do this thing until just now?
I'm glad they didn't, because the one that wanted them, that was at the time a power conference, was the Big East.
Oh, was okay.
How's Big East football going? You enjoying
not
watching
great.
the old Big East? A lot of really fun early Saturday morning games there in the Big East. That thing folded, so it was a wise move not to jump. But you got to remember, I mean, even myself in my playing career, we were a Big West team. We were that was the conference we were in, Big West.
Big West, yeah.
And then WAC, and then Mountain West.
Mountain West, yeah.
So you think about a program like Boise State that has done junior college football, actually junior college football, won the national championship, to the Big Sky, to all the different conferences in Division I it's been in. It's a meteoric rise for a program, but I want to talk about it more from a CSU perspective. I think it's such a good fit for CSU. I think the reason that CSU and a team like Boise State, Fresno State, and San Diego State are celebrating right now is that the reality, unfortunately, is that you're separating from peers in the Mountain West Conference that are holding you back.
Right.
New Mexico's holding you back. Nevada, just call it like it is.
Yep.
If you go to their facilities, you see a lack of investment, they're holding you back. I do see UNLV getting added to this because they have made all the investments in the facilities. They have an unbelievable stadium that they share with the Raiders. I mean, it's really Raiders Stadium. But
and you got Las Vegas.
Yeah, and you got Las Vegas, which has turned into a sports mecca.
Yep.
20 years ago, when my dad was the head coach at UNLV, it was not a sports mecca.
No,
it was
wasn't.
like this unspoken word of like, hey, can gambling play nicely with football and basketball? And all of a sudden now it's all the things sports. It's where all the championship games are held. So I'm excited for the Pac-12 for a couple different reasons. I think the growth potential of the Pac-12 is obvious. There are going to be a lot of teams from the AAC that are going to be interested in jumping. But having been at the Pac-2 after dark event during media days in Las Vegas,
that's right.
I can speak from the tone in that room.
Yeah,
it was a cocktail hour, so there was
That's right.
There were a lot of different types of tones.
I was going to say this.
A lot of
vibes.
A lot of vibes. You know, a lot of sport coats and leaning on the table and having a sipping your martini. But the tone of that was join the fight. That was their slogan.
Yep.
Join the fight of bringing this conference back from the ashes. And it's just like the grave digger coming out of his place. So the Pac-12 is going to end up being a regionalized conference. And I think they want to stand out from their peers that have lost the regionalism and the purity of a conference.
Okay, let's start there. Oh boy. Let me really quickly. Is that smart?
I think it's very smart because people want to be told the stories in their backyard, in their region. I don't think that UCLA fans in Los Angeles can give two flying craps about what's going on in Rutgers and Piscataway, New Jersey. So yes.
All right. We are going to get back to this because there's just so much kind of swirling around that whole thing. CSU, a very significant move, along with the other three schools to the Pac-12. We'll see how the Pac-12 ends up rounding that thing out. You have to have 8 member institutions to figure into the whole college football playoff situation. So they are now at 6. as they go forward. A lot to do on the show today. Up next, we are going to talk Broncos and Bo Nix's second start of his rookie season against the Pittsburgh Steelers, maybe the best defense in the entire NFL. We'll do that with the Athletic's Nick Cosider next.
Yeah, I think you look at Fields last week, and then obviously, you prepare for both, and both guys have different strengths, and so you have a plan for both, but certainly it starts with Fields.
That's Broncos coach Sean Payton talking about answering the question, do you prepare for both Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, as the Broncos will take on the Pittsburgh Steelers in their home opener at Empower Field, 225 on Sunday. For more, let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And this is where we find Nick Cosider of The Athletic, the great beat writer, Broncos beat writer for them. Nick, we really appreciate you as always. Let's just start with Russell and Justin Fields. It appears that Russell Wilson is not going to start. So then what do the Broncos face in trying to slow down Justin Fields?
Well, what they're going to face is a long day of heavy personnel, right? The Steelers last week, they lined up in 13 or 14 personnel, so 3 or 4 tight ends on 22 offensive plays. There's no other team in the league in week one, guys, that ran more than 9 of those plays. And Vance Joseph says, look, there's not a lot of mystery about what they are going to do. They're going to put, big guys up front. They are going to have power runs. They're going to use Justin Fields as sort of a designed runner. It's how many guys can you get to the ball? How well can you fit your gaps, and how well can you tackle? Those things are all going to be paramount for the Broncos on Sunday, because they know what kind of fight they're in for when it comes to the style that Pittsburgh's going to try to play.
Cos, when you look at the defensive side of the ball for the Steelers, this is the most expensive salaried defense in pro football. What are some of the challenges that you think the Broncos will have in order to get Bo Nix on track as a rookie quarterback, and most importantly, getting this run game on track? Who are some of those names that Broncos fans need to be keeping an eye out for from the Steelers defense that might give them some problems?
Well, I would tell them to keep an eye out for number 90, but they're not. You won't really have to try to do that, right? He's going to be. You're not going to have a choice. Like this guy, you go back and you watch the film of the Falcons game, and I think he had 23 true pass rush snaps, right? But they doubled or chipped him or left him unblocked for a quick wide receiver screen. They did that on 12 of those plays. So there was really only 11 pass rush snaps where Watt had he just had Caleb McGarry one-on-one, and he produced 3 quarterback hits and a sack with just those 11 snaps. And that doesn't even start to talk about how dominant he was as a run defender. I talked to Joe Lombardi yesterday, and he said, look, he has an Aaron Donald-like impact on the game. There's a lot of great players, but there's only a handful of them who can just impact the game every play in such a significant way. So they will have to have, especially for a rookie quarterback, an offensive line that's dealing with injuries. He'll be going primarily against Mike McGlinchey, because a couple years ago, TJ Watt said, hey, I want to be able to look at the quarterback's eyes. They move him to the right side, and he's been dominant ever since. That is going to be a challenge that Mike McGlinchey is not going to handle alone. But how they manage that is going to be key. And then, oh, by the way, Alex Highsmith, who had 14.5 sacks 2 years ago and 5 forced fumbles, he's going to be on the other side going against either Garrett Bowles, who's obviously kind of working through a calf injury, or if Bowles is unable to go, Matt Parrott. They have their hands full just right there, and that's before you even talk about guys like Cameron Hayward and Minka Fitzpatrick and all those other guys. So, yeah, expensive defense. They got a lot to worry about.
Yeah, okay. So then in that respect, how many resources can you devote toward slowing down TJ Watt? And maybe you should, because you just can't let a player like that just wreck the game all game long. But if you do that, and then everybody else is kind of singled up everywhere else, it feels like the Broncos can't just live in a singular space.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You have to mix it up. Whether it's a tight end giving him a good chip before he goes out into his route. Whether sometimes you have the center coming through and sort of finishing him off, but before he gets to the quarterback. Those are all kind of the things that you see. But I think, key to all of it, and Coach mentioned this a second ago, is just like the ability to create a running plan and then stick with it. I think that's going to be paramount. I know Sean Payton talked about how, that the game sort of like turned in the third quarter. You get a 3 and out, and all of a sudden what you have to do to stay in the game takes you a little bit away from your plan. But I mean, Bo Nix had 25 pass attempts in the first half, so it wasn't as if at halftime of a game the Broncos were leading by 4 points. So I just think there has to be an even greater due diligence to really stick to the run, to understand that, hey, there's going to be a lot of punts in this game. You have to be able to do that. Otherwise, you're just going to be putting Nix in a situation against that pass rush that, oh, by the way, they did all that against Kirk Cousins without blitzing hardly at all. Lowest blitz rate in the league in week 1. They'll switch it up. They will throw some more looks, some more pressure packages after a rookie quarterback. And the way you mitigate that is by being able to run the football more effectively.
Cos, thanks for setting the stage for Iowa versus Minnesota. That's about what this offensive matchup sounds like going into Power Field. But, one thing that I've seen, Cos, is Courtland Sutton really replaced Tim Patrick relative to being the guy that the rookie quarterback trusts, is looking for. 12 targets, but only 4 catches. How has the week been of practice for Courtland Sutton? Is there a resolve, like having visited with him in the locker room after practices, after the game? From what you can see, is Courtland Sutton is he primed to have at least a bounce back game after a tough first game?
Yeah, I think so. And look, the reality is that you mentioned it, he and Bo Nix didn't really play a ton together, in the preseason, right? There was a few drives in Indianapolis, and then obviously 2 drives against the Packers. They had training camp together, but remember, Courtland Sutton wasn't here during the off-season program. That's really where Bo Nix started to develop some of that chemistry that you mentioned with Tim Patrick. So there's been some degree of those two playing catch up. Courtland Sutton talked about how they were having continuous conversations throughout the game, and just trying to, from Sutton's perspective, trying to help him understand what he saw based on, kind of the look that he was getting from whoever was covering him, where the ball needed to go. So I think you have kind of a trial by fire when it comes to a rookie quarterback identifying how to work with his top target, but there also has to be this kind of concerted effort that Nick said he is mindful of spreading the ball around a little bit more. There was only 12 of Nick's 42 attempts were 10 or more yards past the line of scrimmage, and 8 of those went to Sutton, and you start to see that. There were certainly some, as Joe Lombardi said yesterday, that were forced in there. Certainly the 2 interceptions fell into that category, and then there were some others as well. So I think it's understanding, hey, you've got this guy who is something of a security blanket, a veteran, a guy that you can count on. But you got to be able to move the football around to some other guys as well. And then Sutton himself, he's really got to fight for Nix. He's got to understand that the ball is maybe not always going to be right where he wants it to, that it might be in trouble at times. They got to come up and just quite simply make some plays for him.
Yeah, I thought Josh Reynolds did some of that, actually, for Bo Nix. We are speaking with Nick Cosider of The Athletic in advance of the Broncos game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, home game, number 1 for the Broncos, 225 on Sunday. One of those wide receivers that didn't really get any targets was Marvin Mims, and I believe that there was 1 target in that game. And Nick, I think that for me, if that repeats itself on Sunday, this is really alarming for Marvin Mims, a player who Sean Payton himself in the offseason was saying, hey, don't worry, Jerry Jeudy's gone now. Like we're clearing things out for him. We're going to get him more opportunities. And now we're back to the space of no opportunities, to which I think might reflect actually bad on Marvin Mims. What is his current state in his situation, and how can he get himself out of this?
Well, it was funny to me. Like, it almost didn't really register to me that he hadn't been super involved in the offense, because he wasn't in training camp. Like, we were there every day, and Coach knows this. Like, we didn't see a ton of Marvin Mims, and early in camp when they were kind of pushing the ball his way, they were having a hard time connecting, and Mims showed some outward frustration a couple days in a row there. First or second week of training camp, where he was, throwing his helmet onto the ground. We saw some of those things where he was sort of wearing that frustration on his sleeve. He has said right now that he's just focusing on being ready when his number is called. But this idea that he was going to be a straight replacement for Jerry Jeudy, look, they're different players. He does not have the same kind of route running chops that Jeudy does in terms of being able to make space in the intermediate part of the field. Like, you still have to set some things up for Marvin Mims. I think the hope was that you had kind of figured out a way to do that a little bit more frequently and maybe include his stuff into a few more of the looks that you're trying to get to. But yeah, again, it's at a certain point you just say, this is kind of what he is for them. He's a really good returner and a guy that they're going to fit into some deep routes and have some opportunities for him to make some big plays. But again, if he's going to be a consistent, Jeudy-esque type receiver, we're going to have to just see something different than we have this whole time, because I don't think it's a matter of like, hey, they have this player that's just ready to break out and they're just choosing not to do it. I think they're still trying to figure out how exactly, he's going to work into all this. But then also understanding, hey, he has certain limitations as a receiver, and we've got to work around those.
With Sean Payton's career record being 3-0 against Mike Tomlin, dating back to their matchups when it was obviously the Steelers versus the Saints. This is a completely different Broncos team than that Saints team, a rookie quarterback, a lot of unknowns at the skill positions. There's a fine balance that I'm almost watching from my play caller background of making a choice. If you're Sean Payton, do I get the run game into rhythm or do I get my rookie quarterback into rhythm? In talking with Sean Payton this week at practice, how do you feel like he's going to approach this particular game with that decision to make? How can I'm going to have to give more of my TLC to one of these, whether it's the run game or Bo Nix getting into rhythm as a young quarterback. Where do you see him going in this game?
Yeah, I think it would be the run game, because I think that could actually then bleed into finding a rhythm with Nix that's a little bit more like sustainable and a little bit more part of what they actually want from him going forward. So in other words, like, they don't want him, he dropped back 49 times, like in Seattle on the road. Like, they don't want that. They shouldn't want that. Like, it's just too much to put on this guy as he's trying to kind of get his feet under him. And so I think that if you're able to run the ball successfully, you can create an opportunity where, okay, now they're not stacking the line of scrimmage as frequently. He's able to kind of get a little bit more time. But on the flip side of that, he's also going to have to be more accurate, when the shots were there. I think a lot of what happened Sunday, there was some clear jitters with Nix. When I watched that game back, it looked like very similar to me to his first start at Auburn when he went and he beat Oregon. He had some heroics late that helped them win that game. He had a first down a scramble on 4th and 3 near midfield, and then of course he hit Seth Williams for the touchdown to win the game. But throughout the game, you just saw those kind of wide-eyed moments of some really questionable decision-making, some inaccuracy where he was usually really accurate. So I expect him to be just a little bit more calm now that he has that underneath him, and I think that will help him just hit some of these throws, like the one that was behind Sutton, wide open over the middle of the field. Certain plays like that where you're just like, okay, if he hits that, now you start being able to pull yourself into a little bit more of a rhythm. So I think that getting the run game going a little bit more effectively and a little bit more concertedly will ultimately help Nix find a rhythm that is more sustainable going forward.
Knowing full well that the Broncos are most likely going to lean into that ground game, you're going to see some more heavy boxes from the Steelers defense, which then ultimately is going to create opportunities for one-on-one for receivers on the perimeter. Who are the candidates right now for the Broncos that you could see winning some of those proximity type throws down the field and coming down with the ball?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation that they're in because Josh Reynolds, he has been dealing with an Achilles injury that goes back to camp, right? He missed the final preseason game. Sean Payton said he was dealing with some wear and tear there on his Achilles, and he did not practice Wednesday, was limited Thursday. So it looks like he'll have a chance to go, but how effective will he be? And then obviously Devon Vele didn't practice either of these two games. He was the leading receiver in terms of receptions with 8 of them. in that game, and doesn't look like he's trending toward being available. So, does Troy Franklin, the rookie 4th-round pick, does he get his first chance? Obviously, showed some growing pains in training camp. Has a long way to go just in terms of his overall development, but he was also one of the few guys that I thought consistently found his way open down the field, and still has a lot to learn about, how to finish after he does that. But if you're talking, like, to your point, creating some deep opportunities after you've been trying to run the ball, like, he would fit that profile. Because again, you don't want to just consistently have Sutton be the one guy that you're kind of targeting when you push the ball down the field. So it's going to be interesting. It goes back to the Mims conversation. I think they got to be a little bit more concerted in finding those spots for him. And then Greg Dulcich as well, right? Only 2 targets, in the game on Sunday. I think he obviously didn't play hardly at all last season. It was his first game back from all the injuries he's been dealing with. I'd expect him to be a little bit more involved this week too.
Yeah, that's very interesting stuff. And especially about Troy Franklin. Look, if you're asking a quarterback to spread it around, it's a lot easier if you just put his college teammate on the field as well. It's like, hey, I'll definitely throw it to this guy. All right, we'll get you out of here on this. You mentioned a little bit of the injury situation. Can you just go run through the injury report or the injuries of note and guys who are in or out?
Yeah, certainly. Audric Estime went on IR this week, so they're going to have another running back up. Blake Watson, the undrafted rookie who made the 53-man roster, probably be the first guy to get that look. Garrett Bowles was we mentioned dealing with the calf injury. He said yesterday that he thinks he'll be ready to roll. But again, how he moves and all that thing will be important to monitor. Devon Vele, again, the rookie wide receiver, didn't practice the first 2 days. I think with a rookie, not being a part of that game plan the first 2 days, I'd find it hard to believe that he's going to be able to play. But we'll see today. And then Jonah Ellis was Luke Wattenberg is the other one, right? Ankle injury, same as Bowles. Didn't practice Wednesday. Was back in a limited action on Thursday. And then Jonah Ellis, he was dealing with a little bit of an ankle injury, but he practiced in a limited fashion Wednesday and then was a full participant on Thursday, so he should be good to go.
All right, there you have it. All the things. Nick, we really appreciate you. This is a super interesting game, obviously. We wanted it to be the Russell Wilson kind of return to Colorado's experience, but it's not going to be that. So still very, very interesting for all this stuff. Nick, we appreciate you, man. Let's talk again next week.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, there he goes, Nick Cosider of The Athletic. The Broncos with a big game. Yeah, if you want to start to establish a baseline of who you are as a football team, then this would be a good team to start to do that against one of the best, maybe arguably the best defense in the NFL. All right, we'll have more on Bo Nix. We're going to hear from Broncos offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi on that subject, and we'll react next. All right, we are back. Chris and Coach, KJ behind the glass, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On a football Friday here in the Mile High City, got the Broncos taking on the Steelers on Sunday. Yeah, the CSU Rams hosting Colorado at Canvas Stadium on Saturday, which is tomorrow. I see. Well, when you write for a newspaper, you don't write in today's and tomorrow's. You just put the day. so
that's exactly how coaching, like a week of a coach's schedule.
Yeah.
Like you get lost on what the actual
right.
Yeah, you just I know today.
Right. Exactly.
I know what today is.
Exactly right.
That's it.
Get the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. All right. Bo Nix, start number 2. Start number 1, shaky. You heard coaches said it. You heard Nick Cosmider talk about a little bit of the butterflies it looked like he had on the field, to put it mildly. Let's just start with, do you think he's through those? Or does Pittsburgh's defense add more butterflies to
Pittsburgh's defense definitely adds more butterflies. This is a better defense than Seattle from a personnel standpoint and also from an identity standpoint. They know who they are, and they've been who they are for a very long period of time. But I do think that Bo Nix, in one of his greatest traits as a college quarterback at Auburn, Kaz even mentioned his first start, which was very rocky at Auburn against Oregon.
Right.
But he came back. You once challenged me, Debs, when we were talking about Bo Nix a week ago. You challenged me to say, all we ever talk about is what this guy doesn't do well or can't do. Like, why don't we ever have the conversation of what he can do?
Mm-hmm.
And that was, I listened, believe it or not. I think sometimes you think that I'm just over here just yelling and flapping my gums as much as possible. But I think the thing that I've noticed from covering this team and being at the practices, being at preseason games, and I'll be there again on Sunday, is that anytime Bo Nix has had a bad day, a bad practice, a bad game, dating back to his college career, he's got an unbelievable response mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a powerful tool for a rookie quarterback and a quarterback in general. And I think that's arguably his greatest trait. And I think Sean Payton knew that. I think Sean Payton put a very high stock into that because Sean Payton's a guy that's been around so many different NFL quarterbacks in his years, not only as a head coach for the Saints, but prior to that. And he does understand the value of a quarterback that doesn't get lost in a downward swing, a downward momentum. And so I was listening to a quote yesterday and from Joe Lombardi talking about this very aspect of Bo Nix. And I could not be in more agreement with this particular quote from Joe Lombardi.
All right, this is it.
I mean, he forced 2 passes, so I guess he did make the same mistake twice. But, obviously there's a figure of speech there. He'll obviously make some mistakes twice. But the point is he learns from his mistakes. And so, it's not like he'll never throw another interception again. He will. It's not like he'll never throw another errant pass again. He will. All right. But he just gets better from all the experience. And, I'm sure he was, really jazzed up on Sunday. And he'll probably be a little bit more calm as every game comes along. And he'll just keep getting better and better. And that's, I guess, what I was encouraged with on Monday is just how, quickly he figured out, I need to do this next time. He was you could just see the wheels turning and the learning happening. So I think he'll just keep getting better and better.
So when I look at rookie athletes and, I think this about sports and, I've almost covered sports for 30 years. And I think that the athletes change, but the issues are all the same.
Right.
And, it's when you make the jump from college to pro, especially at the quarterback. I just think that quarterback, maybe just correct me if I'm wrong here. I think that quarterback is the single hardest position to play in any sport.
There's no question about it.
Yeah.
I'd say the only one that argues it or that rivals it would be a closer in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly in postseason or a playoff chase because you just sit there and you there's a very good chance that you're not going to do anything in that game. And then all of a sudden it's like,
get in there,
bro, you got this, right? You got it, right?
Right.
You're going to, you have to.
Super high
and
leverage
this is all you
situation.
do.
Right. Exactly right.
From a pressure standpoint, they compare, but from an intellectual standpoint,
And what you have to like process fit quickly.
Like when they post the job description on the website for quarterback in the National Football League, the job description is 17 pages of all the things that you have to accomplish and be good at. Oh, by the way, you have to have tremendous demeanor. Oh, wait, you have to be extremely confident, but don't be cocky.
Right.
You know, don't talk a big game and don't back it up.
Right.
It is such a challenging position, and I actually wrote my first column in the Denver Gazette. I'm joining you, man.
That's awesome.
I'm a writer now. But I wrote my first column on Monday, and it was largely about the chess match between a defensive coordinator, and last week it was Mike McDaniel from the Seahawks. He's the head coach, but he calls the defense, and a quarterback that happens pre-snap. Like there's an entire game that happens pre-snap. And if a quarterback gets lost in that sauce, then their eyes aren't in the right spots to be able to execute post-snap.
There was a play in that Seattle game. So do you recall the play where Javonte Williams kind of turns to Bo Nix and he has his hands in the air? And so that entire sequence was Bo Nix, like Seattle shows Bo Nix something pre-snap. He walks up, he changes the protection to whatever he want to do. Seattle gets out of that and does something different. He walks up again and tries changing the protect. And then finally, it's just like this chess match is going back and forth with a rookie quarterback and a seasoned, obviously a defensive coordinator who's just changing the looks in front of him. And finally, Javonte Williams is like, what are we doing right now?
I don't know what he's doing. I never know what he's doing up there.
Right. And that's kind of what he's facing. And then, oh, by the way, the athletes are amazing on that side of the football. I like the quote from Joe Lombardi because I think it's very level-headed. You know, like of course that's not going to be the last 2 interception game he throws. Not this season, probably. I mean, he's probably got a couple more of those coming. And the question is this individual smart enough to be able to work through whatever his deficiencies are? Does he have the work ethic enough to continue to do this? He
definitely has that. Now, the intelligence thing, I can't necessarily say that.
Yeah.
I do know that from talking to coaches at Oregon that I'm friends with, he's very, very he can become a very repeatable / programmable type of a player. And now there's a different level of intellect at the quarterback position that I've been around and I've seen, that you can be abstract, you can be a thinker, you can think outside the box, you can color outside the lines. I don't know that that's Bo Nix, but I do know that his ability to retain information and then go rep it, screw it up one day, next day it's fixed.
Yeah.
He's shown that even since he's been a Denver Bronco, and my friends on the Oregon staff said that it was one of his better traits, is that if you ask him to do something, he will put his entire life into making sure that he does it exactly as you asked it to be done.
Let me ask you this. The Steelers obviously teed off on Kirk Cousins. And what struck me about that game was how much shotgun and pistol they had Kirk Cousins in. And especially the pistol. That is not something that he has really worked in.
Kirk Cousins does not look healthy either.
Okay,
and you got to think about that.
Well, okay, I'm glad you walked down this road because this is kind of my point, which is I think they were doing that to protect him because they know he's not healthy.
Absolutely.
And so how do you
like the outside zone play from under center at the quarterback position? It requires some explosiveness to get to the appropriate mesh point with the running back. And right now, Kirk Cousins isn't there, which does open up a window
for your guy,
for my guy.
I honestly think they're going to have to make that decision sooner than later. He looked bad, and Pittsburgh's defense is obviously awesome, but he was a statue back there, which now brings me to Bo Nix and what the Broncos can do with his legs to be able to maybe not have him back there just as a guy that TJ Watt's just going to attack all night long.
Debs, I think this is an incredibly important game, not just for the Broncos season. You can say they're not going to make the playoffs. That's what Vegas is saying. You can say that you came out of a Seattle game that Seattle ultimately controlled the second half. I mean, you can say it got closer at the end, but they were in control of the football game. This is probably the most winnable game in the coming weeks. At Tampa, at Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
Right.
And then I actually think that the Raiders are going to potentially be a bad matchup for the Broncos.
Their defense is really good.
And they have skill players, man.
Mhm.
Did you see what Brock Bowers did in his opening game as a rookie tight end? That dude is going to have a monster season should he stay healthy. So this game is so important. And the reason it's a winnable game is it's home and it's against an offense that is also challenged and has its own identity issues offensively. They are going to get into big personnel groupings, talking about the Pittsburgh offense. They are going to try to control the line of scrimmage and run the rock. At least for a half, the Denver Broncos showed that they are game. The second half, they wore down, but it's because the offense kept going 3 and out, three and out, and they were just out on the field too long. This game's a winnable game, and I think that there's a path forward for the Broncos to win this game. And I think it is. Bo Nix has to hit 2 downfield throws in one-on-one coverage, and he's capable of it. Like, he throws a good go ball. He throws a good slot fade. If
Troy Flaken's on the field, you got a guy who can maybe win.
Yeah, he'll win.
Yeah,
but he's got to come down with the football.
Okay.
And I also think that the Broncos have to force turnovers with Justin Fields because he is more than capable of giving that football right back to you. And he's done it. 41 turnovers in his 3 years as a starter. 11 of them were forced fumbles.
I was going to say
and that's how the Bears lost to the Broncos last year. And it did kind of jumpstart that little resurgent time of the season for the Broncos. It was shortly before that 5-game win streak. So I think that the Broncos I think this game's going to be closer than people think. And I think the Broncos are going to have a real chance to win this football game.
Yeah, the second half of that game against the Bears last year was a disaster for Justin Fields. The defense really got after him. And if there was one thing, one aspect of the Broncos defense that really stood out, especially early in the game, it was along that front line. I mean, Zach Allen got after the quarterback. He was kind of living in the backfield, just to be honest with you. Jonathan Cooper looked like they just shot him out of a cannon. Can they repeat some of those performances and really make it uncomfortable for a guy who will turn the ball over under some pressure? We shall see. That offense kicked 6 field goals, so it's not like they're going up against the San Francisco 49ers here coming up on Sunday. All right, let's take a quick break. Speaking of keys to the game, Colorado State, what are the keys to each team's success in that game on Saturday? Tomorrow, we'll discuss that next.
Well, I see, and I don't want to name names. I'm going to just go high level. What I see is there's a lot to prove on our side. We had a good season. Our quarterback, I think, had signs of brilliance, but there's a lot to still prove on our side. I think on the other side, now they have to not prove, they have to manage expectations, and sometimes those expectations on their side might not be warranted. I'm a firm believer that the other side has at times been overrated, and I think it's clouded their ability to focus and play. I don't want to give any ammunition for the other side, but we have things to prove. Again, the other side has expectations to manage.
Well, I'm sorry, Bradley Van Pelt, but you did just give more bulletin board material. Who's the other side?
No offense, Debs, and no offense, BVP, but I don't think Shedeur and Travis really care a whole lot about what Bradley Van Pelt has to say.
Yeah, but they don't really care.
They don't know who he is, man.
They don't care.
They have no idea who Bradley Van Pelt is. I do. I love Bradley Van Pelt, man. I remember he was always jacked. He was yoked up, man. He's a great runner, speed option football. He's an athlete. He's a tough guy.
Mm-hmm.
I love what he said there because he talks about something that's very interesting is that these are two different programs in two completely different spots. One that's proving themselves and needs to prove themselves in CSU, and then one that's managing incredibly massive expectations, not just in the state of Colorado, but nationally. And so I think that's going to be a storyline for sure in this game.
Yeah, that CU put on themselves. Yeah, that's what's so hilarious to me about it is they didn't have to play with this kind of expectation except for they keep saying it. Actually, it's not even the players. It's actually just the head coach who has said this.
I would say that there's certainly there's some talk that have come out of the players over the course of the last 18 months as well. I mean, it's not like that, everything's been, just humble and just kind of.
Oh, they go off and do their fashion shows and whatever they do, but look, Dion Sanders is setting the tone there, and when he has said repeatedly, it's just like last year was hope, this year is expectation. Last year, as a matter of fact, I just saw a video prior to Game 1. I think it was maybe in their maybe in their indoor practice facility where they had tables, and maybe he was speaking to donors and boosters, and it was him and players up there, and then he said it again in front of that, and it's just you don't have to, you don't have to, because what's happening right now actually is a normal rebuilding of a program. But when you attach the expectation
but is there anything
on it,
about it that is normal?
Well, the only thing that's normal is the play on the football field, right?
Right.
You see a team that's struggling because you will struggle as you try to build to whatever you're going to be. But actually, to your point, nothing else is normal about this. Not from the moment that he walked in. And so look, Bradley Van Pelt comes in and says, yeah, well, they got to manage expectations. And they do. And they did it to themselves, whereas CSU, however, it is a game that CSU wants to win and probably needs to win for just their trajectory as a – I got to be careful how to say this. Their trajectory as a program that is looking for respect beyond Fort Collins.
Yep.
Now, the reason why
even in Fort Collins,
and even in Fort Collins,
even with the fan base, I mean, it's been a very rough 7 years,
correct,
since the last bowl game in 2017. Debs.
Yeah,
with some of the best facilities in Group of 5 football.
Yeah,
like this is a year that has to produce results. I've spent some time up in Fort Collins covering some of their games, and there's a palpable feel. There's a tension that this team and this head coach and this staff, with a good roster, with a well-built offensive line, has to get to a bowl game. And I think this is a massive step towards not just getting to a bowl game for CSU, but also to potentially come out of this with the confidence knowing that they can compete to get into a Mountain West championship.
Mm-hmm. And the reason why I am careful about this is because, look, when you strip away all the hype and all the glitz and the glamour and all that kind of stuff, what CSU is actually playing is a team that's 1-1. That's an unranked football team, and so
is CU.
Yeah, but
they're playing a 1-1 team.
Correct, but CSU doesn't have any of the. CSU's not nationally.
No,
you know what I'm saying, and so I have to be careful about that because at the end of the day, if CSU does win this game, you pointed this out on Monday. You beat a team that's 2-9 in their last 11 games, 2-8 in their last 10 games, something like that.
Yep.
And so that's actually the reality of the situation. So it will be a good win because of the names on the field, especially right at the top, Shedeur and Travis Hunter. But then when you strip away beyond that, it is a 1-1 football team that has not been ranked since week 3 of last year, and is really trying to pull itself up by its own bootstraps, and not have another season collapse on it as well. Having said all that, I am very, very curious to what happens X's and O's wise in this game with the CSU Rams. So we had Kevin Lytle of the Fort Collins, Coloradoan on the show yesterday, the beat writer up there. And one of the things he said that struck me was this sentence. He says, well, in a lot of ways, CSU season starts Saturday. You had a Texas game where nobody expected them to win. Fine. You had a UNC game where everybody expected them to win. And both of those things came true. So now this is the one game. This is the first game where it's like, okay, these teams look to be very comparable. What is going to happen here? And so for me, there was a huge emphasis on the run. We talked about this at the beginning of the week with CSU in that Texas game, and then obviously again in that UNC game. And the point that you made that stuck with me as well, one of them that you made that stuck with me, was CSU's probably had a game plan to throw it a little bit more, but then when they just ran the football, why would you do anything else than run the football? Which also, I think, if you're Jay Norvell, it's like, this is great because now I don't have to put any of my really good stuff on film at all. And it's a team that still wants to play with tempo, still, I think, wants to throw the football, still has little pieces of air raid in it. We have not seen any of that this season. So if you're Colorado, you got to look at what happened last year in the game against CSU, what on earth they are doing this year in the first 2 games, and kind of marry that a little bit. But if you're CSU, you have the element of surprise. Like, which way are we going to go in this football game where CSU does not have that? They just throw the ball all the time and nobody believes that you're going to do anything else.
Yeah, what's going to take place at Canvas Stadium, for me, a football guy that loves the X's and O's, loves the different contrastive styles, it's going to be so interesting, particularly Colorado State's offense versus CU's defense. And I'll get into that. This is a team that was top 10 nationally in CSU's offense. In throwing the football, that's
right.
That's a reality. That ball was good. I mean, their leading receiver had 96 catches in Torrey Horton. This season, on the other hand, the run game is the storyline, and not just the run game against UNC, because you could say, oh, well, it's a FCS team that's rebuilding under second-year head coach Ed Lamb, but this is a team that went to Texas, got beat 52-0. I understand that, but they said we're going to establish a dang run game, and they have 2 rushers. 2 running backs that are really good players. Justin Marshall rushes for over 100 yards at Texas. And then Keegan Hollis, who I love this player out of Cherry Creek. He goes for 12 carries, 93 yards. They have almost 350 yards of rushing through just 2 games, one of which is against arguably a top 2 team in college football right now on the road.
Yeah.
But then you look at CU's defense. I wasn't buying fully the stock on CU's defense after week 1 against North Dakota State. I just thought the matchups, they played a box population type of a style of defense to make sure they had one more hat, in the box. I went back and watched the Nebraska game last night, and I was up pretty late. I was watching plays like a football coach does, but watching the TV broadcast that I had DVR'd. I was really impressed with CU's defense.
I was too.
And I know a lot of people were pointing to, it was just the second half. Nebraska was just trying to get out of there with a win, which I think there's some truth to it. But there's some dudes that fly around and make plays on that defense. Like Levante Bentley is a thumper. He is a guy that is a problem for an opposing offensive line. He finds his way in the backfield. They have guys that are fully committed and invested and bought in to Robert Livingston's new defensive scheme. And they are flying around and playing full speed. And I thought it was interesting. Travis Hunter on the sidelines, while there were a bunch of offensive woes, he had a Tyreek Hill type of reaction on the sideline to frustrating moments of offensive football. You know who was the one guy after a failed offensive drive that went up and put his arm around him? It was defensive coordinator Robert Livingston.
Was it?
There's real buy-in on that side of the football.
That's and for CU, it's about that defense being able to start fast. They've given up 41 points in the first half, 6 points in the second half. Second half of their first couple of games. They got good players on that side of the football. I will give that to them. I said this at the beginning of the week. I stand by it after having watched that game against Nebraska. They are definitely an improved unit on that side. Had that said, they can't just allow points to be scored on, over and over and over again at the beginning of a game and then rely on whatever adjustments and extra effort they need in the second half to be able to just shut that team down, then hope their offense comes back in the second half. So they got to get that figured out, from an even up standpoint. Colorado State defensively, what are they?
They're a solid unit. They played really well in that first quarter and a half against Texas. It was more that CSU in that game was 3-and-out fest early on in that game. CSU has a very good edge rusher, Mukendi Waklanji, he's a real guy. Like he reminds me a bit of Kamara from last year. They have a linebacker that I think is going to end up being an NFL linebacker in Boom Jock, and I was really impressed with some of their secondary play. They're going to be tested. They're going to be tested a bunch. And if they can limit the explosive plays, I think that they can keep the ball in front of them fairly well. And it's just going to come down to tackling. How well are they going to tackle? And that was in my visit with Freddie Banks, the defensive coordinator up in Fort Collins. That was the one thing he was most disappointed with against Texas was they were in position to bottle up Texas, but they missed tackles. And they have two safeties, Henry Blackburn, who, of course, CU knows all about. And then, Jack Howell, son of John Howell, CSU legend that played in the NFL for a decade. They have two safeties that have played so many games of college football. It's a good unit. It's a solid unit. It's a sound unit. I love Freddie Banks, their defensive coordinator. But it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge to limit the explosive plays. And the book is written on how to stop CU.
You got to get to the quarterback.
You got to get to the quarterback.
Yeah. Can they get to the quarterback, though?
I think they have the athletes to do it.
Do they have to pressure to do that?
I think they are going to have to utilize some 5-6 man hits.
Right.
They're going to have to bring some secondary blitzes. They're going to have to bring some backer blitzes. Boom Jock is a bona fide pass rusher. Chase Wilson, the other inside linebacker, a good pass rusher from the linebacker position. But the problem there is that you do leave some of your semi-inexperienced corners on an island.
Yeah.
And
so
you got to tackle. You got to get home.
Yeah. From a CU standpoint, because they have started the way they have started, in terms of like the first game, they came out in 5 wide for the first time in the program's history, and obviously it's a heavy passing football team. Is there opportunity, especially early in the game, to show passing looks and run out of them and have some success?
Dems, that's what you've tried to do through 2 games. I mean, when you don't have a tight end on the roster, Savell Smalls plays tight end, but he was a recruited defensive player. He is a fish out of water playing the tight end position. Cam Hart, I believe, or Sam Hart, the other tight end, is a transfer from Ohio State that didn't play at all. So they have no proven tight ends that have played Division I football games on the roster. So everything's going to look like a passing formation. That's how it's looked through 2 games. And let's just talk about their leading rushers for the CU Buffs. Dallin Hayden, not available for this game. He's the leading rusher with 52 yards. He's averaging 3.7 a carry. After that, Charlie Offerdahl, 9 carries for 19 yards, 2.1 a carry. Drelon Miller.
Yeah.
He's a receiver. He's your second leading rusher that's healthy in this game, and he's got 2 carries for 7 yards. That's the reality of where you find yourself. I listened to the interview yesterday with Pat Shurmur. I've been in those shoes as an offensive coordinator. When you don't have a tight end, it gives you so many limitations to be able to generate any form of ground game. The real answer to this is if you're going to be in passing formations, which is no tight end on the field, the guy that's going to have to run the football and design run game is the quarterback. That's the only way you can get your numbers back to where you need to get them. And so that's the question. Is Coach Prime, is Shedeur Sanders, and then most importantly, is Pat Shurmur going to be afforded the opportunity to utilize Shedeur Sanders in designed quarterback run game?
Is Shedeur... He doesn't strike me as being super dynamic in a running sense. Do you put him in harm's way that way? Or how much do you put him in harm's way?
I mean, is he in harm's way with the current style? I mean, do you watch that Nebraska game? That's the one thing I took away is like the amount of the beating that he took and the amount of like, I'm talking about violent, I hate to say the word, but like injury looking type hits where people are on his legs.
Right.
You know, he's throwing a ball, he's trying to step into it and somebody dives right at his knees. Is that putting him in harm's way? Hell yes, it is. So him taking off and running on some zone read or quarterback power read 6 times a game, does that at least give defense pause to
And he can
pin their
protect
ears
himself a
back?
little bit better, right?
Yeah, you know you're the aggressor in that situation.
So many very interesting things about this game. I could talk about them all day, but we're going to take a break. Come back with KJ's NFL notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, as we do every time this time of show, we get KJ's NFL Notes. He takes a spin around the NFL, tells us takes us around the biggest stories in the league. KJ, what's story number one?
Let's head to Pittsburgh and talk to everybody's favorite son, Russell Wilson, as he continues to play his little Russell Wilson games. Let's try this clip. How frustrating is it, Russ, that you can't play against the Broncos?
Yeah, I think every game matters. Every game counts. Every game you want to be able to play in, and so I'm just trying to get ready to go and rock and roll. And obviously, I think it's a big game for us because it's the next game.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that wasn't what we were looking for. Let's try this. Can you provide your team with any insight, Russ?
Are guys picking your brains about this specific team? Can you offer some insight?
Yeah, I got
even if you can't play.
Yeah, I got some insight for sure.
Does he have insight? Because Sean Payton would just go, yeah, you didn't run what I said, so I don't know if you really actually have insight as to what we actually want to do around here. Actually, also, while I'm talking, this came across from Tom Pelissero of NFL Network reposted this. Says this, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin said that QB Russell Wilson will be listed as questionable and added that if his chances of playing are questionable, his chances of starting are less so. So we are definitely.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I know. They're gonna put him.
Yes.
They're listing him as questionable. Usually this is a standard question for beat writers to players who are playing their former team, especially immediately, which is, do you have institutional knowledge that can help your current team against your former team? This short answer is, of course, Russell Wilson does have some institutional knowledge, but I feel like things are running a little bit differently with Bo Nix than they certainly ran with him.
Yeah, and the coach in me and the schematics and personnel evaluation would be more scared as a Broncos supporter if Justin Fields is playing in this game, right? Because of his legs, his athleticism, even just dynamic throws that he makes from time to time. But the fan in me is actually more terrified of Russell Wilson coming back. Why?
Really? Why?
Think about last year, the revenge game for Sean Payton against Nathaniel Hackett. That sucker went awry. There's just something about the revenge games that haven't gone very well in this. And there's not a ton of them. The sample size is small, but that was a pretty brutal day at the office there. I was at that game.
Yeah.
And the fan base was just so ready to just clown Nathaniel Hackett. And he ends up doing a dang victory lap, and every player's going over and giving him hugs and high fives. And he was dang near hoisted off the shoulders of Breece Hall and Zach Wilson.
And Zach Wilson. Yeah, it's true.
I have two middle fingers.
It's interesting. We'll see. It's too bad that Russell Wilson is going to play, but Mike Tomlin's playing the game right now, which is, you know what? We played the clip earlier. You're going to prepare for both. And that's what you're going to do. And we'll put one of them on the football field, which we all know is going to be Justin Fields.
We all know that right now, even if he's not on the IR to start the game, or not on, he's active.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, what he is right now for the Pittsburgh Steelers, it's number 2. He's the number 2 quarterback.
Do you think he'll be number 2 even when he comes back? I feel like Mike Tomlin feels
he's a
married
captain,
to him.
Captain
for
Russ.
some
I
reason.
just say in his current state, not having played a lot and not practiced much, he is the number 2 if he is indeed active.
Yeah, it's that situation is so interesting to me. They don't have to be married to Russell Wilson. They're not paying him. The Broncos are. It's like,
do they have a package of plays ready for Russ already?
No, he's not a package quarterback at this age, right? I don't think so.
Throws.
Oh, you know what would be great? If you're Mike Tomlin, you do have 2 middle fingers yourself.
Yeah.
Is control the game, win the game, put Russ out there to take the knee.
To take the knee?
Oh my gosh.
Wow. That's the no handshake at the end of the game. Like Sean Payton just runs right off the field.
That would put the exclamation point on the weekend of extreme hatred here in the Centennial State.
Coach, that would be... If he did that,
and then Russ goes straight to the Broncos logo at midfield, and then takes a knee for like 2.5 minutes.
No. He goes and takes a knee on the logo and he prays.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
that would be wild. He should think about doing that. Mike Tomlin should legit think about doing that. KJ, what's next?
I will beat Noah Lyles.
Let's head to Miami here, as last night was a very, very, very serious situation, as Tua has, unfortunately, he has compounded another concussion on top of the ones that he's already sustained over a year ago. And Mike McDaniel, he spoke about it a little bit last night, but this morning on his conference call with the media, he went a lot more in depth, and he explained why we need to calm down and we need to get back to a place where we are letting players decide what's best for their future.
I just really, really, really wish. I totally understand it, and it's not misplaced. I totally get how that's where people want to go to. I just wish that people would for a second hear what I'm saying, that bringing up his future is not in the best interest of him. So, I'm going to plead with everybody that, does genuinely care, that should be the last thing on your mind, because you don't, what do you think that's, if I would answer that question, I'd be like, all right, this is my thoughts on his career. And he read it. If he agreed with it or he disagreed with it, either way, I've just made him worse. So I'm not taking this opportunity to just I don't think it's appropriate simply because of my care and regard. And I don't think those types of conversations, when you're talking about somebody's career, I think it probably is only fair that their career should be decided by them.
This is an incredibly concerning situation. Watching that last night, watching the game, and seeing him go down in a similar manner to what we have seen before.
Third time.
Fourth. If you go back to Alabama.
Yeah. Third time in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's the 2022 season
Correct.
that was absolutely brutal to see.
Correct.
And this was just another.
Well, then you had the one that was a concussion that was called a back injury. So
Yeah.
He's just got such an extensive history of head injuries. I understand what Mike McDaniel is saying right there. For questions to him, it doesn't do him any good to speculate on his future. It doesn't. What you want to be there is for the player. For the rest of us, it's a question that I think is a valid question. Like, should he play again? And I don't know. I mean, for me, my gut reaction is no, he shouldn't play again. I mean, this is what you're ultimately talking about here is what quality do you want the rest of your life to be? How long do you even maybe want to be here, on this earth? Because of what we know about CTE and how that has impacted so many players before him. But that's a decision he's going to have to make.
So, Dems, from my personal experience, just having coached with players that played in the National Football League for a long period of time, some of the worst cases of at least observation, my observations of what appears to be bad cases of CTE,
Mm-hmm.
it's typically the repeated blow type positions, offensive line, linebacker, tight end, fullback, safeties, it's every play of practice, and it accumulates over time. I look at the Tua situation, and this might not be a very popular take. I look at it similar to combat sport athletes. Think about MMA fighters. Think about boxers, where it is the knockout punch. Societally, we look at the game of football very differently than we look at combat sports. How many MMA fighters have been knocked out double-digit times, and you see that image of them on the ground with an arm that's straight out, or a leg that can't come off the ground because that's what your body does in a reaction. Why do we not look at a quarterback that essentially does take a similar type of a blow, similar to that of an MMA fighter or a boxer, because they are two different. They're two different viewpoints from society of that boxer. Oh, he'll come back. He'll keep fighting. That MMA fighter. Oh yeah, he's only been knocked out like 6 times. It's the same human, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think that before everybody goes to a rush judgment about Tua's career, you have to trust the science, like the actual doctors in the situation, and not just look at the aesthetics of the knockout. It's very similar to how you look at a combat sport athlete.
It's an interesting take. I guess I would say that quarterbacks aren't. They're not combat sport athletes.
I think football is a combat sport.
They play a sport that's violent,
very violent.
But that wasn't a violent hit that he took yesterday. That was Damar Hamlin, who actually really didn't. He kind of was in the way. Tua dove into him, and
the way I looked at that hit, it was like it hit him on the button. Like it was like that under the chin neck, the kind of the neck going in a weird angle. I actually saw that as a not a brutal hit in terms of intention from Damar Hamlin, but
because Tua was diving and Damar Hamlin ran into
it was a normal football play, but when you saw the slow motion of how Tua essentially like hit what happened with his neck, the impact and where it happened, it's always right underneath the ear. It's kind of that area that is the button that guys get knocked out in, and man, it's so unfortunate. I hope the best for Tua. I love Tua Tagovailoa. I loved watching him in Hard Knocks last year. He's such a likable human. I just hope the best for him.
I do too. I think it's a valid question though. It's just to ask it, just to debate it. I mean, ultimately, like he's got his own life and his family and everybody else to think of himself. But he is a case that from a quarterback situation that I can't even remember another quarterback doing this repeatedly.
Right.
And so I think that's what's jarring to the rest of us. We've watched hundreds of quarterbacks over time play, and we've seen some of them get knocked out, man. It happens in football, as you have said. But for one guy to do this over and over and over again, and now for us to know the science, you were just talking about the science, you could even argue 30 years ago that the science, whether it was because the NFL was keeping it from the players or whether the science hadn't caught up yet, whatever, I'm not here to debate that, but the knowledge of what happens with repeated head trauma wasn't out in a way that it is now, and so there's a lot to think about. It's just a terribly complex situation, and as you said, we really, really hope the best for Tua and his family. KJ, what's next?
I will beat no allows.
On KJ's NFL notes, I have reserved the right to admit when I am wrong, and when you're presented with new facts, every once in a while, you kind of got to walk back your comments. And I said a couple of weeks ago that the Los Angeles Chargers were a disappointment. They weren't going to be anything this season. They were a waste of time. And now I have been presented with new evidence this past Sunday that they ultimately will be just fine. And Jim Harbaugh has a special message for me and me only.
I love guys who like football. And guys who like football, they like me back. And I like them back. And even guys that don't like football, I mean, they try to avoid me because I'm always trying to get them to like football more.
Coach, I don't know what to say about him.
This is authentically
he's
Jim
weird.
Harbaugh.
He's weird to me.
He is. He is like when you work for him, which I did for 2 years.
Yeah.
And when you play for him, which I didn't, but I always talk to the players about it. Andrew Luck best described it as like he is a idiot savant.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is. Mm-hmm. He has the best way of communicating so strangely, but it's like when you drive by on I-25 and you see a car accident, you can't help but just rubberneck the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Jim Harbaugh is, but it works. It works. The dude's winning. I watched the all 22 of just the run game of the Chargers against the Raiders in the opening week. They are going to be very good in this division. They are going to, I think, make it the playoffs because championship teams or playoff teams, they run the football and they stop the run, and Jim Harbaugh builds everything around a tough guy mentality, and they execute it.
Yeah, and we knew that was happening with the way they were starting to move the pieces around on their roster. And what's the offensive lineman? Is it Joe Alt?
He looked unbelievable.
Right. So
did you see what the Chargers social media account, the Twitter account said?
No.
They had him because he gave up 0 pressures against Max Crosby.
Oh, wow.
So they had a picture of him locking up
For
Max
real?
Crosby, and it said Control Alt Delete. I love it.
The Chargers, the Chargers social media is among the best, like of any sport in any league. They do a great job. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is what they were going to do. I mean, you add tight ends to the roster, you add offensive linemen to the roster, offensive linemen to the roster. J.K. Dobbins ran that rock.
He is so good.
And look, they're going to get the Carolina Panthers in week 2. So, dub. Moving on.
You know what, though? The Panthers and Dave Canales, they're just going to hashtag keep pounding. Because that's what they do. They just keep pounding.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. That's going to do it for this edition of KJ's NFL Notes. You guys, on the Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Very interesting comment about the concussion portion of KJ's NFL Notes. I will read some of those, and then we will get predictions on all the games that we care about coming up next. Into the last segment of the program, Chris and Coach KJ as well. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 coming to you from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. I did want to get through a few of these text messages because I thought we definitely want, first of all, we definitely want interaction from everybody that wants to interact with us. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. But earlier in the show, we had a couple of people asking if we were going to talk about the Tua Tagovailoa situation. We knew we were at some point. And we got some interesting text messages. From Bud. He says, I had 3 concussions in 2 years in college. And I think the word he's looking for is wouldn't. They wouldn't let me wrestle anymore. Can't believe they haven't told him to hang them up. From Paul, Steve Young, and Troy Aikman were concussion casualties. That is true. Those 2 quarterbacks for sure. From Nick, you stop me whenever you want to interject. As a lifelong Dolphins fan, even though it kills me, it will set us back years. He needs to retire. His family and kids are way more important than this. I had a daughter who played college softball and had a doctor tell her, a 20-year-old will tell you, you will be a 50-year-old you, a 40-year-old you. It is a complicated situation. My kid plays soccer. They don't allow headers, right?
Yep.
So it's, and we have a lot of thoughts about it. We'll see what happens with Tua. Somebody asked why wasn't he wearing a Guardian cap? I think we actually talked about that a little bit prior to the season, like how many players we thought might be wearing them. I think in week 1, the only person I saw was Jabril Peppers, who wore it. I don't know if that number will increase or maybe nobody will wear them. Who knows? I heard on one of the morning shows on one of the networks that Tua's helmet, they don't know exactly what type of helmet Tua was wearing, but that it was the back of it is reinforced. It's got extra padding in the back of it because that snapback hitting the back of your head when you get slung to the ground is how a lot of the concussions are sustained. But to Coach's point, it appeared that it was the impact with Damar Hamlin, which was coincidental. Was that
essentially
like
Damar Hamlin's abs?
Mm-hmm.
It was and it's where his head kind of snapped, and it was just the mechanism of it. To me, looked like a knockout type of mechanism, even if you take it from a combat sport. And I made a take here about the comp between an MMA fighter, a boxer that's been knocked out 3 or 4 times.
Sure.
And a couple of really good texts come back. MMA fighters don't fight every week, and I would agree with that. Like typically, like Sean O'Malley's fighting this weekend at the Sphere. Actually,
oh really?
They're fighting at the Vegas Sphere.
That's gonna be cool.
It's gonna be pretty crazy,
Yeah.
but. They fight twice to 4 times at the most in a year.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have to think that quarterbacks don't get hit in the head every single game, and they are playing a 17-game regular season. There are games where you come out, you might go sometimes a month without having any form of head trauma at the quarterback.
And in fact,
position.
Tua did the entirety of the season last year.
Correct. Yeah. So there's not a perfect comp, but I do think that's a really intelligent, and then the other one here is that in some fight sports situations, 3 to 4 bad knockouts will end your career. And I'd love to study that and see the context of guys that have walked away or had doctor's orders to walk away or wouldn't sanction you to fight in the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
I've seen that in boxing before.
Yeah. But yeah, it's in any event. I mean, when you play these sports, and I played the sport, I coached the sport, there are some very, very brutal realities to playing these violent sports. And, certainly from an NFL perspective, yes, you are handsomely paid for it, but you also have a life in front of you. Tua's got a wife and kids.
Yep.
And you have to consider all of those things. What do you want to be like when your kids are of high school age? And those are things that the doctors are going to know. We can't speculate accurately on that.
So for further context, financially, Tua signed like a 4-year, $200+ million contract.
Yeah,
so,
$167 million is guaranteed.
So my understanding is not quite that much is guaranteed, but
is it less than that? What do you have?
But but it's still a lot. And then so he, the Dolphins are just going to be in a tough situation. But my guess is he's just going to come back and play, man. You know, I mean, the dollars,
$167.1 million in guaranteed money if he was to retire from a medical perspective.
I don't know what you do in an organization.
I mean, if it's a medical disqualification, you know,
because it
hardship,
becomes a cap hit, right? At the end, it becomes a cap hit. If he decided this year, you know, 5 weeks from now, he says, you know what, I'm going to retire. I don't know. It's a difficult situation that the Dolphins find themselves in. Obviously, more difficult situation that Tua finds himself in. All right, let's move on. We got 3 minutes left in the show. Colorado State predictions. Or do you want a prediction?
I am.
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Okay.
And I'm going to say a team that geographically is north of Denver, north in some capacity of the city of Denver, will come away with a massive win at Canvas Stadium.
A team,
Dude, they're hard.
A team whose university is near mountains.
CU is the hardest team to predict, man. It really is.
Yeah.
I just don't. They're either going to win by 21 points and Shedeur is going to throw for 450, or they're going to lose close.
Yeah.
And CSU's ground game and pass rush is going to be real.
Yeah.
God, how soft is that of me?
So soft. It's so soft.
I wore my guardian cap.
That was a guardian cap.
Yes,
prediction.
I protected all of my investments.
It's true. To the surprise of no one, I will pick the University of Colorado in this game. I think if Colorado State is going to run the football, then they are going to win the game. That is it. If that is not a thing that they can run to a very effective degree, I think Colorado will win this game. And if this game becomes a shootout, what's the actual health status of Torrey Horton and his ability to really be able to impact this football game? And if that's not going to be a thing, if he starts the game, can't finish the game, or starts the game, it's just not himself throughout the game, then that'll be a big deal for CSU in this game. Here's what I think. I think that they did themselves no favors with the interview in the summer that came back out now. And I think CU is going to, from a group of individuals who probably really didn't care about this rivalry because they're national guys more than local guys. You refocus the team on you, and I think ultimately that will get CU over the hump in this game. I'll just call it CU 30 and CSU 24 in a game that I think some points will be scored. Where else in the nation are we looking for fun games?
Yeah, tonight there's two great games. You got Kansas State and Arizona. I like Kansas State. I like that team. I think they're the class of the Big 12. Arizona has arguably the most talented NFL-ready receiver in Teteroa McMillan. And I think I like Kansas State winning that game. And then Kansas UNLV. UNLV's 2-0.
Yeah, they're kind of interestingly good.
Yeah, pretty good. They beat Houston in the opener 27-7. But I like Jalen Daniels and Kansas backing up a tough week where they lost a close game this past weekend. I like Kansas getting back on track. I think they're one of the best coach teams, not just in the Big 12, but in the country. Lance Leipold's a real deal.
Did they sign him to an extension? I feel like
Lance Leipold?
Yeah.
They should have.
Yeah.
Because the dude's won at every level he's been at.
Right.
Yeah. And then, tomorrow, Sunday. What's your prediction?
Broncos 20. Pittsburgh 12. Like a lot more field goals for Pittsburgh. I just think the Broncos defense is pretty good. I right now I don't have a lot of respect for the Pittsburgh offense with Justin Fields, and that is really coloring my opinion of them. And so I think if the Broncos defense can set Bo Nix up, maybe even with a couple more short fields, the way they did with Seattle, I think the Broncos will cash those in, at least one of the two. Maybe if you do two, I think they'll punch one in for a touchdown. it's going to be a very difficult game overall for the Broncos offense. But I think Sean Payton will have more answers for the Broncos offense versus the Steelers defense than Arthur Smith has answers for the Pittsburgh offense versus the Broncos defense. And I think it's just going to be a low-scoring game that the Broncos will pull out.
I actually agree with you, and I think this is the most winnable game in the next 3 weeks for the Denver Broncos. They're at home. I think Bo Nix is going to score a rushing touchdown via the zone read option in the red zone, and they're going to solve some of those red zone woes. And I actually predict that Bo Nix is going to throw 2 25-yard air yard throws down the field completions, one to Cortland Sutton, one to Josh Reynolds, and I think that will help springboard this team to I'm going to call it a 17-13 win for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. He's going to have to do it sooner or later. He's going to have to complete those. From Jordan Dempsey, you're so freaking delusional. I don't think so. I just don't think so. We will find out on Monday, and we will analyze everything.
Just don't forget, Justin Fields. He is always going to Justin Fields. Yeah. He's going to turn the football over.
He will.
Just wait and see.
He's going to do that. That is a fact. That is going to do it for us. We will react to all these things on Monday. On a what is it? An exaggeration Monday is what we're going to have. We're very excited about that. See you, CSU tomorrow. Broncos on Sunday. For Coach, I'm Chris. KJ, we love and appreciate you.
Here's Lil Wayne over-exaggerating how he feels about his disappointment of not being chosen as the Super Bowl halftime person for New Orleans.
I thought that was nothing, I thought that was nothing better than that spot and that stage and that platform in my city. And so it hurt. It hurt a whole lot.
It hurt a whole lot.
Well, Kendrick Lamar is better than you, Lil Wayne. Deal with it.
Shouldn't have been a Packers fan. Should not have been a Packers fan, Lil Wayne.
Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's a Funky Friday live from Joe Willie's on Broadway. Oh. Yeah. As a great neighborhood bar, sports bar, just opened up in June after a lengthy, hey, how's it going? How are we going to do this thing? And they got it going, and TVs all over the place, cool food. I love corner little neighborhood sports bar. They got a roof deck up top. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good spot, man.
It's kind of my joint.
Took them 3 years to get this sucker open.
3 years. How about that, huh?
Yeah.
So good for them, man. That's a lot of work, man. A lot of small business, man. Just heart and soul work, right? Looks great. Look at I got.
Looks phenomenal.
Right next to Shedeur there.
That's my team right there.
Is it really?
You can't see me, but I'm on that squad.
Oh, that's awesome. Sure, they did that.
I got the exact photo in my basement.
Well, there's your quarterback right there, and the one to his left. This is Joe Willie's on Broadway, but everybody knows Joe Namath was Joe Willie right there.
He's right behind you.
Well, and I got his jersey right there. I, in 7th grade football, picked his number, and we were green and white.
No way.
Yeah, and so I picked his number because that was like my first.
That was your guy.
Quote unquote guy quarterback.
That's awesome.
Then I learned a little bit about Lenny Dawson. I kind of switched over to Lenny Dawson. But when I was a kid, Joe Willie.
Well, I mean, who didn't love Joe Willie, man? I mean, he was the man. He was a star. He was with the Hollywood vibe and that goes back a little bit, obviously.
I don't know who that lady is on his shoulder over there, but she's all right.
Yeah,
she's doing all right over there.
She's easy on the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Willie was probably in sports, was there somebody before him, that Hollywood vibe as an athlete, before Joe Namath?
Was Joe Namath even that good?
No.
I mean, seriously.
I mean, he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I got it.
And he played quarterback at Alabama. But, he had a lot of injuries going on, and then he wanted to kiss Susie Colbert. And,
that was about 50 years later, but yeah. Yeah.
I want to kiss you.
Boy, was that a moment. Holy cow.
I want to kiss you.
Got him into rehab, right?
Did it?
Yeah, he went to rehab right after that.
Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks,
Joe.
Kiss you.
Tua, we might as well address. The boys were just talking about Tua. Dan, you got something about Mike McDaniel talking about Tua? Is that right? Yeah, go ahead. What's Smoky Hill High grad Mike McDaniel have to say about that?
I just really, really, really wish. I totally understand it, and it's not misplaced. I totally get how that's where people want to go to. I just wish that people would for a second hear what I'm saying, that bringing up his future is not in the best interest of him. So, I'm going to plead with everybody that, does genuinely care, that should be the last thing on your mind, because you don't, what do you think that's, if I would answer that question, I'd be like, all right, this is my thoughts on his career. And he read it. If he agreed with it or he disagreed with it, either way, I've just made him worse. So I'm not taking this opportunity to just I don't think it's appropriate simply because of my care and regard. And I don't think those types of conversations, when you're talking about somebody's career, I think it probably is only fair that their career should be decided by them.
Okay, well, Mike. I love him. But
remember that one TV series? It was produced by whatever company, and at the end of the show, you'd always see the guy and go, "Speak, Ubu, speak."
I know Mike has
God dang
some issues there, but let's cut to the core
deal,
here.
Man. Tough deal. Man, I mean, you go back to just last season, believe it or not, Tua played the entire year healthy. It feels like it was just last year that he had the 2 concussions in back-to-back weeks, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole world was on fire about letting him back in, and it was a mistake. And then there was the one that they
and he came on a couple weeks after he got back. He had his third, right?
Well,
same year.
Yes is the answer. However, the team passed it off as a back injury, right? So there was the 2 diagnosed, then there was the quote-unquote back injury.
The one where he got up and he was like walking like he was drunk. That was back.
Really, really freaking tough deal, man. I mean, I get it for Tua, The financial repercussions of it, if he were to retire, is significant. He would have to give back like $120 million. He would have to forfeit, is what I heard.
Well, I'm reading here. He's got a 4-year, $212 million contract, which includes
167 was guaranteed.
Correct.
Right? And so he's only 1 year into that deal.
Right.
And if you retire early in the deal, you got to forfeit the money that you didn't play.
Unless, and I guarantee you there's a stipulation on that with the guaranteed money, if it becomes a medical thing, they'll probably still have to pay him the guarantee.
So that's the thing, though. But if the team were technically to medically clear him and he chose to retire anyways, in theory, he would have to give back the prorated part of that.
Which is why the NFL, if the NFLPA did anything good, although I understand after the Tua stuff, the NFLPA fired all their independent neurologists and started over from that standpoint. If you have a truly independent neurologist who doesn't give a flip about, and I'm saying this with regards to football, but more the patient's health, and a doctor says, listen, I would highly – he's okay, but I would highly suggest he not be put in that situation ever again. The long-term effects, we've seen CTE. We've seen the billions of dollars the league's put out. I think they could probably get Miami on the hook.
Yeah, and I'm sure Tua could fight it, even if they did. Look, first off, I don't think the organization would hold him to it. But in theory, they could take back whatever the prorated amount is that he's been paid up front. But even if that happens, Scott, Tua would fight his own doctors. He would fight it. He's just in a tough spot, man.
Yeah, let him get healthy from this first. I mean, I think that's what Mike was trying to say, right? Let him get healthy first, and then let him proceed what he wants to do.
Yeah, I'm reading this article, Tyler, what you're saying. If he's medically cleared to play but chose to retire, he'll give up the remaining 124, provided there's no settlement. But yet, if he's medically forced to retire,
then he gets it all.
He'd get it all.
Yeah.
So $43 million of the guaranteed money amount, his $42 million signing bonus plus $1 million base salary, has already been paid out. So he's already made
a lot of money.
More than $40 million.
But still, that money is prorated, right? So it's paid in advance. So in theory, he would have to give it back.
And listen, we're projecting way, 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 way in the future. Let's see what happens the rest of the way. One, there's also an image thing that if all of a sudden he's got some serious medical issues, and you guys read on Twitter, all social media, all the former players have said, dude, stop. And that's what Michael was talking about also. The Miami Dolphins and the NFL would be in a very bad light if they say, okay, we understand you've had 4 concussions in 1.5 seasons. We're not going to pay you anything. Talk about bad PR.
Yeah.
I mean, that would look awful bad. But that being said, listen, the one thing they talked about last year was that he learned to protect himself. Remember that? They did different exercises.
He did the jiu-jitsu
He
stuff.
did jiu-jitsu stuff. Dude, he got hammered last night and lowered his head trying to run over a guy.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to run over the guy that took a helmet in the heart and almost died, right? It was the same guy.
He's down there close
Football.
to the goal line trying to make a play.
What do you do?
But it was a foolish decision for him. I mean, he's just got to know, I can't put myself in jeopardy like that. Can I just say this, though? This is the first year in which the Guardian caps have been allowed to wear in a game. And I think we've only had 1 or 2 players in the entire league that have actually chosen to wear that thing.
There's more than that, but there's a few. Yeah,
it's not much.
Minimal.
You're saying require him?
Well, I mean, that's fine if you want to do that. But, I mean, if you're Tua, why the hell is he not wearing it?
Well, I would say this. I don't think the shot he took last night would have mattered in the sense that if you saw his hit go low, his left ear touches his left shoulder.
The bigger point is you've suffered all these concussions. Like Tyler's, I think you're saying, like, dude, come on now. I mean, you don't know how you're going to get hit. It's been designed to protect you. Why wouldn't you wear it? I actually agree with you. I don't know why he wouldn't wear it. But then again, it's his life. He can do whatever he wants with it.
Well, I was reading the stats on those Guardian caps the other day because I was actually looking at my youth football team. Should I force my kids to wear them? You know? And it's the science behind them is that it reduces concussions up to 52%.
That's pretty significant.
Which is beyond significant. And if the NFL really does care, freaking mandate.
Then why can't you?
Fine by me.
As opposed to, we could also put bubble wrap over kids and probably reduce collarbone fractures too. Why can't they integrate that into the helmet more so, as opposed to a sleeve that goes over?
There's just not space. I mean, on the inside, you've already got that. You've got.
We'll make the helmet a little bit bigger.
I guess. I mean, but on the inside, you've already got the pads that you can blow up with air, create more cushion inside of it. The technology on the helmets has changed radically in the last 5 or 10 years, but at the end of the day, you can't get rid of concussions entirely, no matter what you do.
All right, so what do you think's next for Tua then? What do you think he does?
I think he'll rehab.
What do you think he should do?
I think he won't play for at least a month. If they're smart, I'd put him on short-term IR, which means a minimum of 4 games, right? I would do that, and then let's figure something out.
Well, look, as a guy that has suffered his fair share of concussions, and I do deal with effects of it to this day, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I've got issues because of my concussions to this day. Knowing that, I really freaking hope he never plays another down. However, as a football player, as a dude that has also been in that spot, I very strongly believe Tua Tagovailoa will be playing football again because he's not going to walk away.
If he was your son, what would you tell him?
I'd tell him to walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd give him a big hug and said, "You've been amazing. Life is long. I love you, son. You're incredible. It's time just to think about the rest of your life."
Well, here's another thing, and listen, maybe we get a doctor calls in because we are kind of a highbrow kind of show. Once you have one, I've read somewhere where you're susceptible to more, right?
Right. Quicker.
Why
Easier.
would he even be medically cleared in the first place?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know how it works. It always amazes me, like in other sports like hockey, these concussions put these guys out for months sometimes. But in football, you come back in a week? Really?
Well, I still go back and the Teddy Bridgewater time. He missed 5 days with the concussion.
Come on, man.
Guys
what
missed
was that?
3 weeks with the sprained ankle.
I get you. All right, we are at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Can't wait to sample some of their delicious food. The drinks, the atmosphere is top notch. It's Joe Willie's on Broadway. We'd love to see you if you want to come down and say hi. Jeremy Bloom, your guy, is joining us at 1 o'clock today. So the morning show had on Bradley Van Pelt, so we'll see the other side of that coin. And did you catch what happened at Folsom Field yesterday? That was bizarre. Details next on PhD. Hey, it is DMAC, and you're hearing a lot about the interest rates and everything going on. So let me tell you, what's going to happen? They're going to be cut. How much they're going to be cut? Well, at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, taking care of business. Located in Longmont on Vista View, and they're taking matters into their own hands. I love it. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy-down can help you lower your current car payment and get you into a new Chevy or GMC. And listen, they'll deliver it anywhere in Colorado. If you live at Joe Willie's on Broadway, they'll bring it here. Totally free. No problem. Plus, get more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. So lock in your low rate today at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View or online now at MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. That's Mike Maroney ChevroletGMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. Tell him D-Max sent you.
For me, rivalry runs deep. Allegiances run deep. I'm still very tied to my high school and our local rivalries. I am extremely tied to CSU and the rivalries. That it hasn't left me. I walk around campus. I feel it in my bones. I'm ready to go. I want to play. To me, it's special. I think there's something unique about rivalries and college football, even more so. When you think about CU, this should be a yearly game. I think it's preposterous that we have somehow gotten away from the Rocky Mountain Showdown.
That's Bradley Van Pelt. The last time CSU had a great quarterback. There he is. Seriously, give me the next best quarterback after Bradley Van Pelt in CSU history.
The guy right now.
What's his name?
Fuller something. What's his name?
Fowler
You're
Nicolosi.
going to make fun of me? You better help me out.
I'm not making fun of you at all.
It's Nicholas Fuller something.
Nicolosi.
Say it again.
Nicolosi.
Nicholas Fuller Nicolosi?
Nicolosi. His last name is Nicolosi.
Okay.
Hey man, it's Friday before this game. Let it rip, buddy.
Yeah.
Let it rip.
I know Shedeur Sanders' name.
Yeah.
I know that.
His name.
Yeah.
Right.
I bet you CSU knows our quarterback's name.
I bet they do.
Yeah.
I think Garrett Grayson was a good quarterback too. He got drafted and all by Sean Payton, as a matter of fact. But
hey, by the way,
what does he know about drafting quarterbacks?
do we really believe that the CSU quarterback turned down $600,000?
I don't know, man. That story to me feels shady.
I don't buy it.
I'm with you on that.
I don't buy it for 1 second.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? What college kid does he turn it down $600,000?
I don't know,
Nicolosi?
bro. Fowler, Nicolosi,
Yeah.
Fowler, Loki. I don't know, man. I watched him play over the past couple weeks. I'm like, really?
I mean, he's a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong, and they've got probably the best wide receiver in the Mountain West. And
who's hurt?
Who's hurt?
Right.
But I don't buy for a second that either one of those dudes who allegedly were offered $600,000 said, "No, I want to stay at CSU."
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling CU a little bit here for whatever reason. What do you think, man? Your vibe on the game?
It's intriguing as heck. We said all week, I think whoever loses it can stick either team in a deep hole that I think is going to be tough to get out of. Obviously, I think the schedule is probably a little easier for CSU just because of the league they're in. But if CSU or CU lose this, it can propel CSU a little bit, and I think it will bury CU.
Yeah. I mean,
I think all the pressure's on CU to do something.
Nothing really happens to CSU if they lose, right?
Right.
I mean, it's not like anybody's going to be all over them, calling
Nope.
for the program.
Nope.
Hey, they're in a good situation. Look, man, I'm nervous about the game. I am. It's always a close game. CU's not exactly in the greatest state of mind right now. There's been a lot of talk, and not a whole lot of bite coming out of CU right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like a recipe for a very dangerous situation.
Okay. Did you see what happened at Folsom Field yesterday?
I did.
Another stalled drive?
No, wow. Hey, all right, brother. That was good, man.
I stole that from the internet.
Did
was
T-Mac
good.
not see that one in the text?
Yeah.
I did not see it in the that's a good one, though. Whoever came up with that, another stall drive.
At Folsom Field.
That's good. You always got trouble whenever you're being chased by the police and you leave the vehicle and your shirt comes off. There's.
Well, I would just think, if I'm like in a high-speed chase with the police, I'm
Yeah.
not sure the best decision is to drive into a football stadium where there's no exit.
Well, he thought it was easy to get down the field.
Okay, yeah.
I think we could keep going like this,
At least he didn't take the goalpost down.
Didn't take the goalpost down. He was waiting for the fight song. Oh, by the way, I went back and watched that. I actually went back and this fight song stuff. Can I say something, man? Big deal. Seriously, on this fight song thing.
Holy cow, you come around 6 days later.
Okay, fine. But, I thought it was actually cool because I'm watching the students in the student section do the whole watch thing and having a good time and perfect timing. I don't know. They found some part of that song. And nobody even knows Glory, Colorado. It's, I always just said I've been working on the railroad. I'm with you.
Where was this for our 3-hour fight on Monday?
Because I thought about
Good
it and
Lord.
I looked at it. I can change my opinion on certain things. I looked at it and I'm like, is this really a big deal?
No.
I mean, does anybody give a rat's patootie about this? And they still play the song every now and then. And, like, here's what I realized. The game itself is for the students who are there then. Everything else is kind of for the alumni and whatever. But the game is for the kids.
I heard some people being like, well, what about the band kids? The band kids that work so hard to play
Well, that's
music.
who told on them not being able to play it.
Hey, guess what, band kids? You exist because of the football team.
Oh, man.
Wow. You exist.
Here
You
comes the ugly football player.
You exist to serve the football team. That's what you are there for.
Klatt used to say he claims that he would walk around on campus and if he ran into an athlete in another sport, he would just say, "You're welcome."
Yeah.
So,
Seriously.
but that's Joel.
I mean, hey, band kids.
Arrogant.
And people
Oh, you think?
Arrogant.
I dare you to put on a big old band concert in the stadium without any sport in front of it. Let's see who comes to watch.
Here I am wanting to more or less agree with you, and you come over the top ripping on band kids.
Yeah.
One time at band camp.
I know.
Anyway, the band does get to play for 5 straight hours. They play before the game. They play after the game.
They're
They
doing
play
all right.
during the game. They play in that terrible gym thing inside there. They play their ass off for 5 straight hours. I'm not feeling bad if they don't play at that one particular time, whatever the tradition is. And I'm looking at the student section. They're all jumping up and down. They seem to enjoy the song Perfect Timing. I think it's a little weird and arrogant the coach is having his own son's song played. But then again,
Hey, Mata's got a song too.
I got it, but he's not the coach's kid. So there's a little weirdness with the whole thing. And I definitely don't think Prime should have addressed it and made such a big deal of it because I don't think it's a big deal. But that being said, I don't think it's a big deal that they're playing the song. And you're not playing, I was working on the railroad, Glory, Colorado. And if people that love CU so much are just so fired up about it, why aren't they making a bigger deal about it? So nobody seems to care.
Exactly.
So,
but there's been a
whatever.
lot of stuff that we've questioned that's gone on at CU. That right now, that you're right. CU people don't care. Start the season 1-4, 1-5, and let's see if the caring jumps up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
That's why this is a big game this weekend.
I guess if you're 1-4, we're gonna replace Ralphie. Will be a big story. We'll get into man, that Ralphie run just is not what it should be.
There's a really good joke from a CSU fan on the text line.
Give it to us,
Tyler. Did you hear that CU football doesn't have a website? Why? Because they can't string 3 W's together.
That's good.
That's good.
That's good. Hey, if you want to get on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, and throw in your CU-CSU jokes, go for it. I think CU's going to win 34-17. I think it's going to be a fun.
I'm sorry.
CU's going to win. I just think they've got too many weapons. I have watched the past 2 CSU games. I just, I don't see anything all that special there. UNC was able to put some points on the board against their defense, and come on, man. If the Bears could, and hey, no offense against my Bears, but if my Bears can put some points on you,
chances are.
Come on.
What was the score of that game?
It was 38-17, something. I can look it up. It was something along those lines. I thought it was going to be 50-0.
Hey,
and it started off that way, but UNC kind of hung in there.
I heard Coach Mike talking on the way in, and he was talking. He went back and watched the Nebraska game last night, and I was glad to hear him say it because my takeaway from it was that defense did not feel like CU's defense did not feel like a defense that got blown out of that game. And he went back and watched it last night, and he felt like they played really good, actually, the defense.
All game or second half?
The whole game, really. The whole game. And keep in mind.
Well, don't forget there was a pick six,
exactly,
too.
Exactly. One of them's a pick six. So if you can play good defense, you keep CSU to under 24 points, under 28 points, there's no reason why you shouldn't win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
What's the spread, 7 or something?
CU by 7. Yeah. So it's not 27 like it was last year. It's 7. And I think it goes far beyond that. And I don't think the CU kids are going to need all that much motivation. I think they get it. I think they're top-level kids. And I don't even think you have to be that great of a coach to win this game if you're CU. I think pure athleticism will basically do the trick. Listen, if CSU had some, unbelievable talent, Tyler and Scott, like if they had something like just, whoa, like incredible, then maybe I'd feel differently.
Or if CU shoots themselves in the foot, a couple balls on the turf, another pick six, something bad like that happens, that's how you get beat.
Well, it's a huge opportunity for CSU. Look, you just got great news. Was that yesterday about the Mountain West going to the Pac-12?
Yep.
You just got great news about that. You got a nationally televised game right now. Here's your opportunity to put yourself on the map and say, hey, kids, you want to play in the Power 5 program? This is us. This is who we are.
Yeah, 38-17 Rams over the Bears, last weekend. Apparently I was taking some strays from the morning show about Dan, what do we got here? I did not hear the boys this morning. What was the story with this whole thing?
Vic and Brett were basically disagreeing with your take that CU should consider shutting down Shedeur and Travis Hunter for the rest of the year if the season goes poorly.
Well, I didn't say CU should shut him down. I said Travis Hunter may want to shut it down. I mean, we're going nuclear on this one. Like if everything goes to hell in a handbasket.
How did that affect Nick Bosa's NFL career?
not poorly at all. I mean,
it would affect Shedeur Sanders big time.
Well, I didn't say Shedeur. I said Travis.
I thought you said both.
I think Shedeur would be impacted. I don't think Travis. Well, go ahead, Dan. Go ahead, play whatever they said, and we'll see what they said.
I can't understand that mindset, but there are those who probably believe him and think like him. Why bother playing football? Why bother suiting up? Why bother?
Not to mention, if the point to shutting it down was to protect your draft status, right? To keep where you're projected locked in.
Why bother playing the season?
I'll say, maybe this is hot takey.
Why bother going outside?
Maybe this is hot takey from me. I'll say this about Shedeur, because I don't think this applies to Travis Hunter at all. I think the the Buffs could lose every game for the rest of the year, and Travis Hunter will be a top 3 pick.
Yeah, is that it? Yeah, that's what I said too. Shedeur is different. Shedeur, I don't know. Vic gets confused sometimes.
Well, listen, they're both idiots if you listen to that show much. I'll throw this out there too to back up my boy.
I told you I'm an idiot, right?
There you go.
Well,
Fight with you guys. Shedeur Sanders was the most sacked guy in Division I football last season.
Right.
He got sacked 6 more times this year. It's not necessarily, he's afraid to play bad, because I think he'll still put him on. He still put up pretty good numbers in the Nebraska loss. He still did things, getting sacked 6 times. Now you're talking about a health issue. So I'm with you. You start the season 1-4, 1-5. I guarantee he's going to have good numbers. Mm-hmm. He's still going to be playing in the pro day when scouts come and look. And as we said, and as Leggy said, and I know these guys, if it doesn't spew out of their mouths, no one else makes sense. There's an NFL draft and a rating system. What you call that, guys? The draft thing we do?
Mock draft?
Mock draft, thank you. And then there's a quarterback draft, right? I mean, there's a quarterback board.
Yeah.
So he plays 4 or 5 games. He's going to put up great numbers.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden he's sacked 40 times or 30 times in 5 games. I'm shutting him down because I don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah, man. Listen,
and he's making good money right now.
Boys, we're going to win 8 games this year.
What
are we doing? What are we talking about shutting him down?
We were shutting it down if
we're going to the playoffs, man.
All right, fine, cool. But the concept was, if they were to lose, what would you do? That's it. And I don't think they're going to lose. Yeah. I've already predicted that they're going to win and win relatively easily.
I think they're going to be 3-1 at the end of the month.
I get the conversation, but you're way too early for a realistic conversation about this.
Was the season over or not if they lose to CSU? Because that's what our guy Brian Howell said. Season's over if you lose to CSU.
It feels like it, sure. But, I mean, those guys aren't going to think that. Those guys aren't going to say that. So you wouldn't realistically have a conversation like that until about the last 4 games of the season.
Okay, listen, man.
4 or 5, whatever it is. But you're telling me that you get 12 games. You get 6 games in. They're 2-4 even, and he's been sacked 35 times. He's making good money now in NIL, but guess what he's going to make in the NFL? NFL money.
Yeah, but keep in mind, he wants to be the first overall pick. So
okay, then he needs to keep playing.
Then play.
I'm in a different spot. I guess I agree with Brett. Like, I don't really care about Shedeur. I care about Travis Hunter. Because I want Travis Hunter to be on the Broncos next year.
How do we have a conversation about quarterback safety and Tua and all the concussions he's had and saying we're going to be okay if Shedeur Sanders gets sacked another 50 times this year?
Well, you're right about that, man. That's bad. That's bad. Listen, man. Here's what these young men.
The offensive line is bolstered.
It's not a word. We know that's not a word.
What is bolstered? Being funny, facetious, or CTEs kicking in?
Yeah, well, I told you I've got concussion issues.
Well, stop inventing words.
Yeah.
Jeez, we can barely understand
bolstered,
you.
Man.
I don't know what that means.
How about improved?
UrbanDictionary.com.
How about improved?
Yeah. What's that?
Joe Willie's on Broadway. They have bolstered the neighborhood with this incredible sports bar. You can find out for yourself. We're here till 3 o'clock. And we'll go through it with our guy, Jeremy Bloom, up at 1, which will be awesome. Then we go to Pittsburgh at 2 o'clock for their ESPN Insider. Her name is, I got it on the tip of my tongue, Brooke Pryor. She's been doing some great reporting on Russ. But I think Joe Lombardi, offensive coordinator, gave us a kind of agreed with something I was saying earlier in this week that breaks down what to expect from this game coming up on Sunday. You'll hear that next. Old Chicago is incredible, and if you're thinking of a great place to get some food this weekend and some libations, don't think twice. Make it nice at Old Chicago. Let me tell you, scratch-made crust. That's pizza crust made from scratch, legendary. Starts with good dough, and then you can pick from 3 options. Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish, and one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. So good. Then build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza, or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago for the win. Raising the bar on pizzas in 1976, and the weekend is here. Try 110 local and legendary beers. Take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. Are you kidding me? It's Old Chicago's World Beer Tour with the best pizza in town. Old Chicago. Discover your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. Discover Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Yeah, I think it's a message that's delivered really every day, starting at the beginning of training camp. We've got Bill Parcells' 10 commandments for the quarterback, and it's like incompletions are not bad plays, sacks and turnovers are bad plays, and so it's always an emphasis. But to your point, a defense like this, it's even you harp on it a couple times more than normal. Maybe.
It's Joe Lombardi. I don't know if you heard that. He's the grandson of Vince Lombardi. Well, fun fact for you. Just didn't know if
Just
you knew
a
that.
Friday factoid?
It's a Friday factoid, buddy, as we sit here at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Man, we got a nice little spread, some snacks, some food.
Those dry rub wings.
Chubby loves it.
Yeah.
Those were phenomenal.
Yeah, good. Hit the spot.
Yeah.
Nice.
Slider's pretty good. D-Mac gave up on maintenance.
Thanks, Tyler. No, I've got my bike here. But we got a little tasty taste. I figured out how to get here. You can ride your bike anywhere. What a day. What a gorgeous day, man. And just feel, can you smell the change of the seasons? Can you just sort of get that there?
I remember when I first, I never noticed it, and then I worked with Logan all them years. And we go to training camp for a couple weeks. He goes, yeah, it's not football time yet. Not football time. But it always turned out about that third or fourth week, he said, smell it?
Yeah.
Smell it? And maybe that's what you're talking about. It smells like football.
Well.
This weather smells like football.
It was I played soccer growing up. So I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does.
What it smells like? It smells like football.
Seriously, what a dweeb.
Hey, let me ask you this, seriously.
I can't defend it. I know.
My dad played at CU, and I always wanted to play football because I wanted to be like Dad.
Yeah.
He made me play soccer until 7th grade, and then he let me play football in 7th grade.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. What can I tell you? That's just we all smell whatever we smell, I suppose.
So let me ask you: do soccer cleats stink?
Nah. I mean, not really. I mean, they're
like
more
girls' soccer shoes smell.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know what your hobbies are on the weekend, Scott, but
I go around to the bags. Let me see your shoes.
Oh, you're talking about your daughter. Oh, your daughter. They're not.
Well, and so
your daughter's got stinky feet in her soccer shoes.
And then the warden asked a couple of the other parents, "Your kids?" And they go, "Oh my gosh, yes. Oh yeah."
Oh, I don't know. I don't recall that particular odor though. Just know what it was like to.
But again, you don't smell your own.
Hey,
no.
I swear, in high school, we had our little lockers, right, and our practice gear for football. I swear, we didn't wash our practice pants or jersey like the entire season.
Oh,
it just stayed right there. You wore
Fantastic.
the same dirty pants for the entire season.
Yeah, and sometimes the undershirt you put underneath the pads.
Well, that one tended to change for me personally, but I got you.
The Joe Lombardi did talk too about how, which we talked about earlier in the week, like, do you believe that this is the way the team's going to be or not? Go ahead, Dan, roll that.
I mean, he forced 2 passes, so I guess he did make the same mistake twice. But, obviously there's a figure of speech there. He'll obviously make some mistakes twice. But the point is he learns from his mistakes. And so, it's not like he'll never throw another interception again. He will. It's not like he'll never throw another errant pass again. He will. All right. But he just gets better from all the experience. And, I'm sure he was really jazzed up on Sunday, and he'll probably be a little bit more calm as every game comes along, and he'll just keep getting better and better. And that's, I guess, what I was encouraged with on Monday is just how quickly he figured out, oh, I need to do this next time. He was you could just see the wheels turning and the learning happening. So.
It's really simple. Do you think he's going to get better or not? Do you think this is how he's going to be? And what Lombardi was saying is we all were terrible. Coaches were terrible. The players were terrible. We did a bunch of stuff that we had not been doing at all. And, I'm not surprised by that, Tyler. It's the regular season, man. Everything picks up. Everything's different. You can't simulate it in the preseason.
Well, hopefully this is where how many games did dude start in college again?
61.
Hopefully this is where the 61 starts come into play.
Correct, yeah.
And you've got the ability as a quarterback to be like, all right, I got a little flustered. I know what the right decision is. I just didn't make it. Now we got to go back and we got to make the right decisions. So, man. I mean, The question is not do you think he'll get better, but it's more so like how long does it take to get better?
How long does it take?
Probably not the second week.
Might be tough. Might be tough. And listen, who knows? I think they had a bad game, and I think they will have better games. So I don't know if it's going to happen right away or not, but nor am I all that bothered by it.
No, here's the only thing that I'm bothered by, because I once again, I repeat what my friend told me. 18 games he gave quarterbacks to see whether they think they can
figure it out. Yeah.
So that's all season, right? That's all season. We have to give him. The problem is something you've been preaching for a while, though I never used to ever listen to you.
Appreciate it.
Was that it's 9 years into the process since winning a Super Bowl.
Right.
Now, maybe you thought Simeon was a guy, but if you weren't sure, and then I know Paxton Lynch, maybe they thought that was a guy. That didn't, but there wasn't many other times in between that they said, well, let's go try to find a guy.
Never.
Whether it's Josh Allen, whether it's
Did they try to find him in Drew Lock?
I maybe, but again, like you said, if you're a second-round pick, is that's more of a shot in the dart than let's get our franchise guy.
Correct.
And he's not a franchise player.
Correct.
But neither was Paxton Lynch, and you probably knew that as well.
Correct.
Neither was Tim Tebow.
Correct, because every team that needed a quarterback passed on him. That's why drafting a quarterback in the 20s, a playoff team, theoretically, a spot like that,
doesn't work as well.
It's a red flag.
What's the difference between that and selecting the 6th quarterback off the board at 12?
Because you're
in theory, every team passed on him.
Not every team or the teams that needed – but we don't know who else needed a quarterback, and that was the limit that year. Listen, it was an unusual year. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, that is super rare.
It also shows you how desperate teams are for a quarterback.
That is true, too, because you're like, look what Atlanta did. Why? I don't know. Nobody really knows. I guess they're going to play him or not play. I don't know what they were thinking. Why sign Kirk Cousins and do what you just did right there?
Listen, I think Jay McDaniel's going to be good, but is he – a third pick in the draft good?
But the reason why it has changed and it's like that is because of the trend of success that other teams have done that in the past, recent past.
Not really. I mean, the far majority is fails, not success.
Yeah, but how else do you do it? And how else do you have the money to improve at other positions if you don't do it that way? The hit rate's like 36%, so if you want to say most of it's fails, you're right. But keep on going down the line and see if you can find that guy.
And listen.
Good luck.
It's nice, and there are guys that this happens to. But every team in the league would like to have a starting caliber quarterback that they take in the Mr. Irrelevant position. That is as rare as it gets.
Let me ask you guys this. Miami. Skylar Thompson. He's their starting quarterback right now. We'll see with Tua. What would it take for you to trade Stidham or Zach Wilson to Miami?
5th rounder.
5th rounder. Wow. Okay. Scott?
Wow. I don't know. How desperate are you?
I'm asking a question.
How well did Zach Wilson play in his time with the Jets when they played Miami? Got to see him 6 times in their career, right? His years in the Jets. Do you think he can be changed? Do you think he has changed? Do you think you could help change him? You might even be able to get, if you're that desperate and you think that Tua's gone for the year, that number gets higher and higher.
I was going to put a 2nd rounder. You think a 5th rounder?
2nd rounder? What world are you living in?
The Dolphins' world of desperation.
Brother, you ain't getting
and still think that you're a good enough team to get
to
the postseason.
Let's look at the Dolphins, man. From their perspective, they got a good team, right?
It doesn't matter. They're not going to be stupid. They know that whatever they get this year isn't going to save anything. They're not going to give up a freaking 2nd rounder for Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham. 0 chance.
What are they going to do? Stick with Skylar Thompson? What's their next best choice?
Sign Tom Brady.
Sign Tom Brady. That's your next option.
Look, I mean, the season's lost.
Sign Tom. The season's lost. It's week 2.
Yeah.
Season's lost.
And your starting quarterback is out. That's the way that it goes, man. So are you going to give up a 2nd rounder, which is going to be very important to you next year as you're trying to properly reset this thing?
Wow.
Or are you going to give up like a 4th to 5th rounder to go get a temporary bridge?
Okay.
I got a pretty good feeling they ain't giving up a 2nd rounder for Jarrett Stidham.
Well, they signed Waddle. They got Tyreek Hill. You got Bradley Chubb. You got some good players down there.
I mean, if you just think the season's over, I guess that's it.
The point is about the value of our guys, and our guys don't have that kind of value.
I get it, but desperate teams may offer things that they wouldn't normally do. Yeah. Well, you said a 5th rounder.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be nothing.
That's not nothing. That's about, what did Mac Jones go for? Like a 6th rounder? I mean,
like, I have no idea who the backup to Skylar Thompson is in Miami. I don't know who their 3rd quarterback is.
We don't have a stud backup quarterback. We've got a couple decent backup quarterbacks. You got to be realistic about the value. Teams might be desperate, but they're not stupid.
Jeremy Bloom will join us here in just a second. We'll get his take and his response to Bradley Van Pelt. Jeremy was insulted by CSU, so we'll stir the pot with our guy Jeremy Bloom. Coming up next is we're live from Joe Willie's on Broadway. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, this is the big one over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. If you are in need of a commercial vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out Phil Long Ford today. Guys, because the fleet managers, business owners don't want to miss out on this. This is Denver's commercial vehicle center open house at Phil Long Ford, and they've got beautiful electric vehicles that you get to ride and drive. This Friday, right now, 10 to 2, go check them out. They'll answer all your questions about fleet vehicles, dump trucks, cranes, and service bodies. They've got electric vehicle specialists right on site, and they're going to demonstrate to you just how easy and just how affordable it is to own an electric vehicle. Those vehicles are fun to drive, I'm telling you. So go enjoy some free food, concert tickets, door prizes, and more. This is Colorado's largest selection of work-ready, new and pre-owned flatbeds, cargo vans, and more. And go test drive the all-new Ford Mach-E, Lightning, and E-Transit electric vehicles while you're at it. Phil Long Ford Commercial Vehicle Center open house today from 10 to 2, located on Wadsworth, just south of Hampton.
what I see is there's a lot to prove on our side. We had a good season. Our quarterback, I think, had signs of brilliance, but there's a lot to still prove on our side. I think on the other side, now they have to not prove, they have to manage expectations, and sometimes those expectations on their side might not be warranted. I'm a firm believer that the other side has at times been overrated, and I think it's clouded their ability to focus and play. I don't want to give any ammunition for the other side, but we have things to prove. Again, the other side has expectations to manage.
There's the annoying Bradley Van Pelt on with the morning show earlier today. To respond to that, we bring on CU Buffalo legend who was insulted because CSU wanted nothing to do with him, and that would be Jeremy Bloom joining us right now. Jeremy, it's nice to have you on. How you doing, pal?
What's up, guys? Favorite week of the year, Rocky Mountain Showdown, finally here. Can't wait.
What would you say to Bradley Van Pelt that you guys were overrated?
I mean, I like how he can't even say the program's name. He's like the team on the other side. I mean, look, nobody was better at talking trash than Bradley Van Pelt. And, I absolutely hated him as a player, but I respected him in the way he played the game. I mean, he came out every play giving you the best he had. I mean, the image that stands out was when he spiked the ball on the helmet of CU, scoring that touchdown. But that's what Rivalries is all about. I love it. I love the trash talking. I wish there was more of it.
I'm trying to think back. Was that the same game that you returned the punt on the first punt return? Was that the same game?
Yeah, that was my freshman year.
Yeah. That was a moment, huh? Those were some days. I mean, what's your thoughts on where we're at right now, Jeremy? I mean, I know you were a big part of the I guess I'd call it recruiting process to get Dion Sanders here. What's your confidence level in the bus program that we're heading in the right direction?
Well, the confidence level is really high that we're getting great players, 5 stars, 4 players on paper. It's the best CU football team ever. Now, you got to prove that on the field, and you need more than 4 and 5-star players. You need chemistry. You need trust. You need belief that you can outplay anybody. And a lot of that's built from shared experiences, year in and year out. And, a program that has 100 transfers over 2 years, they don't have a lot of playing experience together. So what I saw in Lincoln is a really talented football team that just doesn't have the trust yet built, the chemistry yet, and what you need. Now, hopefully they can build that fast because I think CSU is going to come ready to play. They always do. It's the Super Bowl. It's in Fort Collins. It's going to be a hostile crowd, a great college football environment. And I think CU, they need to be ready because CSU is going to throw everything they have at them.
Hey, Jeremy, I agree with you. Scott Ace is here, by the way. Good to talk to you. That being said, with the NIL, the transfer portal, not just CU, but are a lot of teams really struggling anymore with building chemistry within a team, building a foundation within a team that can be sustainable year after year?
Well, if you look at the programs that aren't transferring in and out a lot and really focus on developing high school kids through the ranks, they have that chemistry. I mean, you saw it in Nebraska. They only had 8 transfers last year. And Coach Rule is a guy that really believes in developing talent. And so you have a lot of shared common experiences going through, redshirt freshmen and then freshmen and sophomore and junior, et cetera. But to some degree, I mean, college football, attrition is built in, right, because you lose players every year. And so you've always had to deal with that. It's just the level is so much higher. I mean, when you got, 5 new starters on the offensive line who have never played together, that's a real big deal because a lot of it comes down to communication. Yeah, you can be big and strong and agile and block, but when they do twists, what Nebraska did, a million twists if you watch that game, they confused the offensive line because that takes chemistry and time and knowing the system and knowing what to do if 10 things happen in front of you.
Jeremy, why weren't they interested in you, CSU? What was the problem there?
I grew up in Loveland, Colorado. I was born in Fort Collins. My dad was a professor at CSU for 30 years. My brother went to school there. They came and recruited me. They had, and they said I wasn't good enough. They said I was too small. Wow. I wasn't fast enough. I couldn't play at Fort Collins, and they didn't even offer me an opportunity to walk on. And so, that really put a chip on my shoulder. And, look, I mean, Gary Barnett was the only coach in the entire country and I'm talking D2 and D3, who thought I could play college football. I only had one scholarship opportunity. Thank God it was for the Buffs. It's the only place I ever wanted to be. But, like that, first game of the season playing CSU my freshman year, I wanted to prove a point.
Hey, for whatever it's worth, Jeremy, I had like 20-some offers out.
Oh, look at you bragging!
Wow,
No,
jeez.
but my point
But
my point is,
Holy cow.
I didn't get a single letter from CSU. Not one single letter. Not a phone call, not an offer, nothing, right? So for whatever reason, there were plenty of schools that liked me, but not Colorado State.
Well, you and I both, man. I don't know what they were doing. I'm not
Hey,
sure.
hey, Tyler, you want to throw in how tall you are, while you're at it?
I also won like 12 gold medals in, skiing and everything. So
Yeah, Jeremy, when I was getting an All-American in high school, on to an All-American career in Arkansas, and the literally hundreds and hundreds of letters I had. Hey, but give me the state. We saw the big thing with CSU this week. The Pac-12's trying to stay alive, right? Offering all these teams maybe to come in. What do you see as the state of college football right now overall?
I think it's going to consolidate to 2, maybe 3 real big power conferences, and you're going to have a new sort of landscape of what Division I college football looks like. You'll have an expanded playoff, and those teams will really sort of battle it out. Probably 50 or 60 teams. You probably can't have more than that. And then there'll be some sort of D2 structure that has a championship game and those types of things, but smaller TV contracts, smaller revenue, et cetera. I would just love to see, if that happens, some sort of relegation process where the bottom 10% of D1 gets relegated to D2 and the top 10% of D2 gets moved up to D1, sort of like the European Soccer League, because there's all kinds of these great small programs that are building great programs. And they deserve an opportunity to compete at the biggest on the biggest stage. So we'll have to see how it all shakes out. But I think there's going to be fewer relevant conferences before there's more relevant conferences. And unfortunately, I think Pac-12 is going to fall into that conversation of a D2 sort of profile.
All right, Jeremy Bloom is our guest, and Jeremy, we've been pals for a long time, and especially with the skiing stuff. And one of the reasons, it's weird, like, Jeremy really is one of my favorite athletes, period, of all time. And not only because Jeremy, you're a great athlete, but I thought it was amazing how you fought against the NCAA. And I don't even know what you think now with this NIL stuff, because the way you battled and the years that you lost out having to make the choice between being an Olympic skier and your final 2 years of college football are preposterous now, literally preposterous. I am curious what your mindset is when you think about your battles, it didn't go your way, man. It didn't go your way, but you fought it, and the way things are now.
Yeah, it's interesting as I look back, because entering school at CU, I was the number 1 ranked skier in the world. I just finished my first Olympics, and I had endorsement money to pay for skiing, and the NCAA said, whoa. If you want to play football here, not skiing, football here, we own you. We own your name, image, and likeness, and you can't monetize this little ski career that you have out there. We don't care if it's Olympics or whatever. So you got to give that up if you want to play football. Now, 15, 16 years later, you can make money in the sport that you're playing. And look, I think I always knew I was going to be on the right side of history, because I didn't think it was right for another organization to own any human being's name, image, and likeness. I think that's pretty crazy. So I knew it would happen. I wasn't quite sure how it was going to happen. But the one thing that I'm really proud of is when I sued the NCAA in Boulder District Court, that judge, it was the first time a judge has ever made this determination. He determined that student athletes were third-party beneficiaries of the NCAA contract, which gave the legal footing for every subsequent lawsuit from that day period to say student athletes do have rights, so we're going to sue over X, Y, or Z. So that footing really helped, and so it was fun to be sort of part of that early phase, catalyst to build the foundation, the footing to give student athletes the rights that they have today.
Do you ever see
That's
a
awesome.
union being formed for student athletes?
What'd you say?
Do you ever see a union being formed for student athletes?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think sooner rather than later, student athletes, especially at that D1, call it D1 level, the top 60 schools, they're going to be put on contract. And that's a good thing, because once they're put on contract, we're going to get away from this craziness where 40 people are transferring. This kid's transferring because he didn't start, and 40 different players. That stuff's all going to go away. And it's going to go, it's going to go away because the university is going to put these players on contract. I'm talking football and basketball, not every sport. It'll be different, but they'll be on contract. They'll have to commit to staying there. Otherwise, they'll have to pay a bunch of money back or whatever repercussions. And when that happens, of course, there has to be some sort of organization or union that looks out for the interests of the players.
All right, Jeremy, we'll give you the floor. You can have the final word. You can speak directly to CSU fans, to Bradley, to the CSU community. Go ahead, Jeremy. The floor is yours.
I'm going to talk to CU Buff community because I want to say, let's go. Let's go. Hey, we got a lot of transfer players. We got people from all over the state. You got to know this is the biggest game in college in the state of Colorado. And guys like myself, Tyler, and Scott, all of it, we love D-Mac. We love this game. This means so much to us. So, don't take it lightly. Go get it. Go get it because it's not going to be given to you.
Hey, Jeremy, do you know how to tie a fly?
No, I don't. Still haven't learned.
Come on, how do you not know that?
Is this something?
My mom's a fly fishing guide. I still don't know how to tie a fly.
His mom's like a guide and an instructor.
Well, are you going to ask him how he plays poker? His sister's famous for that, too.
There you go.
And I don't know how to play poker either, so I'm only focusing on my lane here, guys. This is my lane.
Hey, Jeremy, love you, brother. Thanks for joining
Love you
us.
guys.
Are you going to be at the game, by the way? Are you in town?
I'm going to be going crazy in front of the TV. Unfortunately, I'm not in town, but I can't wait. Just
All right,
fired
brother.
up for it.
Look forward to seeing you soon, pal.
Our guy, Jeremy Bloom.
All right. See ya.
He really is. I got to ski one time in a charity ski thing, media. It was one of the thrills of my life to actually.
Did you do the mogul?
Are
you a mogul guy?
It was with the Special Olympics, and you were paired like a 3-person team with a Special Olympics person, a guy like me and Jeremy. And Jeremy was losing the race and actually cheated. It was unbelievable. He was really competitive.
He's losing to you?
Well, his team was losing to my team.
Oh.
I had other more talented people on my team than he had on his particular team. So instead of going through the gates, Jeremy, racing against my team, just decided to go straight down the hill and not go through the gates. So he literally cheated.
It took like 10 seconds to go, right?
But no, he's the best, man. He's the absolute best. He really is one of my heroes because of what he did.
I wonder nationwide how many college football players that are making $5 million, $1 million, $200,000. How many people even know who Jeremy Bloom is?
If they're like you, they have no knowledge of history.
There you go.
But he's right.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I wonder how many guys even know.
Shedeur Sanders should say thank you, Jeremy,
Exactly.
if he ever sees him.
Ed O'Bannon gets credited for a lot of the stuff, and he did a lot at UCLA and likeness. And he canceled an entire NCAA football video game, which was great, EA Sports. But Jeremy Bloom was the first guy to start suing him and winning.
Yep. All right, we're going to hear from Russell Wilson on his return, get a little update on him. We have no dumb questions on the way. We're live at Joe Willie's on Broadway. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Mulrooney Auto Group in Colorado as they're cooking up something you won't want to miss. They're rolling out the Great Percent event. Trust me, it's as exciting as it sounds. Hold on to your hats because Mike Mulrooney is offering 0% financing. You heard that right. 0, zip, nada. Remember, Mulrooney means more. So don't snooze on this one. It's a limited time offer with limited funds. These rates are so low, they're practically underground. And get this, they'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado free of charge. They're the absolute best. It does not matter where you are, Fort Collins or Boulder. There you go. They'll bring your new car right to your doorstep. Plus, they always have a 3-day money-back guarantee, so it's like test driving for a whole weekend. It's Mike Mulrooney Boulder. Come on now. Curious, just cruise over to MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. It's easier than you can imagine. It's MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. What are you waiting for? Go check it out. Mike Mulrooney's Auto Group, Great Percent event, and drive home happy with 0%, and let them know your pal D-Mac sent you.
Yeah, I think every game matters. Every game counts. Every game you want to be able to play in, and so I'm just trying to get ready to go and rock and roll. And obviously, I think it's a big game for us because it's the next game.
All right, that's Russell Wilson saying Russell Wilson things. And a reminder, we'd love to get your pick on the game, how you think things are going to go for the Broncos, for CUCSU. And all you have to do is get the app, the Altitude Sports Radio app. and hit the voice of the people. It's the microphone right in the middle of the app. So we'd love to play some of your thoughts. It's a great way to get a hold of us anytime. We'll play them back later today. So if you want to let it rip, if you got some CU, CSU venom, if you got some bad jokes, I don't know, whatever you got, just hit it up. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. What's the other thing you got there, Dan, about Russ? What's this thing?
Russ was asked if he can provide the Steelers with any insight on how the Broncos play.
All right, let's hear it from Russ.
Are guys picking your brains about this specific team? Can you offer some insight?
Yeah, I got
Even if you can't play?
Yeah, I got some insight for sure.
Yeah, I got that covered. I know these guys. Well, they know him too. Is the thing, right?
What insight is Russ going to give?
You know,
Play
look,
calls, formations.
when I got traded out to Seattle, the very first game I played was back here in Denver. I was starting for Seattle 6 days later, whatever it was, back here Mile High. And the coaching staff calls me in. I've got a one-on-one with the entire coaching staff. I go up on the whiteboard, and I'm snitching like a canary in the gold mine, right? And I'm giving whatever information that I've got. And maybe to some degree it was relevant. For the most part, whatever information you give, you're seeing on film no matter what. You're still making your scouting reports. I gave some calls that might have helped the defensive linemen so they knew what the offensive line was doing. But what Russ really has more than anything is a deficiency in his favor, or in the Broncos' favor, because we know Russell Wilson, in theory, if he was playing, way more than he's going to know the game plan that the Broncos have this week.
But what does that have to do with anything?
It doesn't. It doesn't. But that's why I said, in theory, if he was playing.
So
well, it'd be interesting to see. I always wondered if teams, because you used to see that a lot, a guy would get released. Shanahan was notorious for that. He'd pick a dude up, you know, the week before they were going to play Buffalo, and then you cut the guy on Tuesday, right, after the game. But I wonder, you know, do guys alter play calls? Do you change your hot read? Do you go from Omaha to beefsteak? I mean, do you change things up like that? So.
Well, you know, for a quarterback, maybe. And in theory, you don't want to have a whole lot of crossover, even from week to week, let alone year to year, in terms of, like, your hand signals and everything. But a quarterback does know all the hand signals. He does know when Bo Nix is supposed to tell a guy to run a go ball. I would imagine that they change that week to week, and hopefully he doesn't know anything. But that's where it could really factor in.
I would probably say, hey, listen, all you got to do is stuff the run the first 4 or 5 runs, and he'll never run again.
Yeah, what do you think they're going to do on that? What do you think the Broncos' determination to run the ball is going to be?
About the same as it always is. You go in with the game plan that, hey, we're going to run the football. So you come out in the first quarter, you try to run it maybe 7 or 8 times. If you're butting your head up against the wall, you'll cave like you always do. But the thing that I always kind of roll my eyes at with play callers is, how come you're so quickly to give up on the run when it doesn't work 4 or 5 times, but then you're willing to throw 15 different incompletions and you keep throwing the ball?
All right. Head coach Mike Tomlin said to reporters today regarding Russell's availability, I'm going to list him as questionable. Obviously, if his availability is questionable, then starting is less so. I mean, I don't know. You know, I guess that's it, right? Yeah, okay. So he's the number 3 guy. He'll be wearing eye black. And,
listen,
at least the game's going to be outside.
I know it hurts your winkies that he's not going to play.
It's sad.
Yeah,
it's disappointing.
But if you're looking at Pittsburgh and you're thinking this guy does give you the best chance to get to playoffs, and why you probably made the trade, you thought that somewhere down the line anyway, and you've got a lot of money now, or will have money invested in him, you probably want to take care. I mean, you want to make sure he's healthy.
You know what gets lost, and we didn't mention this a single time all week long when we're like, all right, who would you play? Is Justin Fields give you a better chance? Does Russell Wilson give you a better chance? You know what we didn't mention a single time? Russell Wilson's the freaking captain of that football team. He's a captain, okay? Mike Tomlin does not – I don't care if the players voted him or not. Mike Tomlin does not allow him to be named captain unless he intends on playing Russell Wilson when he's healthy.
Right.
So that should tell you everything you need to know. When Russ is healthy, he'll be on the field because Tomlin allowed him to be named captain.
Is there a starting quarterback in the NFL that's not a captain?
I would be shocked. I mean – I don't think Skylar Thompson is a captain.
Well,
He's probably starting next week.
But Tua was.
Of course. I can't imagine a team with their regular starting quarterback. Okay, we all know what that means. I don't know. Who's playing for the Raiders now? Is it what's his face?
Gardner.
Is he a captain?
Minshew.
Is Minshew a captain of the Raiders?
I would imagine. I don't know.
I would too. I can't even imagine you would have a team without the quarterback. Trevor Siemian was the captain around here. Your starting quarterback's your captain. The end. How can you have a team where your starting quarterback wasn't the captain?
I don't know, unless it's just a symbolic thing.
I think it's happened in college occasionally, but I've never heard of it in the NFL. Tyler, ever? I mean,
I was never on a team where the quarterback was not the captain.
What kind of team is that?
Well, I'm just saying. So when you announce Russ a captain 2 weeks before the first game,
yeah, he's your starter.
There's your starter. What was everybody questioning?
All right, but I mean, just going down this path, I'm going to assume.
What about the Patriots?
Well, it's funny. That's the example I was going to use. I assumed Drew Bledsoe was the captain. He got injured. Tom Brady went in.
Well, I meant this year. Jacoby Brissett, are you naming him captain?
I would. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know what they've done there in New England. I mean, they did beat Joe Burrow and the Bengals on the road. I can't believe that even happened. They were supposed to be terrible. So much for that, I guess.
Well, they still only scored 16 points, right?
I guess, but maybe their defense is kind of special. They got something going on. I mean, Joe Burrow is healthy. I mean, what happened there? Or are they just a disaster because Jamar Chase has been, that's been kind of a weird thing.
Well,
I don't know.
I go back to that stat I saw since Joe Burrow's come in the league in the first 9 games. This is 4th year, right, or 5th year, so it'll be 10 after the next game. He's 1-9 in the first 2 weeks of the season.
It's a weird one.
And that is just an unbelievable stat.
So maybe we just don't pay attention to it. It's not that big of a deal.
It's weird how slow Joe Burrow in Cincinnati has started in his career.
We're literally not going to care about the Steelers after Sunday anyways. And listen, the schedule comes out in May, and you see it on the schedule. You just get kind of excited for that story, and it's not happening now. And it is a letdown. I'm not going to lie.
I really don't expect our guy Bo Nix to look a whole lot improved this week. Look, if you thought Seattle was a tough defense, and they've got a good defensive play caller, don't get me wrong. Schematically, he schemed that thing up pretty dang good for a young QB. But now you're talking about not only one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL, but one of the best front sevens, one of the best defenses. I mean, Mike Tomlin historically neglects his offense. He doesn't put money into his offense. He puts everything he's got into his defense. So I don't expect some radical jump from Bo Nix this week.
Do you expect them to be able to run the ball better?
Not really. It's a hell of a front seven.
By the way, I am curious about the status of when we find out, and the Broncos will be wrapping up practice here shortly. It's a little bit shorter on Fridays. Garrett Bowles playing? Wattenberg playing?
It's a bruise. It's a bruise.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, speaking of that right there, it was online. Maybe my phone listened to me talk about it. Do you remember what was the Herb Brooks, the U.S. Olympic team movie called
Miracle?
A Miracle. And you remember when they played in Sweden, one of their guys in between period had a bruised thigh.
Mm-hmm.
He asked the doctor beforehand, can he get hurt anymore if he plays? And the doctor said, no. And so he goes in and challenges that guy, calls him a candy ass, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the guy gets up, going to play. And I'm like, it's a bruise. You just sit right there because it's a bruise.
I always laughed at the whole you can't hurt it worse.
It's a toe.
Oh, okay. I could get other things hurt, though, right? Because I'm compensating for – well, no, you can't get hurt worse. Might as well.
It's a bruise.
It's a bruise. It's no big deal. It's time for No Dumb Questions. Let's hit it, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Well, this is a cool day because we're going to pick out a winner who's entered a No Dumb Question, 303-504-0925. You get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. We pick you out. We do that all week, and we get a winner on Fridays. Thank you to Old Chicago.
All right, you guys both come back from, affluent backgrounds growing up.
I'm sorry, what?
We got Cherry Hills. We've got, clay courts and Hyannisport.
That was my uncle in Stowe. That's not where I grew up.
Did you have a boat?
I did have a boat.
You had a boat.
I did have a boat.
You had a boat. You had an uncle with a clay tennis court. So this may be a tough, no dumb question for a couple guys like you.
Okay.
That being said,
okay,
is there anything in your life that you can think back now that you wish you'd had that you never got, that you kind of wish I had something?
I guess not. I guess I was lucky in that.
There you go.
I wanted to play drums. I got some drums. I don't know, man. I had a car. It was a Ford Pinto. I had a boat. It was an aluminum thing with a 15 horsepower Evinrude. I mean, I had stuff, dude. But none of it was fancy. But I guess not. I guess you're right. I guess not.
There's nothing growing up that you said, boy, I wish at one time.
Not really. No, I was pretty lucky like that.
How about you, Tom?
I'll give you that.
I don't know, man. Yeah, nothing off the top of my head.
I was driving down here.
I mean, I wish I had a better car and a better boat.
A second
Butler?
Butler?
I wish I was a baller. I wish I was taller.
I almost went there.
yeah, that could be
Skilo,
you.
baby.
Yeah, that could be you, right?
I wish it was taller, that's for sure.
I wish I had a girl. I'd call her. Yeah.
I was driving in today, and there's a truck pulled over with a trailer and a tractor on it with a front end loader.
Yeah.
And I sit there driving, going. First, I was thinking, oh, a Caputo. I'd like to always have a Caputo. Then I said, you know what? I'd like to have a tractor with a front end loader.
There you go.
What would you do with it?
I mean, you would have to have a purpose for it.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking, if I had that, then chances are I had the land that I could do something with it on.
Uh-huh.
So that would be a given for having that I don't know, dig holes. I think it'd be kind of cool. You know what my brother
You want
has?
that right now? Like, you want that
I'm
in
sitting there
life
riding
now?
and going, I wish I had one of them. You know what my brother has?
What?
He's got an excavator.
What do you do with that?
Dude,
Why?
he's building an entire house right now.
That
and
sounds like a lot of work.
Digging out. Oh, you got that big crane.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to have to go use it.
I had water line
Is
busted.
he in construction?
No, not really.
That seems like a waste. Why did you just rent the excavator?
Because you don't understand. I remember told the story to you.
It's a good point.
If my brother, this song's got truth. If the world went down to a complete bartering system,
yeah, which,
would be the king of the world.
Really?
One year, he got a broke-down lawnmower.
Okay.
At a garage sale from somebody for like $5.
Yeah.
And he was a mechanic for a while, knows how to fix it, fix the engine. By the end of summer, by trading,
yeah,
he had a Ford Bronco, a trailer, and a Corvette.
You know, that's a great old-time radio bit. It's a.
Oh, you remember that? Yeah.
It's a classic radio bit. You take like a fork and which is a knife, and you and you say, "What will give me for this knife? I'll give you a bucket of water." Okay, 504-0925 for a bucket of water. What will you give me? I'll give you a bicycle. Okay, and you just keep going like that. It's an old radio bit that. People have done that. They've gone from a knife to a car.
My brother's life was that. I mean, he did.
He
that
lived it.
He lived that forever. But yeah, he helped. He just put up a 2,500 square foot barn that he built the foundation. Guy came and poured, and he would use it with the front end load. And guess what he's going to do when he gets? And he's got one more little house thing he's putting on.
Yeah. He's
going to trade the
Yeah.
He's already got the trade out ready for the excavator.
Yeah. Let me tell you about your brother if you don't know it already. His worst day of the week is when the project is finished.
Probably.
Right, because he's one of these guys. I learned this early on with car guys.
I'm like this.
Car guys are the same thing. You don't really want the car to be totally fixed because it's the process of fixing it
the car.
that means more than having the car
But
fixed.
there's an understanding and an art for the guys who know how to do that, though. I mean, you got to appreciate that.
I definitely appreciate it. I'm just not like that.
Yeah.
I like things being done and doing things.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I watched him work the excavator this summer. I've seen him dig out a water line with it. Boom, boom, boom. Be able to scoop it, be able to set a water line up from the main on the street to the house. Think about doing that.
It brings up a great question, maybe a no dumb question. Would you rather make things or do things?
Make thing? Isn't that the same thing? If I'm making things, I'm doing something.
Build thing or do something. No. It's different. Like a project is doing something. Once that's done, well, it's making something. It's building something.
You can be a project manager and everybody else is building, but you still better know how to. You still better know how to do everything that they're making.
Yeah,
no dumb question. What are we talking about?
This is his brother in the
No, I
excavator.
know, but I don't understand your question.
My question is, I'd rather go out and do something than build it. I could care less about
You
building
mean like
it.
you'd rather go ride your bike than
Yeah, for example, like I should know more about my bike, right? I use it so much. I'm clueless on
You
stuff.
should have somebody else come over and line the clay court up for you.
Yeah.
And you'd rather just play
tennis.
You'd rather play tennis.
Right.
And,
I don't care where the clay came from. I don't want to build the
I don't
clay.
know how you smooth. Did he have one of those?
Yeah, the whole thing. In fact, actually, the clay court, now if you're going to bring it up, was a big pain in the ass. Because every
you
time,
gotta brush 'em.
Oh, every time you played on it,
that
you had to
sounds
like
miserable.
you sat there for an hour and have to groom it. And he would be, because my uncle was one of these like do something guy, create something, build something guys. It was annoying as hell. He wanted to like build a stone wall with no technology whatsoever.
My brother did that this week.
It was all that kind of crap. So of course he had a clay court. Just get a hardcore court. We don't have to think about it. We can just leave.
How many losses the Rockies have right now?
They won yesterday 4-2. The Cubs are in town for a 3-game set. I believe they have 92 losses, but I will check. But I did just rattle off a bunch of Rockies info off the top of my head.
92 losses.
Yes.
The question on the text line is what happens first? The Rockies get to 100 losses or the Broncos win a game?
The Broncos, oh, boy.
So how many games? How many games do the Rockies? How long will that take to get to 100?
Because the
how long is 8 games?
8 days, 9 days max. If they lost 8 in a row,
So will the Broncos win in the next 2 weeks? Basically, is what it's asking.
Wow. But the Rockies could win some games. It could be the end of the month.
They could,
Exactly.
but
that's a good question. That's a fun question.
Yeah.
Will the Rockies lose 100 games before the Broncos win a game?
Well, yes and no. Yes and no.
Good question.
T-Mac hasn't done his early prediction thing, but yes or no, did the Broncos win this weekend? I say no.
Unfortunately, I say no as well.
Scott?
27-17.
Okay, so that's no. Do the Broncos win next week?
Definitely not.
27-17.
They are not even going to get close to winning next week. It's a game in Florida in September. No, it's going to be horrible, unfortunately.
Rockies might get to 100 first.
They may get to 100 first. Golly, man, that's a crazy-ass question. Yeah, I don't know how the Broncos win this week, actually. I don't know how they win. I'm happy to hear the argument about how they're going to do it.
To me, this week feels very, very similar to last week, just in terms of setup, what the team's identities are, except for the Steelers are a better football team than the Seahawks.
See,
That's a good question.
Maybe we can talk about it on the other side. We got to go break. That cat we had on from Seattle saying that team we watched last weekend is going to compete with San Francisco.
Yeah.
He said that on our air.
Yeah.
And I was like, huh? And after watching that game, I'm going, huh?
Yeah.
That team ain't competing with San Francisco in that division.
We're live at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Great neighborhood sports bar. Incredible tasty treats. Tasty libations as well. Here till 3 o'clock. Here every Friday throughout the football season. It's PhD on 92.5. Well, until 3 o'clock, the unbelievable lunch combo is going at Old Chicago. It's D-Mac for Old Chicago. With everything being so spendy these days, Old Chicago has a pretty unbeatable lunch deal. $9.99. You get a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, and an icy fountain drink. $9.99. Weekdays till 3, dine in or call in, so you do have time. Old Chicago was founded in Boulder in 1976. And with a full slate of college football and NFL games, hey, man, no better place to go watch the game at Old Chicago. And while you're there, go on the World Beer Tour. It's your ticket on a beer journey around the globe, as you can try 110 local and legendary beers, take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch, and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. So you can find your next favorite pint at Old Chicago, and you can find your closest Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
All right, guys and gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health, Tyler Plumpus here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. So they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, here's a reminder. Shop Safeway's Game Time 4-time point events and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. There you go. Thank you, Safeway. You guys are the best. We are going to have Brooke Pryor. She is the embedded reporter for ESPN in Pittsburgh, so she has the joy of covering Russell Wilson start to finish, and she's had quite a week this week, and we'll have Brooke on here in a little bit. Back to Tua a little bit. First of all, what do you guys think of that game last night? What'd you think of the Bills and the Dolphins?
I stopped watching middle third quarter.
Because it was just kind of boring with what was going on?
I held on through halftime. Miami marches down there at the end of the half in a drive in which they weren't even trying to score.
Well, they wasted some clock, didn't they?
They did.
Oh,
I think they were originally just trying to get into halftime without a problem, right? And then they gained some ground and like, okay, well, now we got a chance to go score 3 points. They got it to 14 points at halftime, and I'm like, okay, all right, I'll hold on. But then, man, Miami just can't quite figure it out. They're a really freaking good football team. They're dangerous as all get out. But they just have not been able to figure it out against the top teams in the league.
And I saw a stat on that game last night, something like counting last night's win. Josh Allen's like 13-2 all time against Miami.
It's insane.
Or something like that, and
it's crazy,
including a big win in Miami last year.
Yeah,
right. That dropped him out of a pick or something, or put them in the game.
Have we buried Buffalo a little too quick?
Who's we?
The collective we.
I never buried Buffalo. I mean, I know the conversation was, have they, as the window closed on him?
Right.
When you got a quarterback, your window's never closed.
Isn't it crazy?
It's just never ever closed. I happen to think that Sean McDermott is one of the most overly criticized coaches in the NFL. And I kind of like him. Hey, shout out to Von Miller, by the way. Got a sack.
That was awesome.
Hey, he did look fast on it, too.
He looked great.
He looked vintage on it.
I didn't even know he was still playing for them. So, and he's not playing as much, but it was great to see him get a sack. I thought that was great. Joe Brady, their offensive coordinator, is getting a lot of shine today. They're pointing out that one little the pass where everything went right. They threw it to the running back going left, and it cleared out and setting picks. Brian Ballinger broke it down. And it appears Joe Brady's got things humming with Josh Allen there. And you're right, with the great – hey, man, Josh Allen probably gets a lot of guys jobs. He got, what's-his-face, the job there with the Giants, and that's fallen apart. Dable, right? Yep. Brian Dable got that job after being with Josh Allen, and they're a train wreck in New York.
I mean, that being said,
listen, and I'm sorry, coach is great, but there's a lot of great coaches that you'll never ever hear of. It's funny these great coaches have great players, and then all of a sudden, look what he did up there. Well, guess what? With the Giants, does Dayball have anybody like Josh Allen?
No, not even close.
Right?
No. And they were a mess. We could see them being a mess during Hard Knocks. We could tell. It was wild watching that. And you're like, wow, this isn't good.
All that being said, I don't view the Buffalo Bills as a championship team. But they're always going to be dangerous. And if you're telling me you're okay with seeing the Bills in the playoffs, you're lying. Nobody's going to want to see them in the playoffs. They're dangerous.
I got to 31-10, and then I claim them because I paid money there. Arizona State is undefeated to start the season, and it's another one of these. You got to be kidding me. They beat Texas State when you don't think about Texas State, but they were actually really, really good, and that's another Pac-12 team like CU they were bottom feeders, man. I mean, they were bottom feeders, and they're 3-0 to start the season. So, I mean, things can happen in a short period of time in college football.
Let me ask you, and go back to Buffalo, see what you guys think of this. No dumb question. Is Buffalo and Josh Allen running the risk of being the Utah Jazz of the 90s?
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Right?
No doubt about it.
The Dallas Cowboys and the Bills have been the same team for the last 5 years. They're just dangerous, really good in-season teams, and they're going to choke in the playoffs.
Yeah, but the difference is Dallas has a few Super Bowls under their belt, period.
Who cares? I mean,
well, the Jazz don't, and when you have the best time ever in your franchise, and that's still not enough to get over the hump, it's pretty damn frustrating.
And Cowboys are always easy, bust on social media. Saw one last night, had Jennifer Lopez and the Dallas Cowboys since 95. Since 1995, Lopez 6 rings, Cowboys 0.
That's fantastic. That's a good one.
Cowboys are a top 3 team in the NFL right now.
I get it, and let's see how they choke in the first round of the playoffs.
Well,
again,
do you say the NFL or NFC?
NFL.
Top
3?
So where's Buffalo?
Below Cowboys. I mean,
number 1 is
Kansas City.
2 is San Fran.
Cowboys
above the Lions?
3. Oh yeah.
Okay, who's 4?
You forgot about the Lions.
No, I didn't. Probably the Lions, I guess.
Okay,
who's
5?
I don't know who 5 is.
There's nobody else in the AFC? That's it? 3 of the top 4?
Tell me who the other one is.
Buffalo.
Baltimore.
You know where I stand on them.
Yeah, you hate Lamar.
Buffalo.
Maybe Buffalo.
I mean, what more can they have done?
Well, are we just a little weird on Cincinnati right now because they had such a bad first game? Even though
I told you before the season, this is the year that Zach Taylor gets fired. They're not that good of a team, man.
You think they're going to fall apart?
I do. That was my preseason prediction.
Well, they've been notorious for one of the worst ownership groups for centuries, decades anyway. So now you have the issue going with contracts and one of the best wide receivers, or maybe the best receiver they got. You're not getting things done. That's carrying over into the locker room. That can't make a guy happy. He comes back so he doesn't get penalized in training camp. He goes, oh, the old DMAC injury. Oh, I got a hamstring, right? Misses practice stuff. That's a miss there, man.
Yeah.
That's a
well,
miss.
they always start the year slow, so it's not like this is like an SOS because they've done this for like the last 3 or 4 years, and they figure it out late in the year. But they don't have a true identity, and Joe Burrow went Slim Shady.
By the way, we haven't even talked.
Looks good, though.
He does?
Looks good, though.
He does.
We haven't even talked about the Sean Payton story.
Well, before we get to Sean Payton, because I think we got this segment, can I do one more thing back on Miami?
Sure, of course.
No dumb question again. Tua. First segment we talked about the injury, how scary it's looking and how sad it is for his career. Does that hide the fact that he had 3 picks?
It was a bad game. Yeah, on the TV, there's the pick 6 to make it 31-10. He was not playing well.
I turned it off after that pick 6.
Yeah.
I did too.
Me too.
Yeah. I mean, it was over, right? There was the Arizona State-Texas State game was exciting. That was happening. The Sean Payton story is really interesting, but we need a little bit more time on that. We'll have that coming up, probably with Let's Football Go. But we'll get you updated with what's happening with the Pittsburgh perspective and Russell Wilson with Brooke Pryor, who's embedded in Pittsburgh. She joins us next on PhD, live from Joe Willie's on Broadway on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for my great friends at Premier Heating and Air. Every Saturday morning, so tomorrow morning at 7:30, it's the Premier Heating and Air Show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. So we talk with my pals Tom and Reed about everything going on in the world of sports and also making sure that things are right for you in terms of your HVAC systems. And Premier, they have some incredible deals going on right now. Winter cold coming. Today you wouldn't know it. It's so beautiful. But now is the time to get your furnace tuned up with the Premier Special. That's a $49 furnace tune-up, and they're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and even a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. Pretty cool. 720-547-8009, 720-547-8009, or visit PremierAirColorado.com. Talk to my buddy Reed and give him a high five for his Rams. Maybe. Mention my name, DMAC, for exclusive offers. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. We are joined by Brooke Pryor from ESPN. Brooke, thank you. It's great to see you. We appreciate it. What's it like covering Russell Wilson, Brooke?
It's been an interesting month and a half. I mean, I guess he's been here since March, but not what I expected because we've been dealing with this calf injury and reporting on it for a month and a half. So, you wonder how much that's affecting him mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, as he loves to say. It's I'm picking up on some things even just early on.
Well, here's what you'll pick up. If you talk to people here in Denver or people in Seattle, we now have these conversations with people in Pittsburgh about Russ, and we're going to laugh about certain things that we've all encountered, like what do you miss about Denver? And he tries to list like 19 people or the best that he can. It's Brooke, it's stuff like that. So it's a little bit of a leading question.
And Brooke, you're dealing with RDS, Russell Derangement Syndrome, is what we got here with some of the media guys.
Well, see, I'm used to the listing of the names, and this is fitting for Russ because he's so spiritual and religious. To me, it just feels like I'm reading scripture in the Old Testament where we're just going back on a family tree listing like who begat who, and it just is a list of people that I've maybe heard of.
We've obviously had the conversation all week long about who would start if Russ was healthy, and it looks like he's just not going to be healthy. But I find it a little bit interesting, and granted, I've never been on a team the quarterback was not a captain, but I find it a little bit interesting that they named Russ a captain. Does that not box them in a little bit when Russ is healthy?
I don't think so because 2 years ago, Mitch Trubisky was voted to be a captain or was named a captain. However, the Steelers say, the players are part of the election process. I would guess that Mike Tomlin also has a significant impact in that. But Mitch Trubisky was a captain 2 years ago when Kenny Pickett was also selected in the first round. Mitch started the season, and halftime of week 4, he was benched for Kenny Pickett, and he was still a captain the rest of the year, went out for coin toss. So the Steelers at least have a recent history of naming a quarterback a captain who ended up being benched early in the season. So I don't think that they look at that like it's he has to start when he comes back. And the other thing is, for all of the things that are said about Russ in terms of just who he is in the locker room, things like that, the offensive side of the ball in Pittsburgh has really lacked veteran leaders. And that was one of the things that Mike Tomlin felt like Russell Wilson could add because he's 35 years old, been in the league such a long time. All of these things, I think there was a hope that he could lead and maybe guide some of the younger guys through the roller coasters of a season who don't have as much experience in the league.
Hey, I want to ask you this question because I think we're coming in Denver a little bit historically as well. Denver struggled to replace John Elway for years. It wasn't really till Peyton Manning did they finally grab something. And let's be honest, since Peyton Manning retired, they've now struggled to find anybody at quarterback too. You guys lost Roethlisberger, 4, 5, 6 years ago? Why has it been so tough for you guys to find the next quarterback that can help you guys like you had in Roethlisberger?
Yeah, I think a big part of the issue goes back to the timing of Ben's retirement. He played through the 2021 season, I believe it was, or played through the 2021 season, bringing up the 2022 NFL draft when the quarterback draft class was historically weak. And the timing of that, I think, because Ben prolonged his career and kind of had a feeling of the Steelers didn't want to upset him necessarily by drafting another quarterback while Ben's still on the roster. They also didn't necessarily have a draft pick at the right time or that was high enough to get a game-changing type quarterback. Ben wanted, I think, more weapons or more protection on the offensive line. And so they prioritized things to help Ben over planning for the future. And so then once he retires, he ends up in a situation where they don't have a lot of great options. They go with Kenny Pickett because they felt like he had the highest floor. He was someone that they were very familiar with. And that didn't work out. And now the Steelers are kind of I don't think that they're panicking, but they are in a little bit of a let's throw it on the wall and see if it sticks type thing by bringing in Russell Wilson on this 1-year deal, trading for Justin Fields, giving up that conditional 6th. It's two very low risk moves, but two that, if they hit on it, great. But if not, then they're going to be looking for a quarterback going into this next draft cycle. But all of the kind of wandering this quarterback desert is a byproduct of how long Ben continued to play when they maybe should have started planning for the future instead of trying to help a guy win a final Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's not lost on anybody here in Denver, Brooke, that the highest paid Bronco will be wearing black and gold on Sunday and not even playing in the game. I mean, we all get it. The big question we've had, I guess, is say the Steelers win, right? Russ's job, if he's healthy, or like at what point does it just become Justin Fields' job? Like how long of a rope will Tomlin give Fields?
Yeah, I think that historically speaking, Tomlin has not been a guy to have his players get Wally pipped. Like he always, if you are the established starter and you get injured, you'll have an opportunity to work your way back from injury and then resume that starting job when you're healthy. The interesting wrinkle here, though, is that while, yes, he named Russell to be the starter, he doesn't have the entrenched loyalty that he's had to other players in a similar situation. And he doesn't have a long-term investment in either quarterback. And in fact, it would kind of suggest that just based on age, that Justin Fields could be your long-term solution at quarterback. So I think that Justin Fields would really have to light it up in a win on Sunday. I think that they still want to give Russell Wilson every opportunity to play and to start when he's healthy. But the other thing is, these calf strains are so tricky, and you can get lulled into this false sense of rehab and recovery, and then you tweak it again, it gets tight, and you're not back at square one, but you're not far off from that. And so I think that the longer it takes for Russ to come back, I think that they will bring him along slowly. The greater sample size and data you have from Justin Fields, and I think the harder it is for Russell Wilson to kind of come back in and reclaim a job that was, yes, earned, but a lot, he was put in pole position to start the season, so it wasn't necessarily given to him, but he's had an opportunity to lose the job versus win the job.
If you polled 10 of the talking heads out there in Pittsburgh, what would the count come back in regards to who they think should be the starting quarterback?
I'm sure it would be 10 out of 10 Justin Fields.
Is that right?
Wow.
I would think so, but that's the talking heads, right? I mean, I think that there is, because of the struggles that they've had at quarterback since Ben retired, I think that the people around Pittsburgh, as well as national media, want to see the next guy come to Pittsburgh, want to see the next, franchise quarterback, and Justin Fields would seem to have more of an upside in that. Also, there's something that is just really intriguing about his mobility, about his running threat. I mean, you saw in the Falcons game, the play that Arthur Smith kept talking about after the game was the quarterback counter that I think picked up 12 yards, converted, I believe, a third down. Things that Russ can't do at this point in his career, and certainly not with the calf injury. I think that the thing that made Russell Wilson the better option for the Steelers is that he would seem to make fewer mental errors, fewer turnovers, fewer risky plays in the way that Justin Fields made them in Chicago. Well, if Fields goes out against Denver and does the same thing that he did against the Falcons, where he didn't turn the ball over, he made smart throws, he mostly kept them on schedule, that I think in some ways erases the lead or the benefit that there was to starting Russ and playing with him.
Plus, there's a danger with the legs that Fields has over Russ too. Last thing from me, I just saw a quote. Tomlin in 10 starts or something like that, or the Steelers, I guess, have never lost to a rookie quarterback in the first meeting. They're like 10-0.
Really?
That being said. That being said, how good do you see Pittsburgh's defense going into this season?
They are better than I expected. I got to be honest. At least in that week 1 win, I didn't know what the impact would be of some of those new guys on the defensive side of the ball. I thought that they were really thin at safety, thought they were thin at corner, and then lo and behold, the new corner and the new safety have the 2 interceptions against the Falcons. Just really well-timed plays. TJ Watt, you can almost, I hate to say you can forget how good he is, but you almost take him for granted. I think sometimes when you're around the team every day and you see him in practice and he doesn't play in the preseason, you're just kind of like, oh yeah. And of course they have TJ Watt. And then you see what a game wrecker and game changer he is. Arthur Smith called him Jason Bourne this week. And I thought that was just a really great description of him. I just think that combined with the defensive line has some depth. Keanu Benton's taking a step forward in his second year. If they can stay healthy, which is always a big if, I think that this defense is going to be the reason that the Pittsburgh Steelers win games. It's going to be a similar recipe to week 1, although I think they would like to, maybe score a touchdown instead of having Chris Boswell kick 6 field goals and 4 of them beyond 50 yards. His leg will fall off if he keeps it up at that clip. But I think it's going to be
poor kickers. Yeah, I feel so bad for those kickers, Brooke. I mean, goodness gracious, how dare they have to kick the ball 6 times?
Yeah. By the way, I can tell Brooke, who's already on ESPN and is doing great, is going to be an ESPN superstar. You know why? Spectacular background. I mean, great lighting, great zoom background. It's just pristine. It's well thought out. It's perfect. You just tell great background.
Now we know why the boss yesterday chewed out people for having bad backgrounds.
That's right.
Now we know where that came from too.
All right, Brooke, we appreciate it. Enjoy Russ the rest of the way, and he's a great dude, and you'll see. But you'll see.
RDS,
Thanks, guys.
Brooke, RDS.
All right. Thank you, Brooke. We really appreciate it. Brooke Fryer from ESPN.
How about that? How good's their defense? Better than I thought they were going to be.
That's scary.
That's not good. That's
How
not
about your stat? I didn't know you had the doom and gloom stat of the day.
It just scrolled underneath the game. The Steelers.
God.
I don't know if it said Steelers or Tomlin.
What's the difference?
When they face rookie quarterbacks for the first time, they're 10-0.
Well,
thanks.
Turns out he's a pretty good coach. Turns out he knows a little bit about defense.
I got another stat that zoomed across.
They do have TJ Watt.
Yeah.
What do we think is going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. No dumb question. Who's the winningest quarterback in NFL history in the month of September? And I'll tell you, Patrick Mahomes.
It's going to be like Rex Grossman.
Patrick Mahomes is second at 16-4.
Okay, ever in the month of September. We got to do a little 20 questions here. We just
you can do 20 questions. I don't think
Dak Prescott
10 each.
Is he still playing?
No, that's 2.
Can you give us a general time frame?
I'm going to say 3. You saw some. I'm going to take a guess. Ben Roethlisberger.
No, 4.
But it's something Scott just saw.
Joe Namath.
5. No.
That's a good guess because we're at Joe Willie's on Broadway. AFC.
No, 6.
Shedeur Sanders.
No, it's an NFC quarterback that currently doesn't play.
Yeah, I got it. It was a joke.
Okay.
That still counts. So.
I'm looking at the photos on the wall here, pal.
NFC, because it's got to be in Scott's vision, right? It's got to be sort of a...
No. It was a scroll.
A scroll?
Yeah.
Best schedule... NFC quarterback September.
Not
currently playing.
Aaron Rodgers. No, he's still playing.
No, he's still playing.
8. No.
Nah, shut your face. I was talking out loud.
Of all time, so it's not Tom Brady, obviously. It's NFC.
I'm bored.
You're bored.
that ain't hard to do.
Does he have a Super Bowl ring?
Yes. Multiple.
One more.
Multiple. Troy Aikman.
Same team, wrong quarterback.
Danny White.
Oh, wow.
Same team, wrong quarterback.
Roger Staubach.
Yeah. Roger Staubach. Think about in the month of September.
Got it.
One, they were a pretty good team. 22-4.
What's my takeaway?
Your takeaway? Nothing.
Yeah.
You were bored. You already tapped out.
Oh, okay.
You're just dreaming about Rams and Buffaloes. Yeah.
I'm just watching the people of Broadway walk by.
Oh, did you see that one?
There is some interesting sights.
Did you
here.
see that one group that just walked by?
I sure did. They walked by 3 times.
Oh, wow. I just saw them once.
Yeah, Broadway's a great place.
Yeah.
Great place. This awesome bar.
You know what? You guys get your band back together. You can see you can play up on the
Would
top
love
deck.
to do that. This has Fatty's Big Chance written all over it. Are you kidding me? We would destroy a place like this. Yeah, I don't know what the echo is.
There's an echo.
I know.
You know, it's always his computer too.
Oh, is it my computer? It can't be mine. Dan, tell us to wrap it up. All right, let's get the. Hey, it's Friday, Dan. Lighten up, all right? We'll get there. We'll figure it all out.
Your meeting
Today's
you called
Friday.
yesterday, you got on people for missing breaks.
Oh my God, really? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, dealing with erectile dysfunction. That's a bummer for this weekend. And if you're like a lot of guys, you just sort of say, well, it's just the way my life goes, and you put it off. Listen, ED is an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners. When ED affects their sex life, this causes stress. It's not good. Not good at all. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So have a spectacular weekend. Have a better life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult. Initial visit's only $99. Get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test. If advised, a test dose. And if that doesn't work, the visit is free. Come on now. This is simple. 5 locations, 1 near you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Mock draft?
What? Mock?
This was one of those I wasn't even sure if I knew what he was asking.
It's like, is this really what it is? Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanners, and Football Friday. Let's go, brother.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton. Well, actually, I do need to report some good news. Garrett Bowles practiced for a second straight day, encouraging for his availability against the Steelers. And speaking of the offensive line, here is Sean Payton from just a couple of minutes ago down at Dove Valley on will Pittsburgh's pass rushing attack affect things for Bo Nix at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, I think it complicates things for us in game planning. You know, when the nudges are coming, the bumps, which way we're turning the protection. They're good on the edges, and you know, it's hard to say you're going to get a nudge or a bump on every play, but a lot goes into the game planning.
Yeah.
You sounded a little disrespectful of the Pittsburgh pass rush, if you're asking me. I mean, you know, they're okay. TJ Watt, he's going to go down as like an okay player in the NFL.
Yeah. Listen, the truth of this one, man, you lose this, he'll be death gripping that steering wheel outside that sushi restaurant, man.
He already is. He's feeling it.
Yeah, so.
You can already hear it in the press conferences. His tenor's already changing.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, are you worried about this weekend?
Yeah. Sean, can you stop TJ Watt?
Yeah. Sean, are you going to hate your family when they make you eat sushi again this week?
Yeah. Sean, did you do Russell Wilson dirty?
Sean, do you follow James O'Keefe?
Wow. Okay.
Are we going there?
Well, we can't top that one. We cannot top that one.
Are we doing it?
Not yet. We will soon. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Antonio Pierce. Scott sent this along. Obviously, a very scary incident last night with Tua Tagovailoa, his third concussion in just under 2 years, fellas. Here's the advice
that they honored.
Yeah, that they recognized.
They recognized.
But here is Antonio Pierce on what he would tell Tua if he was his head coach.
I'll be honest. I'll just tell him to retire. It's not worth it. It's not worth to play the game. I haven't witnessed anything like I've seen that's happened to him 3 times. Scary. You can see right away the players' faces on the field. You can see the sense of urgency from everybody to get Tua help. I just think at some point, you know, he's going to live longer than he's going to play football. Take care of your family.
So I guess my question for you guys is, and I don't think we've ever seen this before, but are we going to come to a point with Tua where the NFL steps in and sort of protects him from himself?
No,
absolutely not.
No, of course not. You can't force somebody to not work if they're cleared and medically. I mean, you got to be medically cleared. I mean, you know, they'll step in to the degree if he's medically not cleared, I guess.
It's real easy to have an opinion when he's not on your team. It's real easy to have good fatherly advice when he's not your quarterback. And it's not so much. I'm not talking about like Miami wants to keep him around to win games. I'm saying like, hey man, like you've got an opportunity to make $500 million in your career, and I'm going to tell you that you're not healthy. You know.
Well, then that goes the age-old question. Is $500 million worth 15 years less on your lifespan?
I don't know. Some people might say yes.
Well, that's the question you have to wrestle with.
I mean, you know, what is it? 5 years? Is it worth 5?
I'm going to get to 48, and all of a sudden I can't remember who my kids are. I mean,
introduce me to the ex-NFL player that said if they had to do all over again, they wouldn't play football in the NFL.
Well,
you can find one.
I know a couple.
No,
I have not met one, but I'm sure you do. But it's few and far between.
Here's why I think that Antonio Pierce adds weight is because, I mean, he was a deliverer of blows, right? I mean, this guy was a hard-hitting, hard-playing Jesse, tough coach it seems like, and there was concern in his voice. Would the NFL step in? No, because I'm not at their position. But should the NFL, if you're truly, and Tyler, that's why I throw it to you, have concern about player safety, not make sure if I'm Goodell, go to the doctor and say, listen, I don't want close to, I don't want maybe, I want – they need to be safe with this guy. 3 times that they've claimed, let's be honest, he's been knocked out 4 times. 4 times in a season and a half, basically.
Right, yeah. So what? Should there be a knockout rule in the NFL? 4 concussions and you're out?
Yeah.
What?
Here's the thing. The league is terrified of Tua right now. I guarantee you they're terrified.
Yes.
And the Miami Dolphins are terrified about him also. So there's nobody that's going to be rushing him back out onto the field. At the end of the day, there will be a doctor that says, here's the thing with concussions. We don't know what the repercussions are, okay? And all I can tell you is that you no longer have concussion symptoms. If that point comes, it will be on Tua. He will have to be the one that makes the decision because, quite frankly, the league can't even kick him out because if he were to get medically cleared and Tua says, look, man, you're not allowing me to work and I've been medically cleared, I want to play football, well, that's a whole different kind of lawsuit. So the NFL's just got to be terrified of this no matter what.
Hey, just to go back to players that you know that said they would never play football.
It's not many for the record, but
okay.
there's a couple that it's bad.
What positions did they I don't want the specific guys, but like
positions they played?
Repetitive blow situations.
Yeah.
It's not the big blows, it's the repetitive blows that get you.
Because do they say, and I'm sorry to belabor it, but do they say I would never play football or I would retire sooner once I had some symptoms and it was happening, that sort of thing?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't gone that deep with it, but I mean, I just know guys that are struggling in the deepest kind of ways. And if they had a choice to do it over again, their life would be better had they not played.
Well, and I haven't talked to those guys either, but I have heard stories and stuff of former NFL players who don't want their kids playing.
Oh, yeah. I
mean,
show me the NFL guy that kind of like – I mean, I know your son's playing and you're coaching, but at least you're coaching.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many guys that just I would never do this unless I was sort of overseeing it myself and even having some trepidations perhaps even about that. I mean, you'd be the guy to go to. You're doing it right now.
Well, I for a long time, my son didn't want to play football, and I was so relieved by that. Mainly because I wanted him to go pave his own path, more so than I was concerned about the safety of the game. I just didn't want him to feel the pressure of having to do what I did, you know. But then when he decided he wanted to play football, I said, all right, well, there's only one condition. I have to coach. I am not allowing you to go play for some idiot youth football coach that is trying to toughen you up. That's the biggest mistake of youth football is coaches try to toughen these kids up, but they don't teach them how to play the dang game.
Right. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, fellas. Let's hear from Joe Lombardi, the offensive coordinator of the Broncos, on what's the plan for TJ Watt?
You know, the last time I was part of playing Pittsburgh, he was hurt that game, which was good for us. You know, he's kind of got an Aaron Donald-like effect on the game. You know, there's great players in this league, but there's just a couple guys that I can remember that are as disruptive consistently as this guy. So, yeah, you better know where he is every game or every play.
Tyler, I guess I'll defer to you on this one. When you're going up against a guy and preparing for a guy like TJ Watt, what is the mindset in the room of the O-line, and is there a specific way to plan for a guy like TJ?
Well, there's things that you can do. You know, the beauty of pass protection is that you can pick and choose where you want the deficiency to be. So, meaning if I want to send the slide to TJ Watt every single time, mainly in empty protection, if we're in empty protection, I'm sending the slide there every single time. QB, you got to understand, you got anything coming off the left now, right? You can do those things. At the end of the day, these guys are freaking talented, and they tend to get sacks when they're double covered also, when they got 2 guys on them. It's stressful. Life of a tackle when you got something like that. I mean, my best way that I incentivize my guys, I would buy my guy, my right guard out in Washington, Chris Chester, I'd buy him a bottle of Hendrix every single time he decleated my guy. I'm going to incentivize you to come help me. Literally, I did that. I will buy you a bottle of Hendrix anytime you decleat.
Well,
my
that
guy.
would get us to go to break on time. I mean, like, come on now. That would be right.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
a little contest. By the way, what time are your chicken
We all
fingers?
need
What
pizza
time are your
party.
chicken fingers and your milk coming out?
What do you mean?
You grab crayons and a kitty
Oh
coloring
yeah,
thing.
I'm coloring right now.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good for the soul.
It full circle. CTE, I have issues.
It's good for the soul.
He's sitting there coloring.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, is that it? We got it. We're good.
That's
it. And we've talked about our picks, and we'll get to that in a little bit. This Sean Payton story. This is kind of an edition of big deal or no big deal. This it's some dicey reporting on this one, that's for sure. A lot of rumor and innuendo and third-hand sources.
And it's not just on him. To me, it's almost if this report from this guy who's since been fired from Washington is true, then the league has something to answer.
Why was he fired from the Commander's job?
They were stealing opioids, and allegedly there was a scheme to sell them as well.
That's the Sean Payton story, but
that was Washington. That it might be the same story.
No, but I was saying this guy. Why was he fired? He was fired because he was just blabbering.
Which guy? The Washington guy?
Yeah, he was fired
because he was stealing opioids.
I don't think so.
Yes, he was.
He was
well,
stealing.
He might have been,
Yes.
but he didn't get fired though until after he got in there. With
The
his camera
FBI
stuff.
raided the Washington Redskins.
I don't know. We're talking about the
facility.
same thing. I think we may be talking about two different things. This dude was this recent story where he was saying the players are dumb and they're racist and they're this that, and he had
homophobic.
You're talking about the social media intern.
Correct.
That went on a date and all that.
Correct.
That's the source on this?
Yes, that's that.
What the hell does that dude know about Sean Payton?
I don't know if he's an intern though.
No, he was the director of he was the director of communication.
Okay.
No, he was like he was like a vice president.
And the first story basically that NFL fans are dumb, redneck, beer drinking.
Players are stupid.
Black players are homophobic.
Yeah.
The white players are church-going homophobics. Was what he said.
He killed everybody.
He's at this dinner with a woman. She's got a secret camera on him, and he's just going on and on. Well, that was part one that got him fired. But the part two of the report was all about Sean Payton. The part two
Did
was
this guy work in New Orleans or something?
No, his source was a trainer who didn't even work for the Saints, but he's kind of in that world. She asked him about it. If you watch the 10-minute video, he mentions his source for all of his information on Sean Payton. And his allegation is that Roger Goodell, in conjunction with the FBI, covered up the pill-stealing, selling thing.
By multiple coaches. Not
with Sean Payton and multiple coaches in New Orleans. And they used Bountygate as a cover for the pill stuff.
Well, the whole story is pretty out there.
Oh, it's sketch.
Look,
no doubt about
Sean
it.
Payton, if in theory it was true, and that's a big if in theory, he'd be far from the first coach that fell victim to liking the taste of a pain pill. But the part that is that I just immediately roll my eyes at is if there's some sort of accusation that Sean Payton was selling pain pills. Give me a break.
I didn't get that in what I read, but I haven't seen the video on the second part.
Watch the video.
So the second part video's out?
Oh, yeah.
Is there an accusation that Sean Payton was selling pain pills?
Yes.
Come on. What are we talking about here?
I don't know. I'm telling you, it's sketchy. But it's in the same exact dinner, what a dinner that was, that is out there. And it's sketchy, and it hasn't been picked up by more mainstream media at all. Now, if you go just Google search pills, Sean Payton Saints, there's a lot of articles about it. This was not a secret, even though a lot of people may not know about it.
Well, like I said, I in theory, forget Sean Payton, in theory, I could buy the fact that a NFL coach liked opioids. Yeah, I could buy that part. You lose me when you tell me that a dude making $8 million a year is out there selling opioids.
It's a pretty wild video. It's a pretty crazy accusation. And Goodell, I mean, it's pointing its finger, in my opinion, more at Goodell.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out something with the FBI to cover something up. But yeah, no, it's sketchy, top to bottom. But this is why the Commanders fired this guy for blabbering on.
Right.
And part of it was about Sean Payton back in the day.
So to be clear, though, there was another incident with the Redskins in which the training staff was raided by the FBI.
That's right. That was
because
a
of
while ago.
opioid abuse stuff.
Right. I guess that's a bit of irony, I suppose. That's.
So I assumed that was all tied together.
No, this is just something ironically just totally different. Big deal or not a big deal? Big deal or not a big deal?
Oh.
Now.
I think it's a big deal for the league if these allegations prove out to be true. It'll be interesting to see if anybody gets on it. And
it's like 14 years old, this story. 13,
well,
14
let
years
me just
old.
say this. When Bounty Gate came out, I talked to a lot of players. And they said, yeah, we had systems like that going on. It may have been as rampant as what New Orleans was doing. But I've talked to bunch of guys, they were doing stuff like that all the time. And it did seem awful extreme that the head coach all of a sudden got out for something that supposedly the D coordinator was doing. I mean, Sean Payton lost the entire year.
Oh, yeah.
You know, to be honest, this story to me feels like somebody heard that Sean Payton might like pills, okay? And now I'm going on a date and I'm trying to impress somebody. So now not only did I hear that Sean Payton might like pills, hey, man, Sean Payton's selling pills. They put a camera in. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe there's truth in this. It feels like a giant game of telephone from somebody that wasn't directly tied into the
and it's
situation.
another one of those stories. You kind of got to wait and see if there's any legs to it, as opposed to, as you said, some dude trying to impress a girl about inside NFL stories, which I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't been on a date in a million years, but I mean, I guess that's what girls are impressed by.
You tell me. You're the one that just is the magic man. You know, you're the one.
No,
they're not.
I mean,
what are they impressed by, Scott?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I
think some girls are. Yeah.
I mean, it's
okay.
Okay, there you go. I didn't.
Oh, there you go.
That's the magic man.
That is the magic man right there.
That's the magic man.
You can tell by his crayons. Okay. Well, we'll make our picks.
Hey, I want you next time you have a date, seriously.
Should I order it?
Yeah. Just start coloring.
Yeah.
Hey, before we talk, I got yellow? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Let me just finish this unicorn here.
I'll trade you your red for this blue.
We'll make our picks here for the weekend, and the invasion of the most annoying fan base ever. And it's not the Steelers. Details next. Hey, it is D-Mac for Mike Maroney Auto Group in Colorado. All right, they're cooking up something you don't want to miss. I love Mike Maroney as they're rolling out the Great Percent event. This is awesome, okay? Mike Maroney is offering 0% financing, nothing, 0%. And remember, Maroney means more. Don't snooze on this. It's a limited time offer with limited funds. These rates are so low, they're practically underground. Come on. And get this, they'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado. So the showroom is spectacular. You can go online to see what I'm talking about, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And no matter where you're at, they will come to you. Plus, they always have a 3-day money-back guarantee. Test drive for the entire weekend. So listen, if you're curious, simply do this. MikeMaroneyColorado.com. You'll find it easy. You'll love it. Easy. Perfectly simple. What are you waiting for? Head to Mike Maroney Auto Group's Great Percent event and drive home happy. 0%. And don't forget to let them know D-Mac sent you.
I have a lot of amazing friends from there. You know, I think about guys like Cortland Sutton, Jaleel McLaughlin. I think about guys like, you know, obviously Garrett Bowles. You know, a guy like Ray Jackson. You know, guys like Javonte Williams, different people that I've played with that I really respect. You know, there's so many guys, Dolchich, and just so many other guys along the way. Quinn Miners, you know, DJ Jones. You know, I just, you know, there's a lot more, but I just think that for me, it's always about relationships. I think I've been able to build some cool relationships with those guys and people. But most importantly, you know, we gotta strap on the black and gold and go win.
I want to thank everybody here at Joe Willie's. We'll be here every Friday throughout the football season. Joe Willie's on Broadway, which is a spectacular. The food has been fantastic. The drinks, the guests, everything has been awesome. So if you're looking for a cool place to watch a game, open. It took 3 years for them to get it together, and they've been open since June. So highly, highly recommend it. Search it out. Joe Willie's on Broadway.
Perfect neighborhood bar.
I love it.
This house is right down the street right here.
Dude, I love the vibe of all this. This has, to me, why I love it, a very Buffalo sort of we had a lot of places like this in good old Buffalo. So I love it. I think it's great. I wish I had a little place like this near me right now. I got other cool places near me, but
you got a lot of places.
I do, but like the whole like neighborhood sports bars sort of vibe, pretty cool and done really nicely with everything in here. Okay,
and
more.
And by the way, good food.
Delicious. Delicious.
Dry
And
rub wings, man.
Crayons.
And good crayons.
Good solid crayons.
I mean, very active kids menu here.
Yeah.
Lots of choices. I got Connect 4. I got to find all the puffins. I haven't found all 6 of those yet.
Okay.
There's a giant elephant. I'm only halfway into coloring.
Hey, no dumb questions, man. At what age do your kids stop ordering from the kids menu?
Well, if you're Tyler, 38.
39, but yeah. You know what's funny about that? I will every now and then like try as I walk in, be like, "Hey, can I get a kids menu?" You know, and that offends my kids. Like it really offends them. But inevitably, they'll be like, "All right, fine. What do they have on the kids menu?"
A lot of fun is what they have usually.
Yeah.
A lot of good times.
Cheaper
what they
and
have.
smaller portions.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is a great kids menu in terms of keeping me interested.
Perfect. Plus the radio show.
Hey, well, ever since the Roger Staubach trivia came up, you know.
Oh, look, our engineer got here.
Oh,
Tyler. All right, hey, fan bases that are more annoying or you respect more. It's not just Pittsburgh who's here. The Cubs are here. Did you guys know that? The Cubs are playing this weekend here?
Yeah, you've mentioned the Rockies twice today.
I know. We got it in. I feel like we're doing this segment just for Nate Kreckman and his annoying Cubs hat. Worst, most annoying fan base.
Well, fervent, I would go Steelers. New England always, back in the day, used to bother me a little bit. Red Sox fans bothered me a little bit. I'm used to the Cub fans in town because before the Rockies were the Rockies, I think you had a Cubs.
Cubs fans don't bother you.
No, because but you, I think the Zephyrs were affiliated with the Cubs.
I kind of respect the Cubs fans.
Oh my God!
I mean, they hung in through the thick and thin, man.
Oh,
they hung in there.
Stake through my heart. I respect the Steelers fans. I think that's a great.
The answer is easy.
Yeah,
it's just New England sports. Are you freaking kidding me? There is no more annoying group of human beings than a New England sports fan.
Patriots, Celtics, New England.
Oh, boo-hoo. I didn't have a parade for 8 months.
The reason why Cubs bother me more, I know what you're saying about Boston. It's really Boston. It's not New England. What, are there a lot of Whalers fans out there? No, I mean, we're talking about
fans out there.
We're Boston. It's Boston sports, not New England. You could talk about my clay court in Vermont, I guess, but
is New England a state?
Nah. Name all
area.
6 states in New England. Go.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont. That's 5. I'm missing one.
Delaware.
Holy cow! Really? Seriously? I might be on the stupidest show of all time.
No.
No, that's right. Nate and Andy are next. That's true. Good point.
What do we do wrong?
Andy's taking that down.
What do we do
wrong?
New
Hampshire.
Oh, no.
Wait, which one did we say 6. There wasn't one?
Yeah, which one we say?
Delaware is not part of New England. It's nowhere close.
It's close to Massachusetts.
No, it's not.
Rhode Island.
You said Rhode Island.
Said Rhode Island.
You said Rhode Island. My Lord. Really?
I thought New England was a country.
Okay.
What's Maine considered?
A state.
New England.
No, but is it part of the New England
Yes,
area?
Scott is
Well,
he is way dumber than I am.
He didn't mention
I
Maine.
did say
He
Maine.
did say Maine. Yeah.
I told
Maine,
you I'm an idiot,
Vermont, Clay Courts, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. It's New England. All right. Anyways, wow. Okay. I was just going how annoying Cubs fans were, but if you guys are both sticking with the Cubs fans,
I think
okay.
fan bases from the New England area, because Boston is in the New England area, right?
Yeah, it's yes.
Hey, I'll tell you this: in terms of football fans, I played in Seattle, so I love that fan base. But if I didn't play there, I could easily see why they would be one of the most annoying fan bases.
They are annoying because they're
pretty entitled.
Yeah, they're entitled. They think they're so quirky, and it's obnoxious. Nothing to me is worse than Cubs fans. New England fans, Boston fans know they're jerks.
Right.
They know that. They live with it. Cubs fans annoy me because it's
They
all
don't know.
they think they're adorable. And they think they're so arrogant, they think everybody thinks they're great too. Like, they suck. They're the worst.
But you know the great thing
And if I hear another thing about, I used to watch the games on WGN when I was a kid, so I just always stayed a Cubs fan. I'm going to throw up in my hat.
I got a baseball question I want to throw at you too. It's great going to a Cubs game playing the Cardinals, major rivalry.
Yeah.
Because the Cardinals throw out all the World Series things too. And
Yeah,
that's
they got that going for them.
Real fast, is Shohei Ohtani the greatest story in baseball going this year?
It's pretty amazing. Is he better than Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
They're both pretty good. Well, what's incredible is that he's not pitching, and he's just as good of a hitter. And when he comes back and pitches, if he does, it's an incredible story.
He's got a chance to have 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases.
Do the Rockies have 50 home runs as an organization?
Yes, of course they do.
Do they?
Yes.
52.
I don't know what the total is, but they certainly
Find
have
me
50.
the total. Find me the total.
Tovar's got 22. Tolia has 22. That's 44 right there.
That's not 50.
I think we can pile up another 8. Jake Cave has like 8 this year. They've got way more than 50 home runs. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
How many home runs does Dodgers have as an organization?
I don't know a lot more than the Rockies. Are you making me sick up for the Rockies? I just want to say I hate Cubs
You love
fans.
doing that.
Final score, CU-CSU.
33-24 Buffs.
Okay, wow. So a lot of action.
Yeah.
A lot of action. Scotty?
30-14 Buffs.
Okay, I'll go 34-17 Buffs. So a lot of action, but Buffs. And I don't think it's going to be all that close. I think the Buffs are going to sort of get away with it. Maybe, CSU gets a couple meaningless ones. Pittsburgh, so we all think, so despite everything going on this week, we all have the Buffs winning relatively easy. Why?
Because they're the better team. They should be.
Pretty simple, right?
They've got far and away the most talent on the field, and it's not even questionable.
All right. When they win that, then Baylor comes to town. Hopefully they beat Baylor, and it's a totally different tune here in 2 weeks.
Yep.
That's the way it goes, that quickly. It happened like that.
Broncos, Steelers, I got 3-2 Steelers.
Scott?
27-17. No, I don't think they can score 17. I think it's going to be 27-9 Steelers.
I got a 2016 Steelers, and it's going to be tough because no way you're winning next week at Tampa and starting off 0-3,
Then you got the Jets on the road.
You're just going to have to come to terms with it. It's not about getting to the playoffs this year, which we all think that it's not.
Scotty, you got 27-17. I think I got 3-2 moving forward.
Yeah, I think
it's going
that's
to go
safe.
with baseball score.
By the way, the Rockies have 159 home runs.
Told ya.
18th.
Way to go. I'm so
18th.
proud of them.
The Dodgers have 204.
They're 18th
God,
in the league.
Man, did you prove me wrong. Wow.
I know some things.
So how about the White Sox? How many home runs they got?
They are bordering on the worst team ever in the history of baseball, in modern baseball, maybe the last 60 years. They probably have less than 100 home runs.
No, 115.
Close.
But they're the last.
Yeah, it's about that.
Yeah.
It's about that. All right, you want to,
Real fast, I was driving down 6th Street the other day, heading to my doctor, and that drive between kind of, Monaco and Colorado, those houses, tree-lined houses, beautiful place. And I'm looking over across the way, these houses traveling over there, and I'm saying, man, what a beautiful house. And I'm driving down the street just going, it's amazing. And it hit me, a little epiphany. I didn't look at the houses right beside me. And how many times in our life are we so focused on the beauty away from us and the things that are so great away from us that we forget to look beside us, see the beauty that's right there with us every day. So make sure you check beside you and not always keep your distance, your eyes
You're
on the
pretty
distance.
ugly, dude.
I was going to say, I'm looking at two beauties right now.
Well, I feel that way.
Well, you're wearing yoga pants.
I
Comfortable?
Very.
Nathan Andy coming up next. We'll see you.
Hey, Sean, are you worried about this weekend?
Yeah.
Sean, can you stop TJ Watt?
Yeah.
Yes, that's how you start a Ska Friday right there, Mark Springer. Welcome into the show, everybody. Let's do this. Broncos, Steelers, Buffs, Rams, head injuries, and other things. It's all happening today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We hope to escape without head injuries. That's one of our goals for a Ska Friday, is to get out of here without being concussed. Should we start there today, Andy? Football still very bad for your cranial well-being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, so many ways to go with that. Do you realize how angry are NFL owners right now? At least two of them. Although I guess there is technically no owner of the Green Bay Packers. You realize two of the guys that got paid big, fat quarterback contracts and make cap gymnastics a necessity are now hurt in the first 2 weeks of the season.
Yep. Yeah, funny how that works sometimes. And one of them via the head injury, although that dude has a lengthy history of head injuries.
What are you going to do about this? How do you solve this? I don't know what you do with this. He's not a very big guy. You know what I mean? What are you going to tell him? Don't play football?
Here's how
Don't play football that way?
Here's how you solve the problem, Andy. You don't. You can't. There's nothing you can do. Football's dangerous. Football is terrible for your physical health. Football is bad for your brain. We know all of those things. Like, I get it. Like, I understand the bleeding heart, desire to stand there and go, Tua Tagovailoa needs to retire. Tua Tagovailoa knows how dangerous football is. Tua has already talked about having contemplated retirement before because of the injuries that he suffered back in 2022. At no point did football get any less violent between then and last night in Miami. And so Tua, he knew what he was risking by going out there, and he suffers another head injury. This one, it even looked kind of innocuous. It was just like,
I was about to say,
he ran into, of all people, Damar Hamlin's forearm and then goes to the turf. You get the fencing response out of him last night. I mean, Andy, this is a guy that suffered 2 concussions back in 2022 within 5 days of each other. Although, remember, after the first one, they said it was a back injury. Okay, sure, no problem. So he's cleared. He plays on Thursday Night Football, suffers yet another concussion. I do believe the neurotrauma doctor that cleared him to play in that game was fired. When that went down back in 2022, but then Tua, he recovered and he came back and he played last year and he played the entire season. And then this year he suffers a head injury early on. First off, we have no idea the severity of this particular concussion for Tua. But should he hang it up? If he wants to keep playing football, my answer is no. He shouldn't hang it up. If he wants to keep doing this, Tua knows. And every one of these guys that take the field on Sunday or Thursday or Monday or whatever day it is, they know the dangers. They know the risks of all of this. Could Tua put on a Guardian cap? I suppose. It might not be the worst idea for him. But, Andy, as long as a doctor clears him and he still wants to do it, go do it, my guy. But this sport, bad for your brain. Bad for your brain, and if you choose to do it, have at it. That's my attitude.
Yeah, I don't think you'd tell the guy he's got to retire, but it'll be, I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch how this plays out. Look, I don't have a right answer for this. I really don't. Because at the end of the day, he's an adult.
Right.
He's not going to make this kind of money doing anything else in his life. We can't assume that he's taking care of his money and that he's set up for life.
Don't know.
I know people say he should be. Well, you know what? A lot of us probably should have more money in our bank account than we do.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is.
Those Instagram ads, they get you, though.
Yeah, What did I tell you I bought now?
That algorithm.
The stupid candle.
The Goose Creek.
Yeah.
It'll get you.
Yeah.
It'll get you. My attitude is, all the risks. The science is there. The evidence is there. They tell you what this is going to do to your life later on. And you know what? Here's the funny thing about it, Andy, is like, You could have a football player that never gets diagnosed with a concussion, and his post-football life is hell. Okay? Now, the subconcussive impacts happen all the time, and so the plaque starts to build up, and these guys get CTE, and their life sucks. Like, that happens to guys. There's other dudes that they can suffer a bunch of brain injuries, and they're just fine. There is in Chicago, okay? I grew up as a Bears fan, and one of my all-time favorite Bears players was Tom Waddle. Remember Tom Waddle, number 87?
He was a great receiver on Tecmo Bowl.
Little white guy Tom Waddle caught everything that was thrown in his direction, and boy, did the likes of Jim Harbaugh and Eric Kramer like leading him into safeties over the middle to just decapitate him on any given play. Tom Waddle hosts Afternoon Drive in Chicago on ESPN 1000. He's entertaining as hell. He's great. I don't know. I listen to his radio show. He's as quick-witted as he can be. He doesn't sound like a guy that is slowed down at all by it. And yet, I guarantee you that if he played today, Tom Waddle would be a guy where the independent neurotrauma physicist would be like, get that guy off the field.
No, I'm with you. You don't know how the human body's going to react to it. Again, I know about 1,000 offensive linemen. Not all of them act like they have CTE. Others tell me point blank they do.
Mm-hmm.
It's different for everybody. Going back to the hit itself, as you said earlier, that just didn't look like a hit that you would expect a fencing response from.
That is unsettling to see.
Concerning.
Yeah.
So
the fencing response gives you the heebie-jeebies every time you see it, right?
And again, it looked like I was doing I was hosting our big fun shenanigans out there. Tullamore Dew, which I've never had, by the way.
Heaven Dew and a brew,
very
my friend.
tasty beverage that you have right there.
They know what
is
they're
that
doing.
A beverage? Is a whiskey a beverage?
I'd call it a beverage.
Okay, fair enough.
It's liquid.
Sure.
You
All right. Good
throw
enough.
it down the old gullet.
Yeah. All right. I've never called a whiskey a beverage, but here we are.
And yet
it's tasty. No, we were doing that. So I remember hearing, okay, he's hurt, but you know how it is when you're doing the bar thing, you're not really locked into the game. I get home. Of course, my son needs 5 things for the homecoming parade today for Dakota Ridge. And so I by the time I actually sit my butt down on the couch, game's over. And I'm trying to see, the aftermath of what this is. And I get the highlight, and there's everybody giving their opinion about what he should do. I will tell you this, okay? I do believe this may lead to the owners trying to do something to protect their investments. And I know that's a very inhumane response, or however you want to put it, but I do think
cutting down on guaranteed money for quarterbacks.
To watch 2 guys that just set the market again, then get hurt, and now both their teams are scrambling to figure out what they're going to do. By the way, why is Malik Willis all of a sudden playing in Green Bay? Isn't that kind of weird?
Oh,
he just got there.
Yeah, they got him.
I know.
He's their dude.
He's not been really good.
Well, do you remember the backup that played against the Broncos in the preseason, Sean Clifford?
Right. You know what? Never mind.
The old Beeve?
Yep.
Not very good.
Sorry.
Not very good.
Yeah, but not like Malik.
Not that Malik Willis is a great answer.
Exactly. Every time I've watched him, I've always had high hopes, and not
state
that.
of backup quarterback play in the NFL. Not great.
But my point being, do you think, we've already heard about the cap, the old big, we need a cap or their own cap or whatever it is for quarterbacks. I think these kind of injuries are going to get the owners to grind in to try to get some kind of protections. I don't know how you do it. And if I'm the Players Association, I'm going, you guys win it. Everything else, tough. Sorry. Don't sign these quarterbacks to mega deals then. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
But I promise you this is going to get the owners talking amongst themselves that they've got to somehow get some protections against quarterback contracts.
I get
I'm
it.
not trying to take rich guy thing. I'm just telling you.
I know what you're saying, but also, it's an annual occurrence.
I know.
Joe Burrow can go down early on in the year. Tom Brady can go down early on in the year. Aaron Rodgers can go down on the 4th play of the season. Risk you run, right? Again,
Dude.
Investing heavily in a sport as violent as this one, these are the risks that you are dipping into.
You brought
volatile market, as they say.
You brought up my guy Joey B. I love Joe Burrow.
Can't even pick up a water
I'd
bottle.
hate to say we're making too much out of that video, but man, it doesn't look great.
Looks
it doesn't
pretty
look
weird,
like he's
doesn't
got
it?
a real strong hand right now.
Looks pretty weird. He's moving okay.
By the way, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
just, homecoming, you're not there yet. I'm lucky.
Homecoming?
They have a parade every year, and it goes
Sure.
down the street that's at the top of my block.
That's what parades do.
Although they're putting fiber internet in, and I don't know that I ever want internet again after what we've all lived through in this neighborhood for them to try to do that.
Does the marching band have to take a detour?
I would rather have the marching band come down my block than some of the machines that have been going off at 7 a.m. I did not know this, and I knew I'd forget his name. A member of the Savannah Bananas is a Dakota Ridge alum.
No kidding.
He had his own truck today, and guess what he was tossing to everybody?
Bananas?
Bananas!
That's fun.
And it was funny because he was yelling. He goes, "These aren't weird bananas. They're real bananas." And then he'd throw you a banana.
Was it? Okay, so in throwing a banana.
Let me go look at the roster.
I'm
I'll find
hoping
out who it is.
These are pretty green bananas, right?
No, they were a little green at top, but they were fairly yellow.
Like, you don't want to be throwing a brown banana at somebody. That could be messy. Those things get pretty squishy.
No, it was definitely, they looked firm.
They were fresh.
They had
been picked up.
They were not ready. Yeah,
Okay.
You weren't going to catch it and get a banana.
So
you
somebody
weren't going to get banana pudding.
Went to Safeway that morning and picked up a nice
Felt the
bundle
bananas.
of bananas.
He's from the Savannah Bananas. You can't be rolling around with bad bananas representing the Savannah Bananas.
You need solid, yet to be fully ripe bananas. It's
Had he
Craig
not drove by
Lindell.
on a truck, I'd have been like, "Hey, come on our radio show," but I didn't feel like yelling that in the middle of everybody.
Green, speaking of green and gold, there you go, fresh bananas, Andy. The CSU Rams, they play host to the Buffs tomorrow night, Rocky Mountain Showdown. Let's check in with the Rammies, voice of the Colorado State football program and men's basketball program. Friend of the show, Brian Roth is with us. By the way, Buffs fans, don't get too mad. Mark Johnson will be with us today at 4:20.
Well, we're hoping he hasn't confirmed yet. We'll see. As you know, I hit him up a little bit late.
Okay, well, tell you what, Buffs fans, that's on your
If he blows
voice
us off, it's your guy.
to text us back. Jeff Legwald coming up today as well. It's all happening on a Scott Friday on Altitude Sports.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We're upon the weekend. I'm always telling you about date nights on Saturday. That's usually the tradition. If you're married, you're lucky if you get one on Saturday. But hey, nonetheless, whenever one pops up, you want to be ready to go. And you can be ready to go at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic if you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. They will help you find a solution for you, and not just any solution, the right treatment for your specific medical situation. It's important that you get a right treatment for your situation because that is the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED can cause a lot of problems as far as pulling away in relationships, depression for you. Don't live with these things. You don't need to. There's a place that can help you out. Again, that place is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that'll work when pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Schedule a consultation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and medically advised, if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, then your visit is free. They have an expert staff that you'll like a lot, and you could be having sex the next day after your first appointment. It's just that simple. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
Well, to Braden Fowler Nicolosi's point, as a wise man once said, good teams win, great teams cover. CSU and CU reconvene for the Rocky Mountain Showdown tomorrow. This time, the old RMS makes its debut at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins. Joining us right now, the man who will be on the call tomorrow on Learfield for the fine folks in the northern part of the state, although I'm sure you can get it worldwide. It is the voice of the CSU Rams. It's our pal, Brian Roth. Brian, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
Brian, what's the XM channel? Nate's not hip to the XM thing.
Ooh,
what
we got
XM
XM.
channel can they catch you
What's
on?
hip? Yeah.
I don't know the XM channel. We are on the airwaves in Denver at a competitor that I don't know if we should mention, but you can get us on the Varsity Network app too. But we are on Sirius, but I just off the top of my head I couldn't tell you what channel that is. I should, I guess. I should be able to know that.
It's, you know what? There's so many numbers you have to memorize going into a football broadcast. They don't need to put another one on your plate, Brian.
No, that's right. No, that's up for somebody with a higher pay grade to decide than me. So.
Well, Brian, let's start with maybe one number that I know you have memorized, and that is that Colorado State has not beaten Colorado in the last 6 meetings between these two programs. Last year, an absolute hair-pulling-out loss for the CSU Rams in Boulder in a game that was absolutely there for the taking. Before we even get into the matchup and everything else, and obviously this has been a very big week for the program. But let's start with just kind of what's the tenor? What's the feeling up there in Fort Collins, the desperation, the hunger, all of that about this matchup tomorrow against the Buffs?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a long time coming for Ram fans when it comes to just rivals in general, right? I mean, Colorado State has not defeated a rival in front of a crowd. Okay, you got to put that in parentheses, since 2015. Now, they did beat Wyoming in front of an empty stadium in 2020, that COVID year. But, I mean, think about that. 2015 is the last time they beat a rival in front of a crowd. And, of course, that includes Colorado, who the Rams haven't defeated since Jim McElwain did it back in 2014. So a win against a rival would be very, very good for Jay Norvell here this season, among other things. And this is going to be their first opportunity. But, yeah, I mean, look, you go back and watch that game last year or think about that game last year. I mean, Colorado State should have won, right? Would have, could have, should have. But they didn't win, though. At the end of the day, the scoreboard shows that they lost, and it was an L. But, I think Colorado State comes into this game knowing that while they didn't get the job done last year, they have a second opportunity to knock off a Colorado team that, look, this CSU team thinks they should win tomorrow. I'm sure Colorado believes they should win tomorrow, but this is a Ram football team that certainly is going into that game tomorrow thinking, hey, chance to redeem ourselves from last year.
Yeah, it's been interesting. A little sneak peek. I chatted with your sideline guy, and I had said this to him, so I'm going to ask you the same question. Don't you feel like both fan bases are a little less cocky after the way the first 2 games have gone? Like, Brian, everybody I talked to, I feel like last year, everybody was giving me reasons why their side was going to win. This year, I feel like both people are like, if you talk to 5 Buff fans and 5 Ram fans, and I've talked to probably at least 3 of each, everyone, like the Buff fans are worried about the coaching side of things right now, and the Ram fans keep telling me they're so beat up, they're worried about things. I feel like neither fan base feels real cocky. What's the vibe up there?
Yeah, I think the Texas game worried Colorado State fans because I believe the overall expectations this year, all of August and going into that first game down in Austin, was that Colorado State had a chance to win 7, 8, maybe even 9 games, and they still do, okay, because they weren't going to go to Texas and win in the season opener. But I think the way that game went, when the Rams lose 50 52-0. They don't really do anything on offense. The passing game was shut down, which is the perceived strength of this offense coming into the season. And to not score a point, I think a lot of Ram fans after that game said, oh, boy. But I'll say this. After watching what Texas did to Michigan last week, and then, Colorado State, did what they had to do last week against Northern Colorado, probably were a little more conservative than they'll be coming up tomorrow night. So, yeah, I think the Ram fans are in a, wait-and-see mode. And if you beat Colorado, you're going to feel really good about yourselves with UTEP, a game the Rams will be a double-digit favorite coming into the stadium next week. So chance to go 3-1. And, yeah, on the flip side, I think Colorado fans, after going 3-0 last year and then closing out the season, 1-9 or whatever it was, yeah, that has alarm bells going off. And then to see the way that they lost in Lincoln, which had shades of how they were losing last year, right? Couldn't run the football, couldn't keep Shedeur upright. So, yeah, I think this is a show-me game for each of these two programs and a very important game for each of these two programs. Maybe a little bit more important for Colorado, but certainly a very important game for Colorado State. And Jay Norvell, he needs a feather in the cap type win, and this would qualify.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a major topic of discussion on this show today here, Brian. And guys, we're talking to Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Brian, there's a university president and an athletic director. These were not the people that hired Jay Norvell to be the head coach of the CSU Rams. He has not yet put together a winning season after having gone 5-7 last year. Now news this week that Colorado State is going to shift conferences and go to the Pac-12, possibly trying to give themselves a better opportunity to get into the college football playoff. Flat out, and we all love Jay, but he just has not won the big games. You talk about this being huge for the Colorado program. Brian, I think this is a massive game for Jay Norvell. In fact, I think there's a good chance Jay Norvell, and maybe this is sports talk radio hyperbole, and you can tell me I'm nuts, I think Jay Norvell is coaching for his job. Not a mid-season firing situation, but he needs this one bad tomorrow.
Well, he does, and it goes back to what I said earlier in the interview here, where you haven't beaten Air Force down at the academy since 2002, right? They get a chance to do that. You get a Wyoming team that looks down here later in the season, so you have that opportunity too, and you got to beat the rivals. But yeah, no question, it's year number 3 for Jay Norvell, and let's face it, patience among fans and patience among administrators in the universities aren't what they used to be 25, 30 years ago, right? Look at how Frank Beamer started off at Virginia Tech, right? He would have been blown out after 3 years, yet they keep him around, and by year 6, he has Virginia Tech into a national power. Same with Bill McCartney at Colorado. It took him 5 years to get that thing rolling, but that's just not the way college football works these days. Heck, it's not the way any pro sport works these days, I guess, outside of the Colorado Rockies, where you've got to win immediately. And if you don't win immediately, then it's sorry, we're going to turn this thing over. But I also think you have to be careful, too, if you're Colorado State, because, look, let's say the Rams go 5-7 this year and you want to move on. Well, look, you fired Mike Bobo in 2019, and then you fired Steve Adazio in 2022, and now another 3 years later, you're going to move on from Jay Norvell. It becomes a revolving door that's just hard to escape from. So, listen, Jay Norvell, even if they don't win this game, you could still go on and have a successful season, beat Air Force and Wyoming, and win 7-8 games. Jay's going to be perfectly fine, but you've got to win some of those games like the one that they'll have an opportunity with tomorrow.
Kreckman and Lindahl double stamp the old Adazio firing, just so you know.
Yeah,
we were not upset about
We were
that one at
fans.
all. We were happy that one ended. Hey, all right, so explain to me, what is the plight of the health of this team, since I keep hearing about that?
How is
Who's
Torrey
healthy?
Horton?
Yeah, how's Torrey Horton? Who else are you concerned about?
Yeah, well, obviously Torrey Horton is the biggest name, and boy, when you see him come up lame on the sideline last week in the second half against UNC and then go to the locker room and not return, yeah, that's raising big-time red flags. Torrey did practice this week. I don't think he was necessarily involved in all the drills, but he did practice, and Jay Norvell telling us on Wednesday night on our coaches show that Torrey's going to give it a go. How close to 100% he is, I don't know, but I do know this: Torrey Horton is the best player on the Colorado State football roster.
Oh yeah,
okay, hands down. And so if you don't have your very best player on the field, or at least you don't have him out there close to 100%, that's going to have a massive impact in this game. So, certainly my eyes from the radio booth, they're going to be zeroed in on Torrey Horton during the pregame, because it is, in my mind, for CSU, the biggest storyline going into the game tomorrow. How healthy is Torrey Horton? Because remember, last year, all he did is catch 16 passes for 133 yards and a touchdown. And, he threw a touchdown in that game last year. I think he made an impact on that game, and Ram fans are hoping he's going to make an impact on tomorrow.
Yeah, need him out there in the worst possible way. Threw a touchdown pass last year as well. We're talking to our pal Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams. All right, Brian, as for the defense that's going up against Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter and all of that speed on the outside, we know Colorado has offensive line issues. We know Colorado just elects basically to have no run game whatsoever. What is the current status of the CSU pass rush? Can they do enough? Can they have the kind of performance that Mo Kamara put up a year ago in that game? Where honestly, Brian, I think the biggest moment of that game last year was when Mo Kamara got ejected for targeting. That, to me, changed everything in that fourth quarter. Can they get after Shedeur again tomorrow?
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest key for that defense. And again, we know Colorado hasn't run the football in the first two games. Hasn't even really tried. I mean, it's clearly there's no commitment to the run game from that offensive coaching staff. But yeah, I mean, you don't have Mo Kamara, and then guys, look, I mean, the best defensive end coming back for Colorado State was a kid named Noor Gatguth, who was going to be the guy that kind of was going to take Mo Kamara's place. Right now, he wasn't going to have 13 sacks this year, but they thought he was going to be an 8 to 10 sack guy. Well, he's been battling turf toe, hasn't played the first 2 weeks, is not going to play coming up on Saturday. So CSU doesn't have their best edge rusher. But, it's a defensive line that they have some young guys. They have some defensive ends, including Kenyon Agers and Gabe Kershke, the Wisconsin transfer, that have played well through the first two games, and you need them to do that in this game. And look, Colorado has incredible talent on the outside and at the quarterback spot. You can't give up a bazillion explosive plays in the contest. But when CSU was good last year against Colorado is when they were being aggressive. And they stopped being aggressive at the end of the game and let Shedeur sit back there and pick them apart. You just can't let him do that because, as we all know, Sanders has that ability just to slice and dice you.
Ryan, how long did it take for you to get rid of this damn cold? Because I think you and I got the same thing.
Well, yes. It started on August 9th. And I'm still coughing today on, what is this, September 13th. So.
Yeah, Nate doesn't want to hear that. Nate just had to pass me a cough drop because every time we get going on the show, I go into cough hysterics. They're going to break a rib. So when you get the cure, send it my way.
I will. Listen, I did the Texas game, and I apologized to our engineer afterwards. I say, dude, you're going to need a new cough box because I think I broke it. I pushed the cough button probably close to 5,000 times that game. But, hey, that's why it's there. If it's there, you use it, and I used it that day. But
hey, fortunately, I don't think you had any highlights you had to call in that game, Brian.
No,
so
there were none.
So it all kind of worked out for you. Brian, big week for the CSU program. They announce they're jumping ship out of the Mountain West. They're going to the newly rebuilding Pac-12, a.k.a. Pac-6, along with Fresno, San Diego State, and Boise, getting in bed with the Beavs and the Cougs. It's good news for the CSU program. They're cutting out the dead weight, or I'm sure that's the way that they view things, by making this move. What has been the response to it around the program? And in the most optimistic sense, and you work for the program, Brian, so you're contractually obligated to give us the most optimistic sense, how good can this be for the program?
Well, I mean, I think this day and age, it's, hey, listen, if you have a chance to quote-unquote move up you got to take it, because the last thing you want to do is be left behind, right? And so, Colorado State wasn't going to have a chance to get into the Big 12, right? That just wasn't an option. Not the Big 10 was an option, right? ACC is not an option. And this is the best option for Colorado State to move up a level, right? And to do it with a peer group of San Diego State and Boise State and Fresno State. And then you can go and get a couple more teams. Who's that going to be? I don't know, Memphis. I don't know, maybe UNLV.
It's got to be the Rebels,
but
right? They have to take UNLV, although the weird thing there is the state legislature going to let UNLV ditch Nevada? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I cannot believe the state legislature would get involved in that, but they might, and it sounds like they are. But come on, that's, if I was UNLV, I'd be really upset if that was holding me back. Because look, let's just say that in 3 years from now, there's a 10-team Mountain West, and maybe Air Force and UNLV are in it. Well, a 10-team Pac-12, and Air Force and UNLV move to the Pac-12. Well, what does the Mountain West look like? What does their next TV deal look like?
Yeah.
Those revenue numbers and TV numbers and dollars are going way down, and you don't want to be stuck in that group. And so Colorado State had an opportunity to just kind of move up a little bit, and they took it. And so I think that's the important thing. You've got to do what you got to do. And rivalries, sorry. Sorry, Wyoming. Sorry, Utah State, right? Sorry, New Mexico. That's just the way college sports and college athletics are. So clearly the Pac-12 and how they're reforming, it's not going to be, a Power 4, A4 type of program, but it's going to be the next best thing, in Colorado State at least is in that group. And then who knows what happens in 2-3 years. So I'm excited about it, and it just means that you're not getting left behind, which at this level, at the Mountain West level right now, that's the name of the game. You cannot be left without a chair when the music stops.
Man, I can't believe you're trading in Logan and Laramie for Pullman and Corvallis, those tropical destinations. Brian Roth, everybody, the voice of the Colorado State Rams. Brian, what time do you guys hit the air tomorrow for Learfield? What's the pregame?
Well, on the air at 3:30, though. I'll be out in the tailgating area, though, probably about noon or 12:30 taking it. I got a bunch of CU buddies that are coming up, so I want to hang out with those guys and watch them drink adult beverages as I have a Pepsi. But then, 3:30, and then kick off shortly after 5:30. It's going to be this Port Collins is going to be on fire this weekend, starting tonight down in Old Town, and that party, one way or another, is going to continue through the night on Saturday.
All right, well, we'll have to check the fire warning. Hopefully it's not literally so. Brian Roth, everybody. Brian, beautiful work as always, buddy. Have a great call tomorrow. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
All right, good to have our dude with us right there. Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams. Mark Johnson at 5:20 today to tell us what is going on with the Buffs. Andy, is this game more must-win for the Buffs or more must-win for the Rammies? We'll discuss that next. Hey, it's Buck09 on a Ska Friday. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5, straight out of my senior year of high school. Also, that's what gas used to cost back then. We are with you today until 5:30 p.m.
We're learning things daily.
I may have said with you until 6 before. I was misinformed. All right, Andy, tomorrow. We'll get it going at... Does Berto ever say that? Do we ever get Berto yelling about other days besides just the very evening that we're approaching?
Tuesday.
So, tomorrow, 5:30. CU is a 7 or 7.5 point favorite, depending on where you see it. Pretty big game. Large game, I would say. It's the Rocky Mountain Showdown. It's as big as a game can be between a team that won 4-8 and a team that won 5-7. I think
it's big here. May not be big nationally.
Yeah.
It's big in these parts for both schools.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So, Andy, who needs this win more tomorrow? The Dion Sanders led mad about music being played inside the stadium buffs, or Jay Norvell, whose team put out a lifeless effort on the road at Texas, did what they're supposed to do against UNC, but have yet to put up a winning record in the Norvell era. In fact, they haven't been to a bowl game since 2017. Who needs this one more?
It seems like a simple question, Nate. And our guy Russ, who I know is a big Ram guy, I would agree with this take. Here's the thing. This is a tough take to define, okay? And I want everybody to follow me for a minute.
Okay.
Russ says, I'm going to read this because I think a lot of us would feel this way for the most part. Russ says, it's a must-win for the prime university buffs. It's not close. As far as look, people thought the buffs would be bowl eligible. I think in the grand picture of things, CSU can lose this game, still go make plenty of noise in the Mountain West, get to a bowl, and all I suppose could be okay. All right? I'll get to that part in a minute.
Yeah, they'll beat UTEP next week.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Right. So I don't know that it's a must-win for them from that point. If the Buffs don't get the bad taste out of their mouth, then what do you carry into Baylor? Another team that you should beat. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think just strictly from a tactical standpoint, we're going to have the same kind of theme conversation about the Broncos a little bit later on. From a tactical standpoint, I would say it means more to Colorado because they've got the tougher conference to then try to go survive to get bowl eligible and meet the national preseason expectations, okay? Which, frankly, bowl eligible, that's not aiming for much, okay? Right? Bowl eligible is
6 wins.
Right? Yeah, you can be middle of the road, be bowl eligible.
Literally.
Right. But here's the thing for me. We know Jay Norvell wants to keep coaching at CSU. We know Jay Norvell wants to have a long tenure as a coach.
He'd like to coach a Pac-12 game at some point
in
his life.
He would. I don't know. I don't, like, I keep getting asked, how big is this for Deion? And it's obviously a natural question. You tell me, Nate. This has already been the weirdest of years. We're only through 2 games. I thought it was 50-50 he sticks around because he's recruited a couple of intriguing high school prospects. But the more this is already going on, part of me feels like, does Deion really need this? This is the question I'm going to keep asking myself. Does Deion really need this? Does Deion need to deal with the media all the time? Does Deion need to have everybody questioning every one of his moves? He is set. He can go back to TV. You and I talked about this earlier. He could go back to TV, make just as much money, still be on DirecTV commercials, still do the KFC with his thing with his kids, and it all would just continue on, right?
Yep.
So as far as, I think it's a big game for CSU and Jay Norvell because even Brian said it. He called it a feather in his cap win. Use the term that you want to use, but I think it's huge. If the Buff fans, look, the alumni are not going to be very happy if you lose back-to-back weeks against CU and CSU, or Nebraska and CSU, right? That's going to get a lot of alumni grumbling your way, and all Deion can do is go, you know what? Peace out. My kid's out anyway.
Right.
Jay Norvell, if you lose to the Buffs again, and they don't, technically, you got to wait 5 years to try to get that taste out of your mouth. He's hoping to still be the coach here in 5 years. I don't know anybody that thinks that Deion's going to still be the coach here in 5 years.
And that's...
So for me, I think that's why it may be a bigger game for Jay Norvell.
To me, I think it's Colorado State, and I don't even think it's that close. And let me delve into my explanation. And I will echo many of the points you just made there, Andy. Jay Norvell doesn't have a single power conference win in his time at CSU. This would give him that tomorrow. He's never beaten a rival. He hasn't beaten Air Force. He hasn't beaten Wyoming. In his time at CSU, he hasn't beaten the Buffs. In his time at CSU, he hasn't gotten the program back to a bowl game. Remember, when he went to Nevada, won 3 games his first year. He won 8 the second year. You know, at CSU, it was win 3 games the first year. He only won 5 last year. He didn't even put together a winning record. The president at Colorado State, Amy Parsons, and the athletic director at Colorado State, John Weber, they did not hire Jay Norvell. All right? These are people that are new in these positions. Also, lest we forget, there was kind of a big announcement that came down yesterday regarding Colorado State athletics. They're going to a new conference. And when you look at the other teams that are in those conferences, that are in that conference, the 5 other programs that are already there, I believe every single one of them has been to a bowl game more recently than 2017. Jay Norvell has to go and win this game. He needs this one bad. This is in his building. This is against a Colorado team that isn't very good. They've got a great quarterback. They got a great couple of receivers. One of them that is unbelievable. Could be the number 1 pick in the draft, Andy. According to Mel Kiper, number 1 on his big board, by the way.
Shedeur? Travis, okay.
Is Travis Hunter. Yeah, right now, on his big board, Mel Kiper has Travis Hunter as the number 1 overall prospect in the 25 NFL draft. He is the number 1 wide receiver. He is the number 2 cornerback on the big board right now for Mel Kiper. And the only reason he's the number 2 corner is because Will Johnson from Michigan's incredible. And I'm not even sure that Travis might not be better than that guy. Okay? But outside of those 2 dudes, and we'll give some love to Jimmy Horn, not much of a team that they've got up there at CU right now. This is a golden opportunity to go and get that win. You tack on to that, you guys choked last year. And, Andy, I've said it over and over again, but a massive part of that loss was on Jay. And not only did you blow a 2-score fourth quarter lead, but also you had an opportunity to go and win the game in overtime and in the first overtime because the Buffs took the ball first and you chose not to go for 2. You played for a second overtime for whatever reason out on the road without Mo Kamara still out on the field. An absolutely dreadful coaching decision by a guy that I otherwise think is a pretty good football coach. But he is not winning games right now up there at CSU. Deion? I don't think Deion coaches in Boulder beyond this season. I don't think Deion cares if he coaches in Boulder beyond this season. I think Dion Sanders can go take television money and all of his commercials, and he'll be great. He'll be just fine.
He's going to be famous no matter what when this is done.
Jay Norvell, this is his lifeblood. He's a football coach, but he has to win. He absolutely has to win, and the administration that made a big leap this week, and quite frankly, took a risky leap on this one because they're going to cough up a lot of cash, and things are going to be pretty tight around CSU for a while as a result of them making this move. This is not an inexpensive, free move for Colorado State. This isn't one of those moves where the dollars and cents just suddenly start flooding in. You're giving up your television money for 2 years. You got to fund an athletic department right now. And one of the ways to do that is to beat your biggest rival and get your donors and your fans excited about CSU football, get people coming up to canvas. This is a golden opportunity on national television to put your program out there. Jay Norvell must win this game. Andy, if he loses tomorrow, I think he's gone at the end of the year. And I hate saying that about Jay because I really like the guy.
I want to read you a real quick tweet from Prime, Coach Prime, from 9 hours ago. Let's go, baby. It's too early to be negative. Negativity attracts negativity and marinates in it. Check yourself. Live a life that rewards success. Truly successful people are mostly happy, helpful, and appreciative daily. He's tweeted about negativity and not needing it about 500 times this week. And I just wonder, the man does not. Paul Feinbaum went off on him again. It just feels like Paul Feinbaum's got something personal against the guy. But I would say this. Paul Feinbaum is right about this. Colorado still needs Prime more than Prime needs Colorado.
There's no doubt about that.
So
I completely agree with that point.
And if he decides, I just don't really feel like dealing with this anymore, he doesn't have to. And these tweets, again, as a coach, you got to put up with this. It's all the time. Yep. I just don't know. He's not a coaching lifer. How does he just get tired of dealing with it?
Okay, Andy. So we go from a hardcore football pressure kind of discussion. Let's cleanse the palate.
Oh, please.
A little bit when we come back. Let's have a drink or several. Broncos, Steelers, Sunday, 2 o'clock-ish. Is that an 05 or a 25? I'm assuming it's a 25.
I think we're at 25 because they thought Russ was going to play.
But we have got the Broncos and the Steelers coming up here on Sunday. Let's take a break. And when we come back, we've got the drinking game for you. A way to enjoy yourself on Sunday afternoon that is more than just winning money on your Sport Trade app. We'll do that for you next. All right, week 2 is underway. Bills take care of business last night. How'd you do on your underdog fantasy pick'em? Well, perfect opportunity to get one put together coming up here for Sunday. Underdog fantasy is really fun, guys. You put together a pick'em roster for every single week. You can do a few of them if you want to, but you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player's stats. They give you projections. You just have to say, will my guy go higher or lower than that number? Touchdowns, passing yards, receiving yards, rushing touchdowns, and much, much more. That's right. Go to underdogfantasy.com right now and get yourself signed up. They have a very simple to use mobile app, or you just go to underdogfantasy.com. You sign up with promo code Kreckman. That's KRECKMAN. And Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That is Underdog Fantasy promo code Kreckman to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 and up and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. It is Craigman and Lindahl, and it is time to have a beer on a Friday afternoon. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is football. Broncos, Steelers, Sunday. Sunday. Steelers laying 2.5 or 3, depending on where you get it. Could that number be on the move by even more by the time we get to kickoff? We shall find out. Andy, it's a Steelers team that won in week 1 on the road in Atlanta without having scored a touchdown.
A tutty.
Chris Boswell, the Wizard of Boz, 6 field goals.
Couple from distance.
That's 3
really
of them.
good, over 50.
From over 50 in an 18-10 win. Then your Broncos fall 26-20 on the road there in Seattle, but a nice backdoor push with a late touchdown drive. Geno Smith would find Tyler Lockett on 3rd down and 6 after Baron Browning jumped off sides, and that is how that game would end. The 1-0 Steelers visiting the 0-1 Broncos. Tomlin v. Peyton. But we would like you to enjoy this game. Therefore, we will give you this. And as always, we ask that you enjoy responsibly. But it is time for the Crackman and Lindahl Broncos Steelers drinking game. Let's do this, everybody. Andy, you primed? You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
You coach primed and ready? Take that as a no.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something clever. Like this. I don't have anything clever. It's
So,
Friday. Clever's all used up.
So we watched a Bo Nix performance last week, and therefore the performance of Bo Nix on his, as Jeff Legwold pointed out today at ESPN, and we'll talk to him at 4:20, 49 dropbacks. 49!
It's a lot. Hope the feet are okay.
Yeah.
We got no corns after that.
We got a lot of Bo Nix props here on the drinking game this week. Let's start it right here. Bo throws an interception. Drink.
Chug, 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 chug.
Bo throws behind a receiver. Drink.
A sip, though.
Yeah, that's just, this is slug, okay? Bo Nix completes a pass behind the line of scrimmage.
Sip.
Yeah. It's going to be a few of those. We know that. This one courtesy of our friend Mark Springer. If Bo executes a beautiful fake pitch, drink.
The old, Yahtzee, I got it.
And now I'm rolling out and getting chased down by the pass rush.
Yeah.
Because they didn't fall for that fake at all.
And the other guy's not open.
Yeah, Sean Payton is big on the fake pitch these days with Bo Nix. So if you see a faux toss, by all means, have yourself a drink. If Bo Nix takes a sack by running out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage, you should probably drink. Any other Bo Nix props?
I'm drunk.
There we go. Is there anything else that I'm missing here, Andy? Any other fun Bo Nix stuff right there?
No, I think we're good.
I think we got it.
I don't want to totally pick on the young man. It's game 2. We'll see.
We only got 5 props.
We're good.
We're good to go
Well,
there.
one of them, the old throw behind the line of scrimmage, that's kind of a Sean Payton thing.
Yeah, well,
right?
That's a Bo Nix and Sean Payton thing. That's Sean Payton drafted a guy because of his love of throwing behind the line of scrimmage. If a Bronco receiver drops a pass, go ahead and drink. That's right. Even if it's thrown on his back shoulder, have yourself a drink if a Bronco receiver has a drop in this game. We're looking at you, Lil Jordan.
Again, sips for all of these. These all showed up in plenty last week.
Also,
let's be moderate.
Bad news, Devon Valley's not going to play in this game.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Didn't practice all week, nor today. He's out, it looks like.
Eric says we're promoting alcohol poisoning. We said drink responsibly.
Yeah, sips, Eric.
Sips.
Nobody said
I
chug.
don't feel so good.
Just sips. That Barney Gumble, that was good.
We didn't tell you what you had to drink either. Could be water.
These are, yeah, exactly.
Could be Aquafina.
You could have another chip if you want to. Whatever you decide to enjoy here. Aquafina.
You could have a New York seltzer, blackberry.
The standards, by the way, holding on 72. Dulcich gets checked by the training staff. A Patrick Surtain pass breakup, or PS2 PBU, if you will, or a Mike McGlinchey false start. Those are all automatics for any week of Broncos football.
We're going streaking.
So go ahead and have a drink right there. Got a couple of Steelers-centric.
I like one that was added to this, but let's get the Steelers ones in.
TJ Watt sack.
Now hold on. That's a sipper.
I'll take a drink.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a 5-sack game against this team once?
Could have a couple. Mhm.
Yeah, let's. That's a sipper.
I'm worried this could be a Khalil Mack kind of game for TJ Watt tomorrow.
Yeah, I will if Neil Peart gets in there.
Should you? You have to stop saying Neil. It's going to throw me all year. Matt Peart. If the televisions show you a terrible towel, go ahead and have a drink.
Sip.
If the television shows you some dude in a Ben Roethlisberger jersey, go ahead and have yourself a drink.
Okay.
The guy is drunk.
Okay. Speaking of jerseys, okay, this is how we're going to break down
the jersey
situation on the Broncos-Steeler drinking game this week. If you see and this is on the telecast.
On the telly.
Or I suppose if you're in the stadium, you could play this game as well. If you see a Russell Wilson Broncos jersey, drink. If you see a Russell Wilson Steelers jersey,
half a drink.
Finish your beer.
I'd go halvesy.
If you see a Russell Wilson Seahawks jersey, just get some friends and do a keg stand.
What if you get a happy Steeler Bronco or something? I don't know what you'd half that thing with.
Like a Walker?
Yeah. If you see the Neapolitan jersey where it's Seahawks, Broncos, and Steelers,
yeah,
go buy a bottle of Louis the 15th.
Also, if you see a Walker jersey, that's just an automatic to drink.
Buy that guy a drink.
Okay, so this one, and we're going to have to debate the likelihood of this possibly going down. Broncos-Steelers drinking game for Sunday afternoon. If Sean Payton and Russell Wilson have any physical contact, drink.
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
If they go full handshake, I mean eye contact and handshake, that's 2 drinks. If they go with the highly unlikely bro hug,
you're buying a bottle of your favorite booze.
You're doing that, and you're adding a bathroom to your home. All right?
Call D-Max, guys. They'll help you out. Put that bathroom in for you.
Just go ahead and just rough a bathroom in. Try and knock it out in a week. I know the plumbing's a pain in the ass, but your house needs another bathroom.
See, I don't think they even acknowledge each other.
I don't think so either.
I think Russ has an image he wants to protect.
Yep.
All right. You add 2 bathrooms if Sean Payton goes full Detroit on Russ again, just for old time's sake. Just screams at him for no good reason because he's got to release some pressure. Maybe Russ makes a comment you don't quite catch, and he just turns around and he's giving him the scream fest that we got from the sideline.
Do you think Sean Payton is still mad at Russ for throwing the fade to Cortland Sutton on first down?
I don't think that dude lets anything go. Yes. But I think ultimately what we get is a non-acknowledgement of each other.
Ethan gives us a how much to drink if the Broncos score 16.
See, I was going to bring that one up.
Yeah.
You find a new team.
You drink so much that you go on NFL Shop or whatever, and you just order a new jersey on the spot.
Not the Giants, not the Panthers. Find something that'll bring you joy.
Has to be something better than the Broncos.
Somehow. But if they land on 16 again, everyone's fired.
Just can everybody.
Here's the other one I like too from the 347, one of our regular texters. Crowd counts down Steelers play clock. Chug. Here's the thing. Now, Russ was allegedly limited in practice today.
Allegedly.
Do they let him get just a little taste of action? And if he goes in, should you just go fully bitter and just count the clock no matter what. Just again.
Also, how can he be limited in practice? He's literally Mr. Unlimited.
He's also spicy.
He is.
Did he ask Tomlin what's the most spicy thing he's ever done? Wasn't that the question? Or was it the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
You ever done anything dangerous?
There it is, yeah.
Dangerous.
It's spicy.
Oh, by the way, Justin Fields fumble. Drink.
Oh, again, just a sip. I feel like a lot of these could show up quite often.
Moderation.
If you want to acknowledge
Please.
just the first one, that's fine too.
No, this is America.
Yeah.
Don't yell that to the cop as you're getting dragged out of the stadium. And there you go, everybody. That is your Broncos-Steelers drinking game. Also, if anybody drives a pickup truck out onto the field at Mile High, also you should drink.
And then ends up shirtless?
Where was his shirt?
Where is your shirt, sir?
We have to get to that before we're done today here on the show. There's so much to get to with you until 5:30. Crackman and Lindahl. But Jeff Legwald joins us to preview this matchup. That's on the other side of this.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Colorado Off-Road is the place. They've been a title sponsor of Kreckman and Lindahl since going back to 2019. Guess what? That coincides with the year that I got my F-150. Bought the base model that I could find. Had a little bit of hail damage on it too. I basically found a truck that had a great monthly payment for me, and then I went and added all the other stuff to it through Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking to do the same again, or maybe you didn't even think about that, Colorado Off-Road's the spot. First thing I did was the bed cover so I could keep stuff in the back of the truck, whether it was lacrosse gear or a bike or whatever. I was able to do so, and I got a great recommendation on a bed cover from Jerry Jones and his wife Wendy that own this fine business. I've since added step rails for the icy conditions in the winter, keeping the cabin clean with the floor mats, got the remote start so I'm not breaking puffer laws in the winter. Did the alignment just this past summer. They've got it all at Colorado Off-Road. You need a tow package. You need to do something with the plows as we get closer to the winter weather. Colorado Off-Road does it all. They've got a great showroom 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. If they don't have it, they'll order it for you. Have a conversation with the Joneses, Jerry and Wendy. Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown. It's Colorado Off-Road. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Well, I think there's two things. I mean, we're never going to lose confidence. There's two things that take place in game you're paying attention to. How's the game unfolding? That can affect greatly, how you're calling your game. And then immediately the opponent you're playing relative to sequencing, first down, second down, And so that would be just having done this a long time, that would be my first thought is, how do we think this game's going to be played? And then obviously being able to adjust if it's played differently. I can't tell you how many times I've thought a game was going to go a certain way and then it ended up going a different way.
I don't know if that fully explains 49 dropbacks in Bo Nix's first NFL game on the road in Seattle, but all right, Sean, joining us right now. As he makes his regular Friday visit to the program, it is Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Jeff Legwold's appearances, as always, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Yeah, Jeff, you pointed that out at ESPN. 42 pass attempts. We all got into that number. 49 dropbacks for Bo Nix in week one. As you went back and reviewed the film, why did Sean Payton get so enamored with having Bo Nix drop back in that game?
Yeah, I mean, Nate, it's even worse if there's two rushing attempts that are actually passes but thrown behind the receiver, so they were technically counted as rushing attempts. So if you're doing pure raw data, it could be 51 dropbacks in the game. And, my guess is, I think offensive play callers in the NFL surrender on the run game far more quickly than they do on the pass game. You could have one bad run and you won't see it again for another half a quarter, but coordinators are willing to throw 12 incomplete passes and a pick, and it doesn't bother them at all. So I think some of it is just the time we're in, and I think some of it is Sean Payton as a play caller. I think he believes in my gut that he thinks he could sort of shoot his way out of it, like a Steph Curry or something. And I think people just in the league, I think it's an affliction always that the pass game is giving all game does not. But I think if Bo Nix drops back 49 times Sunday, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, so kind of along those lines, and you pointed this out as well today at ESPN, is that Javonte and Jaleel McLaughlin combined for 8 carries of 1 yard or fewer last week. So did Sean get spooked into that by a lack of success rate and confidence in the run game? Like, there has to be some plausible explanation. I have to believe, and I could be dead wrong, I have to believe that wasn't Sean Payton's plan going into the game.
Well, Nate, I asked him, after the game, did you want to throw it 42 times?
Yep.
And he said no. And he was pretty emphatic about it. So I too believe that, but I see it year after year, game after game. Play callers, the run game, they get far more scared out of that after 1 or 2 unsuccessful plays than they do about unsuccessful pass plays. And I think for a play caller like Sean Payton this year, who knows the explosives in the Broncos offense may be hard to come by early on here, first down becomes really important. And when first down starts going bad, I think that's when the throwing picks up as well. And first down went pretty bad early in Seattle.
Jeff, I do have a question, but first I got to give you a shout out. On the week we lost the iconic James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader. You're calling in on the Darth Vader phone that keeps giving us the between each answer. So I you know what? You really went top shelf to honor the man, and I appreciate that about you. By the way, I think it's the first time we've ever had Jeff in a car. Jeff has never been in a car when we've done an interview in 5 years. All right, Jeff. What the heck with Audric Estime all of a sudden being out? Were you hip to anything going on with him? What happened? Was it on the leap play he got hurt?
The Broncos contend it was on the second carry, and Estime obviously has been told not to say too much, so he didn't want to say too much in the locker room. But I looked at the second carry, and I guess I can sort of see it as well. But that the Broncos say it was on his second carry of the game, and that's when it occurred, and they sort of didn't know it was going to be that bad, and until they did the tests on Monday morning.
Talking to Jeff Legwald here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, we saw a Steelers defense that absolutely suffocated the statuesque Kirk Cousins on the road in Atlanta last week. Now, Mike Tomlin, who, by the way, has an .800 career win percentage against rookie quarterbacks. Tomlin and company turned their sights on the young, fresh-faced Bo Nix of the Denver Broncos. You wrote about it this week. The Broncos, they have to help Bo if they're going to have any success in the short term with him as their quarterback. What do you think they have to do?
Well, you've got to contain their two edge players. I mean, that's especially Watt. I mean, I went back and charted the Falcons game a couple times, and there are very few snaps in that game, if any, where Watt isn't destroying something in the play, whether it's just be knocking blockers into the path of a ball carrier, forcing fumbles, getting to the quarterback, pressuring on an interception, and they only single blocked him, by my count, roughly 12 times. So that's through double teams and even a triple team on a couple of occasions. So if the Broncos plan on leaving Mike McGlinchey on his own against Watt and go in a three-wide set, 40-plus snaps like they did against Seattle, I think that's bad mojo right there. And I think the Steelers' offense wasn't much to look at. But unlike a lot of teams, they're very comfortable playing a game where they kick 6 field goals and get on the bus. They don't mind. It doesn't bother them. They don't freak out. They just keep kicking field goals and keep beating you. So the Broncos really, really have to be willing, I think, to slug it out a little more this week and take their shot that way.
Jeff, what's the stress level over there? That's the simplest way I can ask it.
I think he's really trying to protect a young team, Andy, and I don't blame him. I mean, that's how you would do it. You got a lot of young guys, especially a rookie quarterback. These are going to be bumpy for the quarterback, especially, and keeping his confidence is going to be important. So, and again, I think they just simply have to sort of do better at acknowledging he's a rookie quarterback. I felt like in Seattle they called a game as if they wanted to prove he was advanced beyond his years and he's not a rookie really and all of those things. That's how it felt to me. And I think if they do that over these next few weeks, I think that would be ill-advised. So I don't think the stress level is too high yet, but a loss in the home opener and then this 10-day road trip could do a lot for the stress level going either way, I think.
All right, just for fun, we had old Craig Wolfley on yesterday, man. As old school as they come. I asked him about the run game. He had a great story about his grandpa telling him to pick up the sledgehammer and keep sledgehammering, and he said after 20 minutes he hadn't done anything, and the guy said keep going and finally broke the rock and all that, and the run games like that. Give me a good Craig Wolfley story if you got one from your time in Pittsburgh.
I don't really have a Craig story. He wasn't in my wheelhouse when I was there. But I will tell you a run game story from Bill Cowher's first season. That year, Barry Foster carried the ball, I think, almost 400 times. I think it was like 390. And we asked Bill Cowher in November, when are you going to stop handing the ball to Barry? And he said when his arms fall off. So that was his answer.
Hey, by the way, 400 carries. But you spurred a thought for me real quick, Jeff. I was looking at your boy Mel Kiper's 2025 big board this week, and he's got Travis Hunter at number 1. He's got Shedeur Sanders right now at number 14. He's listing Shedeur third amongst the quarterbacks. He has him below Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers. And Leggy, I don't know if this is a thing, but you're the guy to ask because you're the one that talks to all the scouts, and you're the guy that pays attention to these things. You know, you talk about Barry Foster and 400 carries right there. You know, we talk about backs coming into the league, and you can ding guys based upon how many carries they had at the college level and say, you're wearing the tread off the tires. This guy's going to come into the league banged up. This is a big concern. I wonder, with a quarterback like Shedeur that takes as many hits as he does, is there any thinking that's along the same lines when you look at a quarterback that has been running for his life and taking as many shots as Shedeur Sanders has in his time at Colorado, that scouts might look at that and say, we would have real health concerns based upon how many hits this guy took at the college level?
Yeah, Nate, there is some of that. I will tell you right now the concern people have with Shedeur, and, you know, whether folks at CU would argue it or not, I'm telling you, NFL personnel people wonder or have concerns about the hits he's taken that aren't the offensive line's fault, that he is simply holding the ball too long on too many plays, and that's part of poor decision-making. That's now not just a guy, quote-unquote, trying to make a play. That's a guy making bad decisions. And plays like the interception the other night, those are the ones that are just enormous red flags to personnel people because he knows better than that. And his footwork is starting to deteriorate. I already compared some of his CU game video to game video from Jackson State. Now, obviously, you're not facing nearly the rush like he's facing at CU, but his footwork is regressing some, and that's seeing him drop. And I think NFL people just want to see him do better on the plays that are not the offensive line issues, that are plays he's extending for no reason other than he wants something bigger down the field.
Wow, there's a lot to chew on right there from Jeff Legwold. We'll be talking about it an awful lot as the season goes along, the Buff season, the Broncos season, and as we get closer to the draft. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Check his latest right there. It is on how the Broncos can help Bo Nix out, both against Pittsburgh and going forward beyond that. But yeah, ESPN, that's where you get Leggy. Jeff, beautiful work, man. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, fellas.
All right. The great Jeff Legwold with us right there. His appearances, as always, brought to you by our friends at the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. 1992, Andy, Barry Foster, an NFL high 390 carries, 1,690 yards, and 11 tutties. It's a great season, but 390... It's not going to surprise you that by 1995, Barry Foster's career was over.
Well, do you remember Barry Foster
I
at
sure
all?
do.
For those that don't, Barry Foster was unique because he had a little bit of wiggle to him, right? A little bit of speed, but for the most part, that dude was looking for contact.
Yep.
He wanted to lower his shoulder on you. He was a load to bring down. And yeah, isn't it funny to think about 390 carries? Not touches, not passes, carries.
Right.
Strictly running the football.
Your shoulder down and
Kinda
run
like
into
TD's
someone.
couple of years when he dominated everything. My, how the league's changed.
92, Barry Foster second in the MVP voting. Can you tell me who won it that year?
92?
1992.
Okay. MVP for the league?
Yep. AP, MVP.
Troy Aikman.
Steve Young.
Oh, okay.
Steve Young. Your top five: Steve Young, Barry Foster, Emmitt Smith, Sterling Sharp, brother of Shannon. Has he been in the news this week? And Cortez Kennedy was 5th on that list right there. Old Cortez Kennedy.
That dude was Aaron Donald before Aaron Donald.
He had 14 sacks, did he, that very season for the mighty Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, I remember. You know why? Broncos were playing his big behind twice a year. People forget Seahawks used to be in the AFC West.
It's funny because, Leggy's – I asked him that question kind of just almost like based on a health thing. But Leggy's absolutely right about that. It's like when you do take that many hits – it is going to affect you. It is going to affect your footwork and keeping a solid base underneath you. And we're talking about a quarterback in Shedeur that just far too often is dropping back with the knowledge that he will not have the time back there.
He makes me cringe for him and his health and his future when he is insistent on launching a football as two guys bear down on him, and he's been hit a couple of times where the full weight gets to come down on him because he's just put himself in that vulnerable position and waiting till the last minute to get rid of the football.
Andy, when we come back, we're pretty sure that Sean Payton really, really, really likes Bo Nix. I still think there is another head coach in the NFL that likes his quarterback more. In fact, it's not even just in the NFL. It's in the NFC West. We have further evidence. We'll play that audio for you next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Sport Trade. If you're looking for a premium sports betting experience, and why shouldn't you be, then you need to go to getsporttrade.com or simply download the Sport Trade app right now. Great prices. We're talking minus 104 lines, high limits, no spinny wheels. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms do apply. My favorite feature on Sport Trade, they have a tab. You just click on it right there on the app. It's called the tape, okay? And it is just a running ticker of every bet that is happening on the service in real time. That's right. These guys at Sport Trade, they show you all the action and happening, okay? It is as transparent as can be, and you can follow the smart money in real time. Sport Trade is where the big bettors play. Your eyebrows will go up when you see some of the bets getting laid down right there at Sport Trade, but that's the way that the whales are betting it, and so you may want to follow that smart money. Get sporttrade.com. Download the Sport Trade app and check out the tape. Can be very, very helpful if you want to see what the sharp bettors are doing. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
3:34 in the morning, woke up, staring straight at the ceiling, and said to myself, it's not just another day, it's today. And maybe that's just another way of saying attack this day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. But yeah, it was a great day.
I got a report, by the way. Abby saw a dude in the grocery store parking lot yesterday that had that slogan on the back of a T-shirt. Attack the day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Chargers about to go 2-0. They will be on the road at Carolina on Sunday at 11 a.m. So we saw the pregame video of Jim Harbaugh beating the crap out of Justin Herbert. Herbert, by the way, was asked about it. He was like, I didn't know he was going to do that.
He's like, hey, a little bit of chill, guy.
Can you stop hitting me, please?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this. I'm a Charger. We're predisposed to getting injured, so maybe don't beat me up before the game.
Have you heard the funny story of how I got to start?
If Jim punctured his lung with a punch in the solar plexus. So today, Jim Harbaugh got yet another Justin Herbert question. We've talked about how he loves the body of Justin Herbert, believes Justin Herbert could be an all-pro pass rusher if he wanted to. I don't really think so, but okay, Jim, we'll take your word for it.
Maybe when Jim played.
You're an NFC and national championship winning head coach, so who am I to say you're wrong? But I'm going to go ahead and disagree. Today, he got asked another question about Justin Herbert. He continued to gush, and also it turns out Jim is so enamored with Justin Herbert that now he wants to start dressing like him, as you'll hear right here. Roll it, Spring.
I mean, you definitely get to know somebody better as you get to know them. But yeah, there's everything. He's got it all, in every way, any and every way you could think of. I wish I was Justin Herbert. I copied his shoes. I'm wearing his tennis shoes. They look the Justin Herbert shoe. I don't know, but.
But you bought the same pair that he had, or got them from the equipment staff, or you actually took his shoes?
Oh no, the ones he was wearing from the equipment staff.
Got the same pair.
I went to Smitty and said, "Hey, can I get a pair of those Justin Herbert shoes?" And just like Smitty, the next day I got a pair of those shoes. I think you also heard me say, there's not one gene in his body I wouldn't immediately trade. But.
What's the top of the list? If you could take one Justin Herbert attribute, what would it be? Let's say you could go back to being 20, 21 years old, and you could take one Justin Herbert attribute, what would it be heading into the league?
The arm talent, the stature, just the way he processes information and disseminates it, his leadership ability, even the fierceness with the way he competes. I thought I was a competitor, just the way he handles goes about his daily business.
Hey, your wife is asking why you haven't written her a poem like that. Good God. Calm down, guy. CT goes, I think we got a fatal attraction thing going on. I just wrote back to him, I think I'll be putting a couple chairs between us in the next QB meeting. Coach, you need to chill. You need to chill. This is becoming, this is HR monitoring stuff. Well, you need to relax.
There's not a gene in his body I wouldn't immediately trade for.
You sure about all of them? You've checked them all out? Jurassic Park guy?
I like his hair. I like his shoes. Get me a pair of Justin Herbert shoes.
Yeah, the shoe thing is a little weird, dude.
That's weird.
I want to be just like him. You show up and you know what this is like? You know what he is? He's Michael Scott wearing the old goatee because Ryan had one. That's what that is. What happened to Justin? Because, again, he's a pro athlete sponsored by Nike, right?
Uh-huh.
What if Justin calls Nike and goes, okay, I'm going to need a new pair of just unique shoes, please?
Just make a single pair of these. They can't be recreated.
Just every day. Tell him. You know what? I'd call Nike and I'd be like, I just need 15 unique shoes and stay in front of them every day. See how much you can mess with them.
I don't think Harbaugh could be stopped. I bet he'd find a way.
No, I know, but every day you got a different pair on. He's got yesterday's shoes. You want to play this game?
Remember that movie with De Niro and Wesley Snipes?
Yeah.
The fan?
The fan.
Yeah.
The fanatic.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what we've got going on right here.
The problem is the guy's his coach.
There's not a gene
How
in
does
his
he get
body
away from him?
I wouldn't immediately trade for. Is there more on this spring?
Can you get a restraining order and still let him coach somehow?
Can Jim Harbaugh coach Justin Herbert from 500 feet away?
Yeah. Jim, I'm going to need you to only see me in the QB tape room and the team meeting room. And other than that,
you can't get any closer to me
than a wide berth.
The all-22 film.
Yes, cannot park next to me.
There's more of this. Spring says there's more. Okay, let's have more. Here we go.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, it's comparable in that, I love guys that love football. Guys that love football, they love me back. And there's no doubt Justin loves football, and it's at a level, and he loves competing. He's such a fierce competitor. As a coach, the way he sees things, the way, he understands, every nuance of the position and the game and the other positions. I want to be best friends with him. And really, I can't imagine anybody. I cannot imagine anybody. If you're not best friends, if you don't love Justin Herbert, then there's something wrong with you. would be my opinion.
Dude, how does J.J. McCarthy feel now? Wow, bro. Really? I want to be best friend. You know what? We need that drop. That's drop of the year stuff right there. I want to be best friends.
Josh goes, I miss being with you. I miss being near you. Well, this is all over. Me and you should get an apartment together.
Yeah.
I want to be best friends.
Feels like a bit much, man. I know the guy's a little weird, but if I'm Justin Herbert, I'm like, you really need to calm down.
I know you want to hype. I know you want to hype your guy.
Sure. You're 1-0. Let's relax.
I don't know if I love my children as much as Jim Harbaugh loves Justin Herbert.
I certainly don't love myself as much as he loves Justin Herbert. Good God. You know what? Sit a couple out there, Jim. How about that?
I don't know how you don't love Justin Herbert. That guy that blew a 27-0 halftime lead in a playoff game? Why don't you ease up there? Ask Al Michaels how much he loves Justin Herbert. Good Lord, Jim.
Eric says, you both wish Harbaugh was the Broncos coach. A little less now. A little less now.
I'd still take him. All right. From a guy that loves the game and is insane about competing to the exact opposite, Andy. A new report from ESPN's Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniel tells the story of a recent game between the Lakeland Flying Tigers and the Fort Myers Mighty Muscles.
Okay.
Low A affiliates of the Tigers and Twins. By the way, mussels spelled like the seafood. I like that. Second game of a doubleheader last week, September 6th. The Mighty Muscles needed to win this game to stay in the Florida State League playoff race. The Flying Tigers were puzzled to hear 21-year-old Mighty Muscles catcher Derek Bender telling them which pitches starter Ross Dunn was about to throw. Turns out the Twins drafted Bender out of Coastal Carolina in the 6th round of the draft this past July. He was assigned to the Muscles in early August. According to Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniels, these were not some savvy veteran catcher antics, nor was he at the mercy of some degenerate gambling ring. It turns out that Bender's willingness to tip pitches surprised Lakeland players, and there were no indications of wrongdoing from the Flying Tigers, sources said. Bender had told teammates He wanted the season to be over, according to sources. If Bender was in fact trying to end his season, this according to Defector.com, the strategy worked. The Flying Tigers tagged Dunn for 4 runs on 5 hits early, and the starter didn't make it through the second. Though Bender did work 2 6-pitch at-bats when he was at the plate himself, he may have seen the writing on the wall. The Mighty Muscles held a 6-game lead in their division 2 weeks earlier, but had lost 6 straight entering this game against a hot Lakeland team. Bender ended more than just his season after the Flying Tigers had secured the 6-0 win to sweep the doubleheader. Lakeland coaches let the Fort Myers coaches know about Bender's tipping. The Twins released him from the team per Passan and McDaniel. He will keep his $297,500 signing bonus.
Holy cow. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Not bad.
We've all been there, though, haven't we? I've told you the story of we were rolling into a Crush game.
I ain't going to be mad if we lose.
And it was late July, and like Bronco camp starts the next week, and all I wanted was a weekend in between the 2 seasons. This is back when the Arena League didn't start till like January. And so we're in a playoff game, and if they win, we got to go to New Orleans, and I know New Orleans can be fun, not necessarily when you got to work and cover stuff and all that. Mark Stout and I were just like, oh, find a way to lose this game. And the Crush, of course, we're not really that good that year, frankly. Don't know how they stayed in this game. And we were down to the last couple minutes, and we go to a break, and I'm rubbing my eyes. I'm like, if they win, if they pull this damn upset off, I might just quit the broadcast. So you know what? Strong move by the young man that can actually affect the outcome.
I mean, key difference, Andy. You weren't on the team.
I get it. Oh, this guy probably will never play baseball again. So there's that.
What do you think he was so hot to trot to get out of there for? Or was it just that he was sick of baseball?
Again, probably just over it. It's hot. It's minor. Well, first off, it's minor league baseball.
Yes,
he's not up at the show.
He's not getting paid.
They're not staying at the Ritz. Do you remember when Daniel Schlereth did an interview with you and me, and he had himself under a blanket on the back of the bus so people didn't know he was talking to us? That's minor league baseball.
He was drafted this year, meaning that he played his entire college season, immediately went to the minor league, started living the bus life down in the Florida State League. I'm assuming those summer nights down there in the Florida State League
mighty sweaty.
Might take it out of you a little bit back behind the plate.
A little bit of swamp something.
This guy's just like, I'm over it. I hate baseball.
And you said he's a catcher, right? He's a catcher.
Yep.
All right, man. Maybe the knees have just had enough for the season. I'm sure at some point he'll think I should not have done that.
Do you think?
But I can understand being over it.
Do you think the first guy that stepped into the box, by the way, was just like fastball, and then when the fastball came, he was like, "Wait, really?
Yeah,
you're just gonna do that?" Okay.
How many batters did it take for them to start listening? Because that's a great point.
Yeah.
You're probably ignoring the guy.
At first, you're just like, shut up.
Shut up, rookie.
And then as you're, you might like hit a lazy pop out or whatever, but then as you're walking back to the dugout, you let the guy know that's in the circle. You're just like,
I think he's tipping.
He's just going to tell you what they're going to throw. If you
Screw
want
PitchCom. Listen to him.
You can really just lock in on this thing. Wasn't that the plot of a South Park episode? Was the
in fact, it was the I Thought This Was America episode. Yes,
the kids were so sick of Little League, they just wanted the season to end. Meanwhile, Randy Marsh couldn't stop getting in fights at every single game until he fought Bat Dad.
That's also literally Bull Durham, isn't it? Where he gets sick of him, he gets tired of him shaking him off.
That was because Costner was mad at Tim Robbins. Nuke LaLoosh, yes. Comes back and tells him, here comes the curveball. You want a free steak. So there you go. That's how you end a season right there. It's Crackman and Lindahl, voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. That's coming up next. Tomorrow, 5:30, kickoff, Rocky Mountain Showdown, Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins. Joining us right now, we have no idea if he is in a truck parked on Folsom Field or not, but it is the voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson, here with us on a Friday afternoon to preview the Rocky Mountain Showdown. Mark, how you doing, man?
I will neither confirm nor deny whether that was my truck last night on Folsom Field. So,
was that Colorado football's best drive of the season?
Well, I don't know about that, but a buddy of mine texted me a photo and said, I think that was the most rushing yards the Buffs have had at Folsom Field this year.
There you go. There it is.
There it is. I saw 5 tweets about, Colorado can't stop anyone from driving on their field.
I tweeted about which song did they play when he drove onto the field.
There it is.
That was the joke that
they
I went for.
They all just write themselves.
They really do.
Carson.
Hey, listen, that when that kind of thing happens, let the jokes just flow freely, right? I mean, that's there's something very, Boulder-esque about that last night. The guy was going nuts, and thank goodness apparently nobody got terribly hurt through the whole thing, but made his way into the field. Yeah,
But he's from out east, Mark, and he was shirtless. And that was not a good-looking body. That's a bad carcass. You got to cover that thing, man.
Listen, when you're bouncing off cars and you end up in the middle of a major college football stadium, of course you're going to be shirtless. If he came out in coat and tie, we all would have been surprised. The fact he was wearing a pair of gym shorts and no shirt makes perfect sense.
Guy had himself a hell of an evening. All right, Mark. Speaking of that, rushing or lack thereof, no Dallin Hayden. Charlie Offerdahl's gonna be the top back here in this game. The narrative, the conversation about the run game for the Buffs. I ask you this, and to use a football analogy, should we just punt on it? Should we just get over it and just look at it and say, if Colorado is going to win this year, they're going to do so on the magical right arm of Shedeur Sanders and the work of Travis Hunter and Jimmy Horn Jr.?
Well, Nate, I think we assume that anyway, right? I mean, regardless of how good it was going to be. The fact that you've got maybe the best quarterback and certainly the most dynamic player in college football was going to be the basis of your team. I don't think we can punt it if you're a Buffs fan. They have to have some rushing at different times. Does it have to be spectacular? Does it have to be 220 yards a game? No. But they have to be able, in situations where it's called upon, be able to run the football, because if you're if you're lining up at 4 and 5 wide all the time and it's empty, there's no mystery whatsoever, right? We know what's coming. And that makes things very easy for the defense then to diagnose and to obviously defend. And so they have to have just a threat. It doesn't have to be a great rushing attack. This doesn't have to be Gary Barnett football. Gary, his old line was, hey, diddle, diddle, we're coming up the middle. But it has to be at least a possibility in order to make the defense think a little bit. And so that's why they've got to continue to work on this.
How big's this game, Mark? With what happened last week, how big's this game?
Enormous. I mean, we got done the other night, and Gary immediately looks at me and goes, Mark, this game next week is off the charts important because, you went out and played a quality football team in week number 1. You get a nice win there at home. You go on the road. Things were horrible there in the first half. They didn't match the energy of Nebraska in the first quarter and a half or 2 quarters. And then you come home and you've got this going on. You got to go on the road once again, another rivalry game. Now, it's half the stadium that Memorial Stadium is, but still it's going to be an electric atmosphere up there on Saturday. You can't overstate how important this is because after this you jump into Pac-12 conference play. If you're sitting at 2-1, I think you feel okay about that because then you got a chance against a Baylor team that's down, so you could be 3-1. Then you feel pretty good about that. But you can't overstate how important this game is coming up tomorrow night.
Yeah, massive one coming up tomorrow in the Rocky Mountain Showdown. Mark, so offensively, we know it's going to be Shedeur. We know it's going to be Travis Hunter. Jimmy Horn has had a good start to the season. LaJohntay Wester, okay, we know how good that this player is. Is there anything, I guess, besides to your point, hey, diddle, just run up the middle, but is there anything that they can surprise Freddie Banks and the CSU defense with in this game other than just the part where it's really hard to keep up with Colorado's speed?
Yeah, I don't know if they can surprise anybody. I mean, we are, what's the old line? They were what we thought they were. Mm-hmm. That's what you can expect from Colorado. There's no surprises here. They're not going to come all of a sudden, start running the wing T or anything, for goodness sakes. We know what Colorado is. They just have to be a little bit more of, like we were talking about, of what they haven't been for the first couple of weeks here. And so, listen, the number one thing they can do is run the ball a little bit and be effective in that regard, just to at least have a threat there. Number two, make sure that you're protecting Shedeur so he is able to find the weapons you went down and throw, Will Sherman and Omarion Miller in there and Draylon Miller as well. And so at least be able to help him find those guys. And so he's untouched for much of the night. That'll help things greatly on the offensive side.
Will the comments from Fowler, Nicolosi, and Horton have any effect on this game?
Well, according to Coach Prime yesterday, when I taped the show, they've been talked about. They showed them in the team room there in the auditorium to the guys. Now, when I sat down with Levante Bentley yesterday, I said, "Does that mean anything when the game gets going?" He goes, "No, not at all." But so we are talking about it. So it's that nice pregame fodder that we enjoy, and especially those of us in the media, we get to talk about it. Do I understand the logic behind actually making those comments, even though I understand, by the way, that those were actually made months ago, and it was not something that happened this week. And those are just an old interview that, those comments surfaced. And so why you would say that kind of stuff, I just don't know, especially considering what the game was a year ago. Why prime the pump, if you will, pun unintended there, by the way, and throw gas in the fire? I don't understand, because last year it was so electric around that game, all the different soap opera type things that happened, and so I don't understand why you'd say those kind of things. Just give us the boring, cliched answer, and don't try and feed into it. But I don't think it affects the game too much once we kick it off.
So you got a CSU team on their way to the Pac-12. You got a CU team that is now in the Big 12. So I guess CSU just sort of fills in CU's old spot right there. The kickoff tomorrow is at 5:30. By the way, Mark, and again, I just want the listeners to know before I ask this question, I'm not violating any HR standards. Mark Johnson broke his pelvis in a unfortunate horse riding accident. Mark, how is your pelvis?
Pelvis is fine. Thank you very much.
Fine
Yes.
Feels generous.
Oh, well, listen, compared to where it was 6-7 weeks ago, fine is wonderful. I think next week, I see the doctor middle of next week, and I think they're going to let me walk next week. So I'm very excited about that.
Big steps, literally happening.
Small, delicate steps.
Now, hold on. Walk in boots, or do you have to get, reasonable shoes?
Oh, no, I always wear boots, so no matter what they do.
Doctor may tell you not this time.
We'll be wearing boots. I've been wearing boots so far, but I'm going to go unaided, I think, by the middle of next week, and that's going to be very welcome for not only me, but all those who have been helping me along as well.
Mark, congratulations on the recovery, man. Have fun tomorrow.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs. He'll be on the call tomorrow with Gary Barnett and our own Andy Lindahl on Learfield Sports, live at Canvas Stadium. What time you guys hit the air tomorrow, Andy?
3:30.
3:30.
Everybody's doing a 3:30.
Check
Kickoff
it
5:30.
out. Andy, we love that every ex-NBA player has a podcast, do we not?
Oh, it's fodder for days.
Here we go. I got some fun stuff. This, by the way, this is from about 10 days ago. It only just now came into my sphere, and it's so good that we have to play it on the show. This is from the OGs.
Okay.
The OGs are apparently Udonis Haslem and Mike Miller.
That's what's up. Original guys.
Yes. Udonis Haslem, who has played for the Miami Heat for 57 years, and Mike Miller, former Nugget, by the way. So these pair of former Miami Heat, they welcomed in another former Miami Heat big man, Udonis Haslem. Hassan Whiteside. It is Udonis Haslem, but they brought in Hassan Whiteside. So they're talking to Hassan Whiteside about big guys that he, has stories about going up against and who's kind of the toughest matchup in the league. And Hassan Whiteside, Andy, revealed something about Nikola Jokic that I guess I had never considered, or I suppose I never knew about matching up against the three-time MVP. Apparently, Jokic has an advantage that we had not realized. Here we go. This is former NBA big man, former Heat big man, Hassan Whiteside on the OGs podcast with Mike Miller and Udonis Haslem.
Best big man and the young big mans in the game. Who's your favorite big man right now?
Oh, my favorite big man, young big man, or just big man?
You go favorite one overall and then young.
Man, I like Jokic. Jokic is frustrating though.
Yeah.
Jokic is, once he start getting it going, you just so
it's over.
It's more so the fact that he's already like big. He's like 300 pounds. He like a lot of people don't realize like how wide he is.
Yeah.
You know,
Strong too.
Yeah, he's strong.
and then he's hitting you like he's like, and it's all like he's all slimy and sweaty. It's like your arm is just slipping off or just slipping. I'm like, so, and then he'll turn around, shoot some nonchalant like this,
Okay.
and it'll go right in, and he's looking like, bro,
There's no way he practiced that. There's no way he practiced
There's
that.
no way, bro.
He does.
Jokic is slimy and sweaty, and your arms just slip off him.
Try to check him, and it's like slipping on a rock. Whoops.
Does this explain the scratch marks?
I guess.
Guys are doing anything they can to try and hold on to him to the point where they're digging their nails in because Jokic is just sliming everybody right off.
There is nothing. Now, see, there's not a lot in these NBA podcasts that many of us can actually relate to.
Uh-huh.
But anybody that's played a pickup game anywhere
Against
and
a sweaty
got
guy?
uber sweaty guy, ain't nothing you want to deal with all day, right?
So you got Nikola sticking his head into you, sticking his shoulder
Yeah.
into you, and he's all slimy, and you can't stay with
leaving
him.
like a wet spot on your jersey. That's a lot of sweat.
He's already 300 pounds, and then he's slimy on
Yeah.
top of it. Didn't know that. I mean, now that I think about it,
makes sense.
It does. Those are some glistening arms.
You know, part of the problem too is especially when it gets the haircut short, you don't get sweaty head. Like the guys with the fluffier hair, you can tell when they're really sweating.
Yeah.
You're not going to see that on Jokic. The hair's too short.
No. Slimy. What else does Hassan Whiteside think about going up against Nikola Jokic? This is from the OGs podcast.
So, and then you got to play defense on them every single time. It's like, you know, most big men, they might get it. They might get it every 2 or 3 plays.
Yeah.
The like really post up, like Joel, a real post up big man, he might get it like 2 or 3 plays.
They run the whole through him.
Nobody's shooting anything until you touch the ball.
He run the whole
and then run a pin down. If you cheat you cheat around the pick, he'll pop out for a 3. If you play him too close, he's gonna roll. And your low man is a point guard. Like he's like, bro, what you want me to do? He already shoots like this. And then you get frustrated. You like, man, I'm gonna go attack him on the other side. Oh, nah, we gonna put some other defenders on you. I'm not going. So you can't go right back at him. You can never go like right back at him.
Okay, again, these are things you don't necessarily always think about. But yeah, in the modern NBA, the big man doesn't touch the ball on every possession. But you're an NBA big. You're already playing at altitude, so you're already tired. And then the guy that you're defending weighs 300 pounds and he's slimy, and you have to check him every possession. He will run into you on every single possession. He will just wear your ass down. You don't get a possession off when you have to guard Nikola Jokic. And then to his point, you go down the other side and suddenly,
Aaron Gordon has you.
right.
Aaron Gordon called switch.
AG picks you up and Jokic is somewhere.
Who's also
just floating.
not exactly a small dude.
No. This is fun to listen to the frustration of having to try to go up against Nikola Jokic for a whole night. We got one more on this, and he's talking about the skill level of the game in Nikola Jokic. This is more Hassan Whiteside about how much it sucks to have to go up against Nikola.
And then it's just like, man, you looking like, man, I'm in a weight room every day. I'm doing all this conditioning.
I know where this is going.
And you just look at him, and you like, bro, this is crazy.
The math ain't mathing.
Bro, he's a hell of a player, bro.
He is a hell of a
His
player.
shot, he made a 3 over me one time, off his right foot, going, shooting it. I'm like, so I just took it as like, he don't do that often. This is like when he first started doing it. And then I seen it do it to AD. AD had the same reaction I had. I said, hold on, bro, this dude be practicing this? Like, is this like
You got to keep the math ain't mathin' too. There's another great drop. The math ain't mathin'. Basically saying I got fat guy from the rec league hooping all over me.
Shooting threes off of his right foot.
Yeah.
He doesn't work on this.
If they really wanted to recreate White Man Can't Jump, Nicola's got to be the Woody Harrelson part. And I think they did, but I'm talking like
I am a chiseled Adonis professional athlete.
I got 0% body fat because I eat nothing but lettuce. And here comes the Sombor shuffling all over me.
Yeah, man, I'm just going to get killed by a slow Serbian.
And then when I go back down and gain my revenge, Aaron Gordon D's me up.
And I'm covered in slime.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't wait for the Nuggets season. I love Nikola Jokic. Thank you, Hassan Whiteside. That was very fun for us to get to listen to. That was Hassan Whiteside on the OGs with Udonis Haslam and Mike Miller. All right, Andy, picks. Here we go. We got the Broncos-Steelers drinking game ready to go. Sunday at 2:25. Steelers -3 and get it in 2.5. Still in a couple of spots right now. Who do you like? Broncos, Pittsburgh.
Oh, my gosh. How do I pick the Broncos? How badly I want to pick the Broncos.
You have to pick the Broncos.
How? I'm so sick of TJ Watt in my life, I can't even tell you. Him and Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
They just wreck this team no matter who's on it.
Alex Highsmith on the other side. They got Patrick Queen now, too. The Steelers just get Patrick Queen. Are you serious?
One too many mistakes from Justin Fields. Broncos 1917.
I actually am going to take the points with Denver. Steelers 13, Broncos 12.
I can't wait to watch that game, Nate. Thanks.
Rocky Mountain Showdown tomorrow, Andy. Buffs laying 7.5.
I'm going with the Buffs,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not feeling terribly confident. I was more confident making that pick a year ago. Rams got a great shot.
I'm going to take the Buffs to win it by a field goal, 40-37.
That'd be a fun game, though.
That would be a fun game.
That'd be 2 great showdowns in a row for national TV.
Andy will be on the call tomorrow on Learfield. Check it out. Coming up next, high school football right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Raj and the Sandman on the call. Enjoy it, everybody. We're Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll talk to you live Monday from the Hofbrau.